Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The discovery of the victim's body is usually the first piece of information we receive after a murder. From that point forward, the police begin their investigation to determine what happened and who committed the crime. But not this time. In this case, the typical scenario was disrupted when the victim identified their assailant before he committed the crime. This story occurred recently, in early May 2022, in the city of Peleon Norte de Santander department, one of Colombia's 32 departments. In this city, there lived a 16-year-old girl named Karina Blanco Duran. She was the oldest of 3 children in a modest family, similar to many others in the region. However, this had no impact on Karina's personality or dreams. She was in the 11th grade and eagerly awaiting graduation. Karina's relatives and friends described her as disciplined and determined, but also cheerful, sociable, and optimistic. However, like most teenagers, she had doubts. She expressed her thoughts in a letter she wrote for a school assignment 2 weeks ago. In the letter, the girl stated that, like everyone else, she had goals that she wanted to achieve. However, at the time, she was preoccupied with being happy, studying, and assisting her mother, whom she described as a beautiful, strong, and resilient woman who had a huge influence over her. The following year, the girl intended to attend university and study psychology or philosophy. This would allow her to pursue her dreams, the most important of which was to buy a house for her mother. At the same time, Karina acknowledged her overwhelming fears and doubts. She wrote that she was afraid of growing up and facing the big world alone. She sometimes wished she could go back in time and play with dolls again, something she didn't get to do as a child because she had to grow up quickly and help her parents. Karina, almost prophetically, explained what would happen to her in 2 weeks in her final sentence. She wrote that she feared human evil, and she was not mistaken. What she was afraid of eventually shattered her dreams. Karina awoke early on May 3, 2022, as she usually does. She lived in La Vega, a village in the Cashra municipality. Karina had to walk for at least an hour every day along several country roads to the bus stop that would take her to school because her village was relatively remote. The morning progressed as usual. The student awoke, ate breakfast, said her goodbyes to her family, and left the house at 5:30 a.m. However, shortly after Karina left, her father began receiving messages from her. It was unusual. Karina wrote to her father that while walking down the country road, she noticed someone following her. A man was approaching her very closely. When the girl quickened her pace, the stranger did the same. If she attempted to take a different path, he would follow her. Karina was understandably uneasy and suspicious. She mustered the courage to take a discreet photo of the stranger and send it to her father so he would know who was after her. Cesar Blanco, Karina's father, became extremely concerned for his daughter's safety. He dashed out of the house, taking the same route to the bus stop that she had taken, but he couldn't find her anywhere. The man assumed the danger was over and Karina had safely boarded the bus. Unfortunately, this was not the case. Karina's parents were later informed by the school that she did not attend class that day. Karina's parents reported her disappearance to the police. Because it was a small village where everyone knew each other, word of the incident spread quickly among the locals. The girl's family distributed a photograph of the stranger who had been following her since the morning. A few hours later, a man who worked at a local farm mentioned another farm worker who looked very similar to the man in the photograph. Despite the blurry image, he believed he recognized him. Additionally, that worker was late for work on the same day. Armed with this information, several villagers and Karina's relatives went to the farm where these men worked and demanded answers from the person Karina had most likely photographed. The man in question was Alexander Keogh, a 55-year-old Venezuelan native. He had arrived in town 4 months ago and was staying with a relative. Alexander had found work on the farm where he was located. The people were outraged by the schoolgirl's disappearance and acted aggressively. He eventually admitted to assaulting Karina, killing her, and disposing of her body in the Cashra River. It's understandable that the villagers, particularly Karina's relatives, wanted to take matters into their own hands following such a confession. However, the police arrived just on time. The officers apprehended the suspect, rescuing him from the angry mob. The police took Alexander Carrillo to the station and began interrogation. He repeated what he had previously told the villagers. He admitted to killing the schoolgirl and revealed where her body was disposed of. Following the crime, he cleaned himself up, changed his blood-stained clothes for clean ones, and returned to work. The man truly believed he would never be found, unaware that the victim had taken a photograph of him. During the interrogation, villagers gathered near the station. They were furious and wanted to take matters into their own hands. Concerned for the man's safety and believing his life was in danger, the police decided to transport him to another location. They escorted the suspect out of the station and attempted to get him into the car. However, when the crowd began to act, they dragged Carrillo from the vehicle and attacked him. The police couldn't intervene because there were so many of them. The mob beat the perpetrator with sticks and stones before someone attacked him with a knife, killing him. Even after that, the crowd refused to disperse and blocked the police from approaching until they were certain that the man had died. Karina's body was discovered on the riverbank, exactly where her assailant had indicated. Her bag was nearby. The girl was partially undressed, and the autopsy revealed she had been sexually assaulted. She died of 2 penetrating wounds to her chest and neck. According to the police, Alexander Carrillo had been watching Karina for several days, meeting her every morning as she walked to school while he went to work. This version is supported by the fact that, a few days before the attack, Karina informed her school friends that she was being followed by a stranger, which made her extremely uncomfortable. The police have stated that the investigation will not be terminated at this time. They will investigate the actions of the local police officers who allowed the man's lynching, as well as who initiated the attack and delivered the fatal blow. According to local media reports, it was a relative of Karina, but the individual's identity has not been revealed. Pain and outrage swept through the city. An event was organized at Karina's school to honor her memory, while also protesting the killing of women. Students and teachers wrote an open letter to express their outrage at the current state of affairs. She wasn't drinking, she was not dressed provocatively, she wasn't in a bar. She walked to school every weekday wearing rubber boots because she lived on a farm, and she, like many other boys and girls in the country, had to overcome obstacles in order to receive an education. She feared that someone was following her. She was just 16, terrified. Her dreams, desires, and life were stolen from her. After Karina's voice was silenced, all that remained were the voices of those of us who demanded a safer environment and normal families in which children were taught not to hit, violate, or murder one another. Karina's killer did not see her as a person with her own life, dreams, and loving family, so the villagers decided to repay him in kind. Lynching is considered unacceptable by many, and it has no place in a civilized society. However, for many others, it simply reflects a lack of faith in the justice system. They are dissatisfied with the prevalence of impunity and the fact that the criminal will never face the harshest penalties. They believe the police are not doing their jobs, so they have decided to take action to remedy the situation. It is heartbreaking to see girls who leave for school and never return, becoming victims of murder. But in this case, Karina was the one who exposed the criminal. Karina did not behave recklessly. She immediately sensed the danger emanating from the persistent stranger, secretly photographing him and sending it to her father. She let him be caught before he could harm another innocent girl. Unfortunately, it was too late for her. However, without that photograph, the police could have gone days, months, or even years without finding the killer. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A woman who was determined to return home safely to her children risked her life to get out of a predator's grasp. She had no idea that her courage in assisting in the kidnapper's capture would reveal a much more sinister force and save the lives of innumerable others. By working with the police, she was able to expose the rapist's true identity as well as that of a serial killer. Her testimony's credibility was called into question, though, given the process used to retrieve her memories of the assault. Shackled in chains, the prisoner paced the field, moving across the ground with deliberate steps. He lost himself in recollections, his gaze never leaving the tall yellow grass. The simple clothes he used to wear, jeans, a shirt, and a cap, had become luxurious, and his once dark auburn beard had gone completely gray since his last visit. He was now with police officers, the very people he had avoided for almost 20 years. The prisoner had recently broken his lengthy silence by confessing to the disappearances of multiple young women in the 1990s and agreeing to help the police locate their bodies, which were buried in a field outside of Houston, Texas. Families in Texas and Oklahoma had been tormented for years by the loss of their daughters, who had disappeared in the middle of routine situations, like going for a morning run, getting washed, or coming home from a theater group party. There were no answers for a long time. Finally, the man who had caused their pain, a 56-year-old Texas prisoner who was charged with violence and kidnapping but not murder, spoke. At least 7 victims, including 4 girls who did not survive their interactions with him, were connected to him by the police. When taken as a whole, these cases depicted a serial killer posing as a good Samaritan who preyed on a particular kind of young brunette who was discovered on the streets. Although his surprising admission helped reveal the truth about what had happened to some of the victims, the family's most important question was still, why? Sandra Soppel, then 19 years old, completed her high school education and began working as an exotic dancer in May 1997. She was bringing up 2 kids and getting ready to have a third. Sandra's intelligence and determination, which would ultimately save her life and open a Pandora's box of horrific crimes, were characterized by those who knew her. An frightened young woman called the police on May 17, 1997. Sandra was the one. She described the nightmare she had just gone through. She had been abducted and had thrown herself out of a moving car in a last-ditch attempt to get away. She was taken to a nearby hospital after reporting the crime, and despite her severe injuries, she insisted on talking to detectives. Keeping the kidnapper from hurting anyone else was her top priority. But the fall from the car had messed with her memory, and she had forgotten important details of the crime in her subconscious. Later on, Sandra's recollection would prove to be crucial in cracking the case. After failing to find any early leads, the police changed their strategy and had Sandra put under hypnosis. She remembered specifics of the attack after the session. She remembered the kidnapper's face in addition to the make, model, and color of his vehicle. The police's suspicions about a possible suspect were confirmed by this discovery. Sandra was asked to choose her assailant from a lineup a few weeks following the hypnosis. A man named William Lewis Rice was indicated by her gesture. The police had seen Rice before. He had long been of interest due to his criminal past and actions. Although Rice had a challenging upbringing, he had a strong bond with his mother, who would stop at nothing to help him. Rice was born and raised on a farm in Yukon, Oklahoma. He left school to work as a horseshoer in the 9th grade. He married Judy Fleming, a shy girl he met in Anadarko, Oklahoma, when he was 19 years old. Judy remembered that if she didn't date Rice, he would shoot himself. She initially thought he had good intentions, but she quickly discovered he was capable of extreme cruelty. Their turbulent marriage was characterized by violence and adultery. After Rice broke into her new house, beat her, and put a knife to her throat, Judy finally filed for divorce. Even after getting married and getting divorced once more, Rice's violence spiraled out of control due to his growing hatred of women. Rice's first attack is known to have occurred in the spring of 1986, when her Mustang broke down on Interstate 35. The 19-year-old aerobics instructor, daughter of a sheriff's deputy, found herself stranded. Rice offered to help, but instead he kidnapped her, taped her hands together, and pushed her into his truck's sleeper cabin. After saying he loved her and that they would live together in Houston, he later attacked her. By calling her family from a payphone and feigning the need to use the restroom, the girl was able to get away. For the kidnapping and assault, Rice was taken into custody and given a 25-year prison term. However, because of prosecutorial misconduct, an appellate court lowered his sentence to 10 years in October 1996. Following his release, Rice went back to Anadarko to live with his mother, where he assimilated. His background was unknown to many locals, and he came across as modest and courteous. But by the spring of 1997, local young women were starting to go missing. Now in his late 30s, Rice had relocated to Houston, where he continued shoeing horses and working on construction sites. Although his actions raised suspicions, there was no hard proof that he was responsible for the crimes. When Sandra Soppel identified Rice, it was the last straw for the police. By connecting him to Sandra's attack and other unresolved crimes, they compiled evidence against him. Rice's trial took place in April 1998. In her testimony regarding her kidnapping, Sandra described how Rice had threatened her with a knife, cut her tire, and enticed her to his vehicle. She talked about how she thought her risky escape had saved her life. The defense, however, contested her testimony, claiming that Rice's name and photo might have distorted her memory and that hypnosis was unreliable. In spite of these defenses, the jury convicted Rice of aggravated kidnapping and gave him a 60-year prison term. The community experienced brief respite after Rice was imprisoned, but it wasn't until years later that he came forward with his most sinister secrets. Detectives were able to re-examine cold cases in the mid-2000s thanks to developments in DNA testing. In one instance, Tiffany Johnston, a 19-year-old recently married woman, was kidnapped in July 1997 from a car wash in Bethany, Oklahoma. Although her body was discovered the following day, the case wasn't resolved until 2015, when Rice was connected to the crime by DNA evidence. In order to avoid being executed, Rice consented to assist law enforcement, which helped them locate the remains of two additional victims, Kelly Cox and Jessica Kane, who were interred in the Texas killing fields. Although Rice's motivations were still unknown, his confessions gave his victims' families closure. Some saw his cooperation as a perverted form of pride, while others thought it was motivated by a wish to avoid the death penalty. In any case, his crimes left a path of destruction, and those he had harmed received some justice when he was ultimately sentenced to death. In addition to saving her own life, Sandra Sapal's courage and tenacity helped expose a serial killer who had been terrorizing communities for years. Her story serves as a testament to the tenacity of people who are not intimidated into silence, and her bravery made sure that Rice could no longer prey on innocent lives. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Many people can get to the point where they suspect a loved one of betraying them. Others may give in to the influence of fantasies of retaliation against the betrayer, while others may decide to end the relationship due to such suspicions. However, what if a katana were to make these fantasies come true? The setting for this story was Camas, Washington, in 2018. The topic of discussion was a woman who lived in a nice home in a quiet neighborhood. Alex Lovell was the man's name. For 29-year-old Alex, playing video games was his main passion. He was in front of the computer for about 12 or 13 hours every day. Alex took his pastimes so seriously that he routinely performed shoulder, wrist, and hand exercises. He even worked on a unique mouse control method to improve his efficiency as a gamer or player. At the age of 30, Alex's girlfriend Emily Javier was not pleased with his obsession. After 2 years of dating, the young couple noticed that Alex was spending more and more time playing games and having less time for her. Emily, of course, did not like this situation. When Alex made the decision to pursue a career in professional gaming, her patience reached a breaking point. Emily struggled to accept a gaming rival, even though she was somewhat comfortable sharing her boyfriend's gaming habits. When she found the Tinder dating app on Alex's phone, her resentment reached new heights. She became very suspicious of this. She therefore realized that Alex had found another girl when she saw red hairs in the shower and scratches on his back, even though her hair was then dyed green. Convinced that he would simply deny everything, Emily started to plot a retaliation that would enable her to permanently get rid of him, rather than confronting him head-on. She considered purchasing poison, getting a gun, or hiring a killer. No, she purchased a katana at a shopping center. That was the only thing she could think of right now, driven by anger. She therefore made the decision to give herself an additional week to polish her strategy. She entered the question, how to kill someone with a sword, into a search engine while she was at home with the katana. Not surprisingly, her question was answered in a rather direct manner. In order to start their last journey to the Hawaiian Islands with Alex, the girl bought plane tickets at the same time. She confessed that she was tired of life in 2 notes, one to her mother and the other to a close friend. She also wrote Alex a note. though it's unclear what it said and when he was meant to read it. At first, it seemed as though she wanted to do something to herself while on vacation. However, how did she intend to exact revenge on Alex? Kill him too? It's feasible, particularly considering that she could have brought the sword with her if she had checked it in with her bags, rather than bringing it on her person. One evening, though, Alex came home at about 9. He wanted to go to bed and hardly gave his girlfriend any attention. Emily became emotionally unstable as a result of this. She taped 2 additional knives to her side of the bed in case her sword plan didn't work, and she concealed the katana there because she felt she could no longer stand such treatment. She went back to her boyfriend after completing her preparations and offered him a drink to help him fall asleep more quickly while intoxicated. Emily hid the man's phone, which he would need to call for assistance after he fell asleep quickly. She illuminated his neck with the light from her own phone so she could see better and aim more precisely. Her hand went to the katana, but just as she was about to attack, she unintentionally struck Alex in the head with the katana's back, waking him up. An adrenaline rush helped Alex quickly regain his sense of direction and start using his hands and feet to block Emily's next blows. At last, he was able to hold her tightly. He exclaimed in his final moments that he loved her and was shocked that she was attempting to murder him. Alex was on the verge of fainting and begged her to call for assistance or he would perish. Emily, oddly enough, listened. A dispatcher received a call from a girl who was hysterical at 1:54 a.m. on March 3rd. She was yelling that her boyfriend had been hurt.
911, can I help you? I just stabbed my boyfriend. Okay, tell me what happened. Okay. Hey, is he awake? He's dead. I think he's dead. Okay, what is your name? Emily. Okay, Emily, I need to get some help started. I'm splitting the call. Hold on just one. Okay, Emily, stay on the phone with me just a second, okay? Emily, stay on the phone. I'm splitting it for medical so we can get help started for you, okay?
When she inquired as to where the girl had hurt her boyfriend, Emily exclaimed, "Everywhere! Everywhere!" The dispatcher wanted to know where the knife was. The girl responded, shocked, that she had used a samurai sword to attack her boyfriend. The dispatcher advised her to bandage her boyfriend's wounds and asked her to go back to the bedroom where he was to see if he was still breathing. Emily, however, insisted that she couldn't go there because there was too much blood. She snapped back to reality and saw that her boyfriend was actually dying. She even considered the possibility that he was already dead. Officers soon showed up on the scene. Alex was curled up, covered in blood when they entered the bedroom. He had deep gashes on the left side of his head, neck, and torso, among other potentially fatal injuries. Emily had nearly severed 3 fingers on his hand, cut his legs, and broken his wrist. Emily was taken into custody without protest and with tears in her eyes. While Alex was taken to the hospital, she let the legal system take care of her. A $350,000 bail was set for her. Alex's body had 26 wounds, according to the doctors. 6 major surgeries were required for him. 45 of the 150 staples they applied to him were on his head alone. However, the medical staff miraculously succeeded in reattaching his fingers. He would undoubtedly need to see a physical therapist for a while, but the fact that he lived was more significant. Because of Emily's weapon choice, the ferocity with which she executed the attack, and Alex's incredible fortitude, this attack garnered a lot of attention in the US and made headlines in numerous media outlets. Even though he had a long recovery ahead of him, he maintained an exceptionally optimistic outlook. He amusingly posted a question on the internet a day after the attack, asking if anyone could split a picture of him and Emily together. Some of his remarks were repeated by the media, though it's unclear how he was able to take the attack so lightly. One example would be, "I'm really proud that I was beaten with a sword and by a girl, man. I must sacrifice it for her. I certainly took a lesson from this. There's no comparing the feeling of when I overpowered her," he continues. "I've participated in sports, taken first place in major competitions, and more. I've performed snowboard tricks. This is superior. I believed it was right to defeat someone who was determined to do me harm. I had spent my entire life anticipating this." Alex credits his love of kung fu movies and his habit of competing against other gamers with helping him win. He says he never cheated on Emily, but acknowledges that he likely spent too much time in front of the monitor. He remarked, "I hardly had time for one girl, much less another." He simply was too worn out to give her the affection she so richly deserved. Tinder was on his phone, he clarified, but he hadn't used it since it became apparent that he and Emily were seriously dating. Alex even acknowledged that the exhaustion from playing video games all day was the reason for his low libido. This might have persuaded Emily that he no longer wanted her, but he says that numerous times before, even when another girl merely liked his picture on social media, she had falsely accused him of cheating. All of this is denied by Emily. Regarding the red hairs, they might have come from his dog's fur or his own beard. Emily found it challenging to defend herself in court. Everyone could see that this was a carefully considered and planned crime. Emily told police that she wanted to kill him for cheating. "That was my objective." She was convicted of attempting first-degree murder. Her sentence was lowered from a potential 20-year term to 19 years because of Alex's survival, her lack of prior convictions, and her own decision to call 911 for assistance. This result did not sit well with Alex's family. They felt that because she tried to kill their son, she should be punished more severely. Emily countered that because of her history of childhood trauma, which hindered her ability to form relationships, her sentence should be shortened. Although her psychologist acknowledged that she had PTSD, he said it had no bearing on the case. The judge ultimately decided that she should receive almost the maximum sentence because of the severity of the attack. She must also receive treatment for her aggression and mental health issues. She must pay $30,000 in reparations and is forbidden from getting in touch with Alex or his family. To help Alex recover, his gaming friends set up a crowdfunding page and raised thousands of dollars. He is presently recuperating and has largely resumed his regular activities. He says he hasn't spoken to Emily since the attack. When asked how he feels about her, he admits that she saved his life by calling 911, which is significant, but it's difficult to sum up his feelings for his ex-girlfriend in just 2 words. In any case, he thinks she needs significant assistance. "I didn't expect this, but something like this had to happen," he continues in his characteristically light-hearted tone. "She reached for the samurai sword because she obviously didn't want me to end up in the wrong hands." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. I am tired. I'm not sure how long this can go on and what I'm waiting for. I really adored him. I loved him wholeheartedly. Yes, I was too young a girl when we married, when we stood in front of the altar, and his parents were damned when I swore to God that I would love him forever and that only heaven would forgive us. Why can't I return it? Do I have to torture myself day after day just because I made those promises? I have not loved him in a long time. Just as he does not love me, he only loves himself, his parents, and our kids. But who will love me in my darkest moments? I feel as if God has abandoned me. How else could he have given me to this family, for which I have nothing, who only remembers me when they need something? Summer, clean it up. Summer, take out the trash. Damn it. Can you stop stomping your feet so loudly? I'm sick of it. I have to tell Will everything. Take the kids and leave this house. But who is going to let me leave? Especially with the kids. Will's father won't let me leave the house. I just hope I stay alive. Summer Inman wrote this entry in her personal diary, which she kept hidden from her husband and his parents. This diary was the only place she could express her thoughts without fear of being judged or punished. In 1983, a new evangelical church named Tabernacle of Faith opens in Logan, Ohio, a small American town of only 40,000 people. None of the residents had ever heard of it before. David Oyedepo, the church's founder, traveled to the town from Nigeria and told the congregation that he had an 18-hour meeting with God during which the Almighty told him that it was time to preach and pray to free the world from the devil's oppression. David Oyedepo was a very charismatic preacher. That is why the Tabernacle of Faith Church became so popular in Logan. Bill and Sandra Inman met in this church. Bill was already 18 years old at the time, and he played musical instruments in church on Sundays. Sandra also went to church with her parents. Sandra recalls that the young musician parishioner admired her parents, and they did not hesitate to allow the young people to perform at a wedding. A year later, Bill and Sandra welcomed a son. Will was born when his parents went to church, and when he was 17, he, like his father, met in the Tabernacle of Faith with a 15-year-old summer cook. Only with marriage were young people in no hurry, waiting until Summer was 18 years old. In 2004, Will's parents insisted that the young people move in with them following their wedding. Summer, of course, did not like this idea, but her husband was completely reliant on his father and could not go against him. So she left her parents' house and moved in with the Inman family. That same year, another watershed moment in the Inman family's history occurred. Bill starts his own flock and transforms the family garage, which was previously used as a workshop, into a self-proclaimed church. According to the Summer Inman diary, Will's father has changed dramatically. I literally do not recognize him. Tonight at family dinner, he told us that he hears God's voice and has dreams, and that he wants to share this revelation with others for their own good. Will appears to realize that his father is becoming a religious fanatic. I've seen him roll his eyes, but what can he say to that? Yes, some people enjoy Summer. Bill Inman's idea may appear unrealistic, but locals flocked to his garage in droves. They prayed, listened intently to their leaders' speeches, and even gave donations. In 2005, Will and Summer had their first son. They named him Alex. However, right after the baby was born, everyone realized that their family was in serious financial trouble. The women were forbidden from working anywhere. They were forced to do only housework, and adults and one infant cannot survive solely on donations from parishioners and Will's occasional part-time jobs at a family council. Bill stated that they were moving to Florida and would be doing construction work while the women stayed at home and raised baby Alex, according to their summer diary. Nothing changed with the move to Florida until his father went missing at work, and Sandra and I stay at home with Alex all day and night until he grows up and can live on his own. I do not think I can wait for that. I've concluded that it is impossible to make a lot of money in Florida. Bill Inman decides to return to his home state, but due to non-payment of taxes, their house and Logan are taken away, and the court prohibits their subsequent redemption. So they relocated to a rented house in the countryside in Vinton, not far from Logan. Their summer also saw the birth of 2 daughters, Kelly and Elena. Based on my summer diary, we still don't have any money. He wants me to have 12 children for him. I occasionally laugh in his face, which he takes offense to, and he even stops speaking to me. In 2010, Bill Inman, the current leader of Tabernacle of Faith Church, and his wife Sandra established Mercy Ranch, a nonprofit organization. A brilliant idea strikes him. On behalf of the church, he will construct a home for orphans, widows, and homeless people. However, there was no funding for the idea. However, the new leader found a way out of this situation. He organized a lottery in which the winner would receive $200,000, and the remaining 99 people will receive equally valuable prizes. The remaining funds would be used to build Bill's dream house. Bill ran television and radio commercials, and he initially went door to door asking residents to participate in the charity lottery. The results were stunning. Bill Inman managed to raise $1 million. The grand prize drawing was scheduled for September 2010, but, as you might expect, no drawing took place in September. Similarly, it did not take place in October or November. Bill Inman simply defrauded those who trusted him, and he had no plans to return the money to anyone. During this time, Will's father hires Adam Peters to do their landscaping and other household chores. Adam sees Summer all the time and develops sympathy for her. What he doesn't realize is that Summer and Will are experiencing a relationship crisis. Nonetheless, he perseveres and shows interest in the young woman. After a while, some people file for divorce. She took the children and went to see her parents. And for the first time in her life, she got a job as a bank cleaner. Unfortunately, due to her early marriage and constant confinement in the Inman home, she had no education or work experience beyond raising children. Summer did not expect to get a higher-paying job, but deep down she was even happier because for the first time in many years, she felt independent and no one told her anything. Despite her resentment of Will, she did not mind her father seeing the children as much as he saw fit. She believed that the children needed their father just as much as they did their grandparents. Indeed, Despite his tyrannical nature, Bill Inman treated the children with affection and cared enough to deny that this was foolish. One day in December 2010, a bailiff arrived at the Inman home and ordered the family to leave due to non-payment of rent. Someone found out about it, so she went over to the house to pick up everything she hadn't had time to pack when she moved in with her parents. It was terrifying to arrive at a house where she was now considered a traitor, so she asked Adam to help her with the packing. When the Inman family discovered that Summer had arrived with her new lover, they refused to let anyone enter the house. They hurled curses at them and promised to burn all of Summer's belongings in the backyard. Even the police were powerless to intervene. They attacked and even beat up an arriving officer, while Adam, horrified by what he had witnessed, vowed to find and kill him. That same day, Summer decided to file a report against her husband. She emphasized that nothing will ever be the same. He didn't gain complete control over her until after the wedding. Her calls, texts, and emails. He even had control over her lunchtime, including how much he needed to eat, how long he needed to shower, and how much time he could spend outside. Periodically, he even took her phone away, and Summer could be out of touch for a week, including with her own parents. He also told her that he wanted to find a second wife, and without hiding for the summer, he signed up for dating sites where he posted intimate photos of himself and openly corresponded with other women. Summer frequently wrote in her diary about wanting to divorce Will but being afraid. The fear was understandable. Will had warned her repeatedly that if she divorced him, he would shoot her. The police returned to the Inman home after taking a statement from a terrified Summer who had been hiding her fear for years. When questioned, he admitted that he had taken his wife's phone away from her, but only so she wouldn't talk to her lover 24 hours a day. Yes, he watched her diet, but only because he was concerned about her health. The police did not believe his answers and forbade him from seeing his ex-wife. He also received a fine and probation for his actions. The men's family couldn't ignore what appeared to be their son's abuse, so they wrote a response. But we're already on Adam Peters. In their statement, they stated that when he worked in their home, he demonstrated an unhealthy interest in Summers and young children, and that the subsequent presence of children in his company could be disastrous. There are, of course, fictions. We have not been confirmed. After that, the worst day of Summer's life happened around midnight on March 22, 2011. Summer was finishing up her work at Logan's main bank. The branch had closed by then, so all she had to do was clean up her workspace, dusting and emptying the trash. She texted Adam, telling him she didn't have much time left and would be home soon. It was already 12 o'clock at night. Summer was late, although she had never been late before. Adam was becoming increasingly concerned. There was no telling what this was up to. Peters chose to meet Summer. By then, the doors to the ward were locked. There were no lights in the windows, indicating that Summer had not arrived. Adam walked around the building, but saw no one. So we went to the dumpsters, where a young woman was hauling trash bags that had accumulated throughout the day. She wasn't present either. But near the bins, he discovered Summer's belongings. Her purse, cell phone, and red jacket were all in the grass, a little farther from her belongings. There was no time for hesitation. He immediately dialed the police's phone number. The police arrived, searched the belongings, knocked on the bank, and interviewed the security guards, who stated that Summer had left over an hour ago, and they had not seen her again. In the glow of the police car lights, 3 individuals approached. As it turned out, they had witnessed the kidnapping. The 2 women were out for an evening jog when they noticed a white Ford pull up to the bank cleaner's house. When the woman screams, 2 men in black masks rush out and push her into the back seat. Another witness ran up to the car and attempted to save her, but the blonde woman behind the wheel sprayed him in the face with a gas can, and the man collapsed in the car as the kidnappers drove away. The women were without phones, so they dashed to the nearest police station, where they interrupted each other emotionally and attempted to recount what they had witnessed. The police officers on duty simply laughed at their story, believing that the night runners had made it all up. Who would consider kidnapping a bank cleaner with garbage bags in her hands? However, the story turned out to be completely true. Because of the cops' slowness, it was now impossible to track down Summer on a hot tip. As I previously stated, Logan is a small town. That is why the news of Summer's kidnapping by 3 unidentified men spread throughout the town overnight. By morning, proactive citizens had formed groups to search for the missing woman. They searched parks, vacant lots, and abandoned warehouses. But Summer was not to be found, a week before her disappearance. Will Inman attempted to contest his child support payments. According to the court order, he was required to pay $150 for each child, but because his monthly salary was only $500, he requested that the payment be reduced to $150. He will also seek full custody of his 3 children, but the court has denied this request. Summer was not in contact with anyone due to her long reclusive life, so the police focused their suspicions solely on the Inman family. They were discovered in the home of Bill's mother in a nearby town. All 3 claimed they had heard nothing about the disappearance, and on the day of the kidnapping, they were in Cleveland, looking for a new home. Unfortunately, they never made it there. They were concerned that because their car had broken down on the way, they would be stuck at night on a deserted highway until morning. They needed to return to Logan. Furthermore, their old grudge against Adam resurfaced, and they started blaming everything on him. The car breakdown couldn't be proven or disproven. However, during the interrogation, the police discovered a white Ford in the yard, identical to the one described by witnesses to the kidnapping. At that time, a GP's receiver was removed from the vehicle. The inspection revealed that it had been turned off during the summer's abduction. The police also decided to search the Inman family's cell phones, which revealed that they had not left Logan that night. The police soon learned that, at 7:30 a.m., on the morning of Summer's disappearance, the white Ford had stopped at a car wash, where all 3 of them, Bill, Sandra, and Will, were dry cleaning the interior. The entire family was detained and taken in for questioning. Bill, who was already being led away by the police, yelled to his elderly mother that they were not guilty and that it was the work of the devil against whom he and his parishioners were fighting at the station. The invasions, as if possessed, repeated the same pattern, only when it became clear that they lacked an alibi and faced execution. Sandra accepted the blame. From Sandra Inman's testimony, this summer's kidnapping was entirely my idea. It was my idea, and it drove the white Ford that night. Of course, neither of us intended to kill Summer, and I swear it was an accident. On the night of March 22, we drove up to the bank where Summer worked and waited for her to finish her shift. We saw her around 11 p.m., near the garbage cans by the bank. I drove up to her, and my husband Bill and son, while wearing black masks, pushed Summer into the car. Again, we had no intention of killing her. We only wanted her to let us see the kids because we were family. To intimidate Summer, we tied her hands and feet with plastic ties to prevent her from fleeing. Apparently, one of the times he tightened around her neck, he overestimated his strength, causing Summer to choke and turn red. He wanted to cut the tie, but he couldn't find any knives, and the knife we'd brought with us had gotten under my seat. When he finally found it, it was too late. Summer had died. Sandra Inman revealed the location where they hid Summer's body. It was an old well near the Tabernacle of Faith church. Yes, the same church where Bill and Sandra first met, as well as Will and Summer, where they married and had gone to pray and confess for many years. Sandra's claims were supported by the autopsy results. Summer had indeed died from asphyxiation. No other injuries were discovered on her body. Bill and Will Inman were sentenced to life in prison in 2012, and Sandra Inman was sentenced to life in prison as well, despite accepting full responsibility, but the court allowed her to request parole after 15 years. Why is that? According to relatives, the women of the Inman family never made any decisions. The entire family obediently obeyed only the bill, and if it was someone's cruel plan to reclaim custody of the children, it was his, and Sandra accepted responsibility in order to save her husband and son, but she was never successful. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. It's pretty exciting to tell your parents you've decided to have your own wedding. Tina Thomas was much more nervous than her fiancé, Gabe Watson. Tina was 26 years old at the time, exactly like her future husband. This was her third serious relationship and her second attempt at marriage. Her first attempt to start a family with her boyfriend, Scott McCulloch, failed. The relationship between the young people was fine, but only Tina's mother opposed the wedding. Scott disliked the fact that there were no specific claims, but like every mother, she wanted a better and happier life for her daughter. Tina, who was still very young at the time. As a result, the couple quickly split up, and the prospect of a shared future faded. The second attempt, with Stan Marks, also failed. Tina's parents had no involvement in this situation. The couple was unable to overcome the first 3-year crisis and separated with mutual consent. Tina finally meets Gabe Watson on Christmas Eve at a party with her friends. We can't say it was love at first sight. Instead, the relationship was based on mutual support following a recent breakup. Yes, this may not be the most exciting reason to begin a new relationship, but 2 years later he proposed marriage to Tina. Tina, having learned from bitter experience, said she agreed, but couldn't do it without parental permission. Gabe chose Valentine's Day in 2003 to make a beautiful and romantic appeal to his chosen one's parents, just like a true prince. However, Tina's father was away, so the dinner was rescheduled for the following day. On February 15, during the dinner, when Watson expressed his desire to live with Tina for the rest of his life, her father asked of him a seemingly simple question. "Is he in love with Tina?" Gabe stammered like a schoolboy and never responded. His father saw this reaction as a common embarrassment among strangers. He then asked his daughter the same question. Surprisingly, Tina did not directly answer this question, but she did begin her speech by expressing her fear of being alone at the age of 26. After giving it some thought, the father blessed the children. Planning a wedding takes a significant amount of time and effort. While Tina was thinking about her outfit, her guests, and the entire wedding, Gabe was only concerned with the honeymoon. He didn't care how his future wife chose to spend her vacation. He had already made every decision for her. His plan was to visit the Great Barrier Reef in the Pacific Ocean near Australia and dive there. First, look at the sunken ship, the Townsville Titanic, which sank in 1911. The problem was that, unlike Gabe, Tina was not into diving. Yes, he took her scuba diving in the pool, occasionally in calm water under the supervision of lifeguards, but nothing more. Gabe was an experienced scuba diver. He was completing a rescue diving course and had over 50 dives under his belt at the time. And they weren't in a pool. If you do not learn to dive by our honeymoon, I will warn you right away. You're staying at home, walking your dog, or pruning roses in the garden, Gabe said. You are not going anywhere with me. Tina had no choice. Gabe even took out a loan to buy her own equipment and cover her fiancé's tuition. Tina's first instructor was disappointed with her abilities and even warned Gabe that his fiancée lacked the necessary skills for open ocean swimming. A furious Gabe refused to listen to the diving instructor, accusing him of being the one who couldn't explain and refusing to continue with the class. The second instructor quickly gave Tina credit. Although she stated that Tina does everything she can to please her future husband, the young couple married on October 11. After 2 days, Tina and Gabe flew to Australia, spending $10,000 on a trip that provided funds for their wedding. It should be noted that Tina dedicated a portion of her honeymoon to her. They walked around Sydney and visited the Sydney Aquarium and Zoo. Tina was excited, but the closer they got to the Great Barrier Reef, the sadder she became on October's morning. When they first flew to Townsville, they boarded a boat to one of the most beautiful places on the planet, and every diver dreamed. After a while, dive company employees will tell you that the couple did not appear to be experienced divers. Even Gabe, who had completed courses and gained experience, struggled to understand the equipment as if he had never seen it before. Nonetheless, he assisted Tina in passing the pre-dive exam, despite the fact that such a test should be conducted separately. When the instructor offered Tina his assistance underwater, she refused. It was also mentioned in the conversation that there was a strong current that day and that this historical moment should not be overlooked or dismissed. As I previously stated, Gabe assisted his wife in organizing the equipment they had purchased in the United States before heading to retrieve the tanks they needed to rent. Gabe took an 11-liter tank for himself and gave his wife an 8.5-liter tank, which was extremely small for this location and potentially dangerous given Tina's lack of experience. It was not possible to descend to the Townsville Titanic for the first time. Tina requested additional cargo because she could not dive to depth. Gabe also initially refused to use the underwater computer, which calculates the necessary diving and ascent speeds and displays the amount of oxygen in the cylinders. After returning to the boat, the computer worked, so they tried again. Tina was the first to submerge Gabe, who was swimming behind her, according to the game statement. The wreck was 49 feet deep. At first, everything seemed fine. Tina came to a halt and began waving at me before signaling her desire to ascend. I realized right away that she was simply panicking. She used to do that. By this point, we had climbed halfway. So I decided to calm her down by staying with her at the same depth for a while without diving further, allowing her to psychologically adjust to the pressure. She continued to breathe deeply, which was dangerous, and I realized she was sinking. I tried to grab her belt to keep her down, but she swung her arms so hard that she knocked my mask off. Tina was already too far away from me by the time I finished putting the mask back on my face. For a while, I attempted to swim to her but was unsuccessful. Then I decided to return to the surface and ask for assistance from the lifeguards. Along the way, I met another swimmer with a narrow set, but he ignored my signals for assistance. Yes, there were 2 Asian men with them, but neither of them confirmed Gabe's statement about his request for assistance. Later, when the police took underwater computer readings, they confirmed that Gabe attempted to swim after his drowning wife for a short time before abandoning the effort. Although the ascent to the surface was not an emergency, Gabe followed the instructions and stopped at each required depth level. When questioned by police, Gabe stated that he could have saved his wife but chose not to. Furthermore, this tragic incident occurred at the start of their dive, so Gabe had enough oxygen in his tanks to swim to the bottom and return to the surface. The rescuers are on duty aboard the ship. When they realized what had happened, they immediately went in search of Tina, and they found her quickly, but it was too late. Tina was lying on her back, eyes open under her mask at 82 feet. Her body was immediately lifted onto the deck of the yacht. They gave her artificial respiration for approximately 40 minutes. But to no avail. Tina died, and despite all of this time, he did not approach his wife, but instead stood to the side and sniffed his nose, according to witnesses. The same company employees claimed that the young man on his way to the shore, who smiled and even played cards with other passengers, denied this in court. Tina's subsequent autopsy revealed that not everything was clear. Yes, there is no evidence of a violent death, but there are bruises on the neck. There are traces of blood in the nostrils, which is common at the 82-foot depth where Tina's body was discovered. There are no traces of alcohol in the blood, but there are high levels of medications like ibuprofen and paracetamol. Although these drugs are used to treat seasickness, a small amount of fluid was detected in the lungs. Tina died from drowning, according to the report, but she could have drowned while already oxygen deprived. Tina's equipment was examined by Australian water police, but no malfunctions were discovered. The police could have written it off as an accident. An inexperienced diver disregarded safety precautions and paid with his life. Unfortunately, this is a very common case, but there were some suspicious moments in the story, such as the rather ambiguous results of the autopsy. According to the diving team, the autopsy also revealed Watson's strange behavior, which does not fit into the conventional picture of a husband grieving for his wife who has just died. All of these factors contributed to the case's difficulty in closure. That's why the investigation took so long. Gabe realized detectives were searching for him. Furthermore, his parents refused to accept what had happened as a tragic accident, preferring to see their son-in-law in the dark, if not as their daughter's murderer, then as a man who had not helped her. During the first interrogation, the police noticed that the suspect was in shock, crying and laughing, twitching nervously, asking to call his father, who complained of ear pain, and begging him to inform his wife's parents about the tragedy. Gabe was released late at night. He went to the yacht owned by the company that sent them to the reef and requested a night's stay, claiming that the trip was supposed to last 2 days, but because his wife had died, they had only been there for 24 hours. He also requested a refund of half the cost of their dive. In fact, he never saw the sunken ship. Gabe's mother flies to Townsville on October 24 to support him and help him find a lawyer. They go to the morgue that same day, as requested by Gabe. Gabe wanted to see his wife one more time because the husband was still a suspect. The morgue employee contacted the detective in charge of the case who may have hidden some evidence. But the bereaved husband only cried, gripped his wife's cold hand, and begged her forgiveness. Unaware that a police officer was standing outside the door at the time, he recorded him on a tape recorder. "I did not mean to hurt you." Detective Lawrence later uses these words against Gabe in court. "Then visit the morgue. You said you didn't mean to hurt Tina. What do you mean by that?" Lawrence will ask the question. The story of Gabe's sore ear was told again as he traveled home with his wife's body. During a layover in Oakland, he requested medical attention on the airport grounds and was held there for evaluation. The investigation determined that this was done on purpose to avoid seeing Tina's father. However, divers will confirm that your problems are a fairly common ailment. Tina's funeral was held on November 5, and Gabe still had to meet with his late father. Gabe removed his wife's wedding ring, placing it on his ring finger instead of hers, as well as earrings, which he immediately handed over to his father-in-law. Watson and the Thomas family did not cross paths again that day. Later in the trial, Gabe would be asked, "Did you really remove your wife's jewelry during the funeral?" Gabe will just smile and shrug. "I doubt I could have done it later." Everyone had different perspectives on Gabe. Some described this chubby, funny man as a kind man, while others called him a tyrant and desperate man, but they all agreed on one thing. Gabe and Tina were not happy, or didn't appear to be. Tina's friends confirmed what she told her father during a family dinner on February 15. Tina died on the seabed because she was afraid of dying alone, and her union with Gabe was simply a means to that end. Also, the victim, who died shortly before their honeymoon, told a friend that her husband dragged her to an insurance company and forced her to insure his life at a higher interest rate in case of death, putting his name in the beneficiary column. The insurance agent checked the testimony and confirmed everything. The taxi driver who took the newlyweds to the yacht was also questioned. Tina cried the entire way, but her husband ignored her. Finally, Tina's friend Amanda Phillips shared another story, revealing what the couple's relationship was truly like. This damn jerk videotaped Tina urinating in the bathroom, edited it, and put it on a Christmas videotape. That would have been fine, but he showed it to a large group of people. He laughed like a horse as everyone twiddled their fingers around their temples, attempting to explain to him that it was a very low act. I was clutching crosses on my fingers, hoping Tina wouldn't get the idea to marry him. While removing jewelry during a funeral may appear to be a frightening and condemnatory act on Gabe's part during the trial in 2008, the jury was shown extremely disturbing footage of Watson visiting Tina's grave, removing all the flowers, and carrying them away. They were later discovered in a nearby trash can. Tina's father noticed the missing flowers and wanted to find out who had stolen them. He placed a hidden camera in the next row among the monuments. But he didn't expect to see Gabe on the tape, and I was outraged by such an act in court. Gabe's defense was that he and his wife had discussed the death of one of their own during an extreme honeymoon. Her request for no flowers on the grave sounded strange and unlikely. There's no telling how long the search for evidence would have lasted. If the cops had worn the same gear as the newlyweds and not attempted to stage the incident, Gabe claims Tina drowned while he was attempting to put a mask on her face. It turned out that you couldn't put on the mask underwater without using another source of air. Tina received oxygen in late November 2008. Gabe was arrested by Australian police, and his trial began on June 5, 2009, with him pleading guilty, but only to failing to save his wife. So he was charged with negligent homicide and sentenced to 18 months in prison. After serving his sentence, Gabe returned to the United States. However, a year later, the now US court charged him with first-degree murder, with the motive being to receive insurance payments following his wife's death. Gabe's lawyer attempted to defend his client by blaming the diving company, claiming that the employees of this company failed to ensure the safety of tourists and are now afraid of losing their license, and thus the entire business is attempting to shift the blame onto the unhappy husband, who has already served his sentence in another country. The insurance company paid Gabe $33,000, but he spent a lot more money on lawyers and additional expertise. Nonetheless, the prosecution continued to argue that the husband's spending was necessary because he could not assume he would not be believed. Furthermore, the prosecutor refused to accept Gabe's lack of ability to save his wife, despite having a degree in drowning rescue. When Gabe finished speaking, he addressed the jury. It has been 7 years since the tragedy, and I haven't stopped thinking about that terrible day. The public has pounced on me, blaming me for my wife's death and accusing me of murder. There was no one who looked me in the eyes and said, "Yes, I understand how bad you feel, but this is not your fault." On the contrary, everyone simply wants me dead. And now I can only understand my late wife's parents. They will never forgive me, no matter how much I kneel before them. And no matter how much I kneel before them, and no matter how much I beg their forgiveness, you frequently hear the phrase, "I can't imagine what it's like to lose a child." But I've never heard anyone say that they can't imagine what it's like to lose a wife, especially on their honeymoon. If I can be accused of anything, it's that I didn't do enough to save Tina. But I've already been punished for that. Perhaps you would have been satisfied if I had drowned with my wife 7 years ago, but I was afraid of death. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to get from the bottom to the top. I only wanted to live, and I still want to live today. There was no evidence presented in court to prove Gabe was guilty. The jury found Gabe not guilty. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at the story that took place in Oklahoma. On August 8, 2012, the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation called Garvin County Sheriff. The latter said they were contacted by a resident named Van Emblem, who claimed to have witnessed the disposal of the body and an attempt to hide all evidence. Emblem stated that the night before the call, his friend, on whose ranch he has worked for 4 years, asked him for assistance. When he arrived at the ranch, a friend admitted that he needed help disposing of the body. At first, Van assumed it was a joke. However, when he saw the red-stained plastic buckets, he realized it wasn't a joke. The buckets were heavy, so his friend needed assistance loading them into a pickup truck, before realizing he might become an accomplice to the crime. Van helped his friend regain his composure before leaving, telling him to deal with everything on his own. Over the next few hours, Van spoke with a lawyer, who convinced him that the only way out of this situation was to call the police. After all, if it was discovered later that he knew about the crime but did not report it to authorities, he would be charged as an accomplice. Brandon Duran was born in 1980 in San Diego, California. Brandon's father was a motorcycle enthusiast and a former member of the Bandidos Motorcycle Club, the world's second-largest criminal organization after the Hells Angels, according to the FBI. His parents divorced when he was about 10 years old. They maintain good relations, however, and share equal responsibility for their son's upbringing. At the age of 25, Brandon gradually inherited his father's love of motorcycles. He had his own motorcycle, which he built by hand and treasured dearly. He frequently socialized with other bikers, but did not belong to any motorcycle clubs. Brandon's father died unexpectedly on April 5, 2005, which was a difficult time for him. Brandon decided to make a change in his life to combat his increasing depression. He sat on a motorcycle and headed to Las Vegas. Brandon had been living in Vegas for about a year when he met Amber Andrews, 24, whose company made him forget about his problems. A whirlwind romance between them led to marriage 2 months after they met. Amber was already pregnant at this point. In December 2006, she gave birth to Brandon's son, Brando. Brandon's life changed dramatically after his child was born. He became a devoted father and husband who worked at a high-paying job and prioritized family over his interests. However, the same cannot be said for Amber. As if she didn't notice the birth of a child, she continued to live her lifestyle, attending biker gatherings and various parties. As a result, relations within the young family began to deteriorate quickly. Sometimes it came down to fights. Undoubtedly, the only outcome of this was a divorce filed 4 years after the wedding, with Brandon receiving full custody of the child. After all, unlike Amber, he could support himself and his son. After the divorce was finalized in 2010, Amber returned to her hometown of Meeker, Oklahoma, while Brandon returned to San Diego with his son. He was glad to be reunited with his family, who later assisted him in raising a child. Brandon's emotional wounds from a failed marriage began to heal over time, and he became more optimistic about the future. However, while pondering the future, the past knocked at his door. In the summer of 2012, he noticed Amber on his doorstep. His ex-wife wanted to reunite and asked him to give their relationship another chance. Brandon's previously suppressed feelings resurfaced. He believed his ex-wife's sincerity and agreed to a new start. Their son Brando was scheduled to start kindergarten in September, and Amber invited the three of them to visit her parents in Oklahoma, who were eager to see their grandson. Brandon agreed, and they began planning the trip, intending to stay in Oklahoma for about a week. Several days before Brandon, Amber, and their sons returned to San Diego, Van Emblem contacted the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation. Van reported that his friend and employer requested assistance in disposing of the body, claiming that it was Brandon Duran's. Justin Hammer, 30, of Garvin County, requested help with a van. After receiving a call from the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation regarding the possible crime, the local sheriff and his assistant went to Hammer's ranch right away. Furthermore, after calling Brandon's relatives in San Diego, the authorities discovered that Brandon had been out of reach for several days before confirming Van's information. They decided not to tell Brandon's family about this case. During questioning, Justin quickly confessed to murdering Brandon Duran, which surprised detectives. However, there was one critical moment. Hammer claimed he acted in self-defense and identified Duran as a dangerous motorcycle gang member who had threatened him. According to him, on August 7th, Brandon arrived at his house on a motorcycle, kicked out the door with his foot, entered, and began threatening him. Hammer claimed to have an intimate relationship with Amber, which prompted Brandon's unexpected visit. Brandon threatened him, according to Hammer, saying he needed to disappear from Amber's life, promising to ask his biker friends to help him disappear forever, and mentioning that if he disobeyed, his relatives would die as well. Hammer allegedly grabbed a shotgun from the corner of the room and fired it following these words. When he realized Brandon was dead, he was afraid of retribution from the Bandidos Motorcycle Club and did not call the police, instead deciding to hide all evidence. Instead, Justin took the body to the bathroom and disposed of it with a saw, 5-gallon buckets, and concrete. According to the Hammer statement, he was unable to load the buckets into the pickup truck on his own due to the added weight of cement. As a result, he sought help from his friend Van, who assisted him in loading buckets into a pickup truck before leaving and turning him over to the police. Hammer's ranch had a small pond into which he tossed the buckets. After dealing with the body, he started cleaning the house. Hammer later burned the cleaning supplies, gloves, and rags he used, claiming that he had given Brandon's motorcycle to a relative. At the same time, Hammer stated that his relative was unaware of the bike's origin and had disassembled it for spare parts. After all, 5 buckets were recovered from the bottom of the pond, and the officers went to Meeker to inform Amber of the sad news. The woman was shocked when she learned of her child's father's death. She stated that they divorced but intend to reconcile. Amber also mentioned that she had a fight with Brandon the day before after he learned about her relationship with Justin Hammer. After the argument, Brandon left on a motorcycle, claiming he would deal with her lover on his own, and such an account of events appeared plausible. However, there was a recent development in the case. Criminologists working in Hammer's house began to discover new evidence that called his testimony into question. Justin claimed Brandon kicked down the door and entered the house, but in reality, someone kicked it from inside. The shoe print on the door matched the footprint of Hammer's sneakers, indicating Justin was the one who knocked on the door. In addition to the pistol and shotgun, they discovered a list of items required to dispose of the body and the gun safe. It's possible that the crime wasn't spontaneous and that Hammer planned it ahead of time. Aside from the 5 buckets, they extracted a doghouse from the pond, which was filled with cement and contained fragments that would not fit into the buckets. Based on this evidence, Justin Hammer was charged with first-degree murder. The forensic medical expert had a difficult time analyzing 25 individual fragments of Iran's body. An autopsy revealed that Brandon was shot 4 times in the head, 3 with a pistol and 1 with a shotgun. Furthermore, according to the expert, the shotgun shot was the final one. Brandon had most likely died and was lying on the floor by this point. However, it contradicted Hammer's testimony, which stated that he fired only once and from a shotgun, but the investigators couldn't understand it. A question arose. Why did Hammer need to use a shotgun after firing a pistol 3 times, especially when Brandon was already dead? This evidence suggests that someone other than Hammer could be involved in the crime. The investigators called to Brandon's mother, Cindy, about her son's death left her speechless after she regained consciousness. Cindy clarified that Brandon was never a member of the Bandidos motorcycle club. Brandon's father, she explained, passed on his love of motorcycles to his son, but it never progressed beyond that. However, Cindy's story contained another intriguing twist. She stated that Brandon's bike was broken when he left for Oklahoma. He loaded it into the back of his pickup truck, intending to repair it in Oklahoma. Furthermore, Cindy stated that her son disliked conflict situations and that his ex-wife Amber was the source of all of his problems. Her infidelity overshadowed their relationship from the beginning. Amber remained loyal even after the birth of her son, to her lifestyle, and when Brandon expressed his displeasure with her behavior, she began a fistfight. All of this culminated in a divorce, with Brandon receiving full custody of their son, which infuriated Amber. She then went missing for over a year, seemingly unconcerned about her son's life. As a result, Brandon and the rest of his family were taken aback when she appeared unexpectedly and requested another chance. After learning all this information, including Justin Hammer's, Amber and I were lovers. The investigators decided to look into Brandon's ex-wife more closely. Amber informed police that Brandon left on a motorcycle following the argument. However, his family claimed that it was broken. The question arose as to whether the breakage was not severe. Why would Brandon take the motorcycle to Oklahoma rather than repair it at home? Amber never mentioned that Brandon was fixing it. She also claimed she went to the doctor after Brandon left to deal with a hammer. Despite this, the police discovered no evidence that she was in any of the city's medical facilities on that particular day. All of this implied Amber had no alibi. Amber later revealed to detectives that she had asked a friend to babysit her son on the day Brandon died. When her friend arrived around 3 p.m., Amber and Brandon left the house together. They drove into Brandon's pickup truck, which was carrying a motorcycle in the back. Amber forgot her phone at home and didn't return until 8 hours later. However, when she arrived, neither Brandon nor his motorcycle were in the truck. After accessing Amber's phone, investigators discovered a message sent just before she and Brandon left the house. Justin Hammer sent a text stating that the ink was ready. The investigators assumed it was a secret code, indicating that everything was prepared to deal with Brandon. After interviewing Amber's close friends, detectives discovered that she never wanted to reconcile with her ex-husband and always spoke negatively about him. She despised Brandon for having full custody of their son and for being a square. Soon, authorities discovered physical evidence that contradicted Amber's story. The forensic handwriting analysis revealed that the note was discovered in a Hammer safe. Amber wrote the list of items needed for body disposal, and when the police gained access to the local hardware store's CCTV cameras, they discovered that the crime had been planned and prepared in advance. The footage taken the day before Brandon's death shows Hammer purchasing buckets and other items from Amber's list. However, while awaiting trial, Hammer insisted he had no accomplice and had acted in self-defense. He was doing everything he could to keep Amber safe, as she was still free. The man claimed that the items on Amber's list were necessary to repair the house, not to dispose of the body. Furthermore, Hammer explained why he used two different weapons, stating that he held a shotgun in one hand and a pistol in the other. To say that investigators found this statement strange is an understatement. Many expected the trial to last several weeks. The jurors deliberated for approximately an hour and a half before recommending a life sentence without parole. We're very pleased with the decision. We think it was appropriate. Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Austin says it's justice for Brandon Duran's family. We also believe that the sentence of life without parole is entirely appropriate. I am overjoyed that the jury determined Cindy was Duran's mother. I'm sure it was difficult, but this is what I've been hoping for 2 years. Justin Hammer received a life sentence without the possibility of parole in October 2014. Amber was arrested 2 months later and charged with first-degree murder of her ex-husband, desecrating his remains, and conspiracy to commit a felony. Amber pleaded not guilty, hoping to be released on bail. I've been fighting for 32 months to bring my son home with me. Andrew spoke as she sat in the courtroom, handcuffed and dressed in a light purple inmate suit. My son has been at home for exactly 1 month. and she asked if there was anything I could do to stay with him until the trial. Norman is in town to oversee a jury trial, as ordered by District Judge Jeff Virgin. He agreed to the state's request to deny Andrews a bond amount. Given the nature of the allegations, this court believes bond should be denied at this time. Virgin stated that it took more than 2 years before the trial began in the spring of 2017. Amber pleaded not guilty, and her lawyers claimed that the defendant was not at the crime scene. Prosecutors Christy Miller and Jennifer Austin claimed that Andrews was the only person with a motive to kill Brandon Duran. According to Miller, Amber was the crime organizer who lured Brandon to her lover's house, and Hammer shot him 3 times with a pistol, and Amber fired the final shot with a shotgun. Miller informed the jury that all witness statements and evidence presented at the trial point to Amber's direct involvement in this crime. She was the only person who wanted him gone. Amber Andrews is the only person with motives. She was the only one who could understand why he was gone. Miller stated that she did not only want him dead, but also for him to disappear. She had the motivation, and Hammer had the place to do it. They believed they had the perfect plan. Miller told jurors that the motive was to push the Duran out of the way so Andrews could regain custody of their young son, despite the fact that she was absent from home for 8 hours on the day of Brandon's death, and there was no evidence to back up her alibi. The prosecutor stated that Amber assisted Hammer in disposing of the body and cleaning the house. While unable to fulfill her parental responsibilities, she did not want to give her son to a man she despised. And since she couldn't obtain custody of the child through the courts, she decided to kill Brandon. However, the defense attorney, Jay Mendros, claimed that the prosecutor's office had provided no evidence of Amber's involvement in the case. There is no evidence. Mandro told the jurors that is what you do when you don't have any. They disparage her character. The state has a conspiracy theory, but there is no evidence to support it. She isn't a cold-blooded killer. She did not plan the murder. Justin did this because he feared losing Amber. Jay Mendros described it as a perfect recipe for disaster, with Duran traveling to Oklahoma to reunite with Andrews, while Hammer, who had been dating Andrews for a year, was concerned about losing her to Duran. The defense attorney made the following statements: Justin Hammer had every reason to kill Brandon Duran. It was a love triangle, or a case of being torn between lovers. There is no black and white here. She switched back and forth with both men. They twisted and turned every statement in here to make them appear sinister. They're attempting to imprison someone on suspicion of innuendo. In this country, people are not convicted based solely on suspicions. This does not make her a conspirator or a murderer. Justin Hammer confessed to the murder. He claimed to have done it all by himself. That demonstrates that jurors returned guilty verdicts after more than 4 hours of closing arguments in a Garvin County District courtroom. They recommended that Amber Andrews, 35, be sentenced to life in prison. Sentencing was scheduled for June 12, 2017. Amber arrived at the court hearing in a good mood. Cindy, Brandon's mother, approached the witness stand in tears, expressing how her son's death had affected her and her grandson Brando. "You and your minions have taken away every dream I've ever had," he said, placing a photo of Duran next to the stand. "Brandon only wanted his family, and you murdered him for it. I'll never see that smile that lights up the room before Brandon even walks in. He won't have the chance to teach Brando how to snowboard. You ensured this by murdering him. If you genuinely cared about Brando, you would not have murdered his father. You must work for what you want, not kill for it. You wanted it and would do anything to destroy it." She said this while pausing and staring up at Andrews, shaking her head up and down. "That is the devil's work," she said, adding that Andrews has done unspeakable things to her as Iran's mother. Before the judge's decision, defense attorney Jay Mendros issued another statement. The defense continues to maintain that there is no evidence linking her to the murder. Metros informed the judge, "There is no evidence that she was involved in the murder. I would request that the judge disregard the jury's verdict. We asked you to overturn the jury's decision and restart this case." Jay Mendros contended that the state's case lacked evidence and relied on jurors' emotions to secure a guilty verdict. They used guessing and speculation to convince her to go to prison. There is no evidence that the state was solely concerned with shock value. Amber Andrews received a life sentence without parole for the first-degree murder of Brandon Duran. She was also sentenced to 7 years for desecrating the remains and an additional 10 years for conspiring to commit a felony. Justin Hammer is currently serving time at the Oklahoma State Penitentiary in McAlester, Oklahoma, while Amber Andrews is still incarcerated at the Mabel Bassett Correctional Center in McLeod, Oklahoma. Since August 7, 2012. Brando is currently in a foster home after being taken into custody by the Oklahoma Department of Human Services. After fighting the court system in January, he was allowed to return to San Diego and live with his grandmother. However, it was not a victory yet. Cindy had to wait 5 years before she was granted full custody of Brando. Following the trial, she and her relatives told him the truth about the verdict and his mother. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss the events of 2013. Jaden Parkinson, 17, went missing after leaving his hostel in Oxford, England. The police began searching for her as soon as they received a missing persons report. While investigating this case, the police discovered something they had never seen before. Nothing like this has ever occurred in the UK before. Jaden Parkinson was born September 26, 1996, in Folkestone, United Kingdom. She was the youngest of the family's 3 children. Her parents' relationship was far from idyllic. Samantha Shrewsbury, Jaden's mother, claims her children have witnessed a lot of unpleasant things. Jaden was 7 years old when her parents divorced. The girl lived with her father but was very close to her mother. They lived in various locations and spoke on the phone every night. When she became a teenager, her life became a little chaotic. Samantha claimed that Jason's father gave her complete freedom. She joined a company where she began smoking and drinking. She lived with her father from time to time before moving in with her mother when she was 13. She ran away from home and approached her mother, expressing a desire to live with her. Ultimately, the family court allowed Jaden to remain with her. She had disagreements with several people at school, including teachers. She didn't like how someone was attempting to control her behavior. In her personal life, she was in a relationship with Benjamin Blakely. Jaden was only 14 when she met Ben Blakely. They didn't live together because she was still a child, but he kept nagging her and gradually changed her completely. Jaden began dating Ben when she was 15 years old. He was 20 years old at the time. Jason's mother was undoubtedly concerned about the 5-year age difference, but she had no control over her daughter's love life. Their relationship began as tender and romantic, but everything changed with time. There was no trace of their previous mutual understanding, and their relationship became extremely strained. Ben oversaw every aspect of Jason's life. She stopped wearing makeup and became increasingly withdrawn. Ben even decided what clothes she could wear. He caused Jaden to drift apart from family and friends. As a result, the girl left her mother's house and began living in a hostel for women experiencing domestic violence. Although Ben was forbidden from entering this hostel, he was still able to completely control her life. They frequently argued, and Jaden even informed the hostel staff that Ben was aggressive toward her. She couldn't do anything without his consent. He took her phone away, convincing her that all she needed in the world was him, his love and care. Ben forbade her from speaking with men. He had complete control over her social media accounts, and she had stopped attending school. Ben's level of control was so high that he even forbade her from leaving her room to use the restroom. Jaden used to call her mother every day. However, their communication has been reduced to 1 or 2 conversations per month. Samantha requested her daughter return home and end her relationship with Ben. However, the persuasion did not work. Ben dominated Jaden both mentally and physically. She was seen multiple times with bruises on her face. On November 30th, 2013, Jaden called her mother to tell her she was pregnant. She hoped that the child would force Ben to reconsider his attitude toward her and his lifestyle in general. She expected the baby to strengthen their bond and Ben to return to his former self, but he fell short. Ben stopped acting like a good boy, as is common in such situations. When he took complete control of Jaden, she fell into a trap. He made her drift away from her friends and family and rely solely on him. She did not have her own money. As I previously stated, he eventually forbade Jaden from leaving her room, even if she needed to use the restroom. Ben dated other girls behind her back, over whom he exercised psychological and physical control. Samantha once again asked her daughter to return home after learning of her pregnancy. However, Jaden refused. They met to discuss it, but Jaden remained adamant. The girl didn't want to cause her mother any more problems. When Jaden told Ben about her pregnancy, he became enraged and claimed that he was not the father of her child. He even threatened Jaden to share her naked photos and videos on social media. She reported Ben to the police a few days before Jaden went missing. She was afraid he'd post her naked photos and videos. Ben had approximately 30 photos and 13 videos of Jaden, which she did not want made public. On December 3rd, Jaden, you failed to return to the hostel for the night. Jaden is aware of the problems in his personal life. The staff attempted to find her. They contacted Samantha by phone, but she had no idea where her daughter was. The police received a missing persons report shortly after midnight on December 4th, 2013. I discovered that Jaden has personal issues. Investigators attempted to contact Ben to determine if he knew anything about her disappearance. He was aggressive and repeatedly hung up the phone, claiming he couldn't help Jaden and had no idea where he was. Jaden had a difficult childhood and occasionally quarreled with her family. She ran away from home several times but eventually returned. As a result, her disappearance did not seem unusual in the early hours of the investigation. On the same day, December 4th, police apprehended Ben Blakely. They took him to the police station, and it had nothing to do with Jason's disappearance. Jaden had reported Ben to the police a few days prior because she was concerned that he would post her intimate photos online. The investigators who spoke with him were unaware that the police were searching for Ben as a person of interest in the Jaden Parkinson disappearance case. He denied planning to post images of Jaden on the internet and was released on bail the same day. Samantha was distributing flyers featuring her daughter's photo. She also uses social media to raise awareness about the case in the hopes that someone has seen something or knows where Jaden is. Meanwhile, the police are checking surveillance cameras to find her last known location. They obtained CCTV footage from Jaden's hostel, which shows her leaving to meet Ben and never returning. The date was December 3rd. The next location where Jaden was seen was Oxford Railway Station. CCTV footage captures her walking inside with Ben. Nothing unusual is occurring in the video. After tracing their route, investigators discovered that Ben and Jaden took a train to Didcot, about 10 miles from Oxford. Jaden's last known location was the train station, and he did cut. The footage showed her and Ben exiting the building. Usually when Jaden ran away from home, she would contact someone from her family within a day or two to let them know she was fine. But this time was different, and Jaden did not contact her family or friends or post on social media. Since CCTV footage showed her boarding a train with Ben, he became the primary suspect in her disappearance. The police had no doubt that Ben knew where Jaden was and what had happened to her. The footage showed Ben returning to the train station alone, but no one saw Jaden alive again. A week later, on December 10, 2013, police arrested Ben Blakely. Investigators wanted to speak with him and find out where Jaden went after they left the train station building in Didcot together. It was also possible that Ben was holding her against her will somewhere. During the interrogation, Ben was very confident. He said he didn't know where his ex-girlfriend was. Ben called Jaden his ex-girlfriend. He claims that he and Jaden split up, and she moved on to another man. Ben stated that's who the cops needed to talk to. He also stated that he didn't care where she was or what happened to her, because they had split up and he now has a new girlfriend. He advised the police to check her social media to determine her location and who she was meeting with. Although Jaden remained missing, Ben Blakely was arrested on suspicion of kidnapping and murder. The police interviewed Jaden's friends to determine whether she could have gone somewhere. However, the investigators only discovered that Jaden became estranged from her friends after she began dating Ben. No one knew if she had a place to hide. During the ongoing search for Jaden, a taxi driver from Didcot provided crucial information to investigators. He said that around 1 a.m. on December 4th, he picked up a passenger along a dirt road. He described him as a young man carrying a large, heavy suitcase splattered with mud. He couldn't lift it and asked the taxi driver to assist him. All of these circumstances prompted the taxi driver to consider what was in the suitcase and whether he had witnessed the crime. Investigators discovered that the person who called the taxi used Ben Blakely's mobile phone. When the police questioned Ben again, the latter stated that he would not answer further questions. After analyzing his mobile phone's location records, the police discovered that Ben had visited several locations in Didcot, including an abandoned barn in the countryside where an attack took place because he picked him up that night. A team of investigators, criminologists, and dog handlers arrived to conduct an investigation. It was also revealed that Ben and Jaden had previously visited Didcot, where her mother lived. Next to the barn, the police discovered a bracelet similar to the one Jaden was wearing. Service dogs trained to find dead bodies began barking inside the barn. But Jason's body wasn't present, and it probably had something to do with Ben's suitcase when he got into the taxi. The police appealed to the public for assistance, urging anyone who saw a man carrying a large suitcase in the Didcot countryside to report it. At the same time, police went door to door, interviewing residents of the houses closest to the abandoned barn. The video from the train station shows that Ben and Jaden did not bring a suitcase. As a result, the investigators wanted to find out where Ben got this suitcase. But what if the taxi driver misidentified Ben? The police discovered the answer to this question on December 14th. Investigators discovered Ben Blakely, his grandmother, grandfather, and younger brother Jake living near the abandoned barn. When the police knocked on Ben's grandmother's door, the first question she asked was, "Are you hearing about the suitcase?" She stated that Ben had taken a suitcase from her a few days ago. He arrived in a hurry and said he needed a suitcase, then dumped its contents on the floor without explaining anything. Ben's grandmother says he returned it 2 days later and threw it in the barn. However, it was now dirty. She also mentioned 2 missing shovels, which reappeared in their original location. A thick layer of dirt had also settled on the shovels. Why does Ben need 2 shovels? Perhaps the man wasn't acting alone. Jaden was friends with 17-year-old Jake Blakely, and she met Ben through him. Witnesses stated that they saw Ben and Jake riding dirt bikes together. When the police began searching for Jaden, Jake Blakely was arrested on suspicion of complicity in the crime. They sent the suitcase that Ben had returned to his grandmother's barn to the laboratory for analysis. The police wanted to know if Jason's DNA was on it. Based on all available evidence, investigators concluded that Jaden was killed in an abandoned barn. After some time, she was placed in a suitcase and taken to another location, where the perpetrator buried her. However, given the vastness of the fields surrounding him, finding Jason's body appeared to be a difficult task. The police used aviation in their investigation to determine the approximate location of Jaden's burial. They used aerial photography to identify 10 locations where the soil surface had recently changed significantly. The police investigated several locations but found no results. They could not locate Jason's body. Before the police searched all 10 locations of interest in the investigation, there was another breakthrough in the case. Jake Blakely began cooperating with the police, telling them to check his uncle's grave in a nearby cemetery. The cemetery next to All Saints Church in Didcot was one of the 10 places where the surface had recently changed, but it was at the bottom of the list because a soil surface change in such places is not unusual. The police cordoned off the cemetery after receiving a note from Jake Blakely indicating that Jason's body could be in his uncle's grave. Detectives have never seen such a method for concealing a victim's body. According to reports in the English press, Ben and Jake's uncle was buried in 2006. The new circumstances surrounding this case have sparked widespread media coverage. It was the country's first crime in which the victim's body was already buried. The forensic experts set up a tent in the cemetery and began their work. After a while, Jason's family received the worst possible news. Her body was discovered in the grave of Ben and Jake Blakely. His uncle, she was naked, and the police were unable to locate her clothing. She also had all of her jewelry removed. The forensic examination revealed that Jaden had been beaten before her death. Finger marks on her neck suggested strangulation. The pathologist determined that asphyxia was the official cause of her death. While awaiting trial in prison, Ben Blakely altered his behavior strategy. After speaking with the prison chaplain, he and his lawyer wrote a letter admitting that he was responsible for Jaden's death. However, Ben insisted that the crime was not premeditated. According to him, he pushed Jaden during an argument, and she fell off a bridge near an abandoned barn. He tried but failed to bring her to her senses. He initially buried Jason's body in one location, but later moved it to the cemetery. He buried it in his uncle's grave. However, the autopsy revealed no signs of such a fall. Her face was injured with blunt force, and as previously stated, asphyxia was the cause of her death. It implied that Ben Blakely was lying to absolve himself of some responsibility for what had occurred. Jason's father died of heart problems before the trial began on June 23, 2014. When Blakely appeared in court, it was clear to everyone that he had no remorse for his actions. He acted provocatively and shouted insults, indicating that he was unconcerned about the fact that he had killed Jaden and her unborn child. Ben Blakely testified during the 4-week trial that Burks was a violent and controlling boyfriend, and 3 of Blakely's previous girlfriends testified that he was controlling and violent to them while they were in a relationship. The jury heard that he would take their phones, hit them, and grab them by the throat if they responded or if he suspected they were cheating on him. The ginger-haired murderer's temper was on display during the trial. The judge warned him several times about his 4-letter outbursts in the dock and on the witness stand, during which he swore and shouted at the prosecutor, Richard Latham. His rages became too much for Jaden's mother and other family members, forcing them to flee the courtroom in tears. It was also too much for Judge Patrick Eccles, who confined Ben to the cells and continued the trial in his absence for 1 day. Although Jake Blakely is under the age of 18, Judge Eccles lifted the usual prohibition on reporting a juvenile's name because he believed it was in the public interest to do so. Jake has pleaded guilty to perverting the course of justice, but claims he believed he was burying weapons or dead animals at the time. Ben had promised his teenage sibling an Xbox game console and £100 if he carried out the evil deed, according to the jury. The jury saw CCTV footage of Ben and Jaden entering the Oxford train station and boarding a train to Didcot. Blakely was also seen returning alone and looking down, attempting to hide his face. The prosecutor stated that the crime was premeditated. Blakely purposefully led Jaden to a location where no one would witness him killing her. What else could be the reason he took Jaden to an abandoned barn in another town? Jaden was eager to begin a new life after discovering she was pregnant. But Blakely was accustomed to having complete control over every aspect of her life, and he refused to let her go. He did not want to be a father either. Samantha Shrewsbury, Jaden's mother, supported the creation of a domestic violence registry. In an interview with Sky News, she stated, "I don't want another mom to have to stand there and look at their daughter's body on a slab. I'll never forget it until the day I die." For a year before Jaden was killed, I thought he was after me. I hadn't expected it to be her. I assumed he wanted me out so he could manipulate her. He could get money from her. I recall him coming around one day after spitting at her and punching her in the face the previous day. He made it into the block of flats and was banging on the door. I refused to let him see Jaden, so he walked away and spat on me. Later that afternoon, Jaden went outside for a cigarette and I didn't see her for 2 weeks. He'd met her outside. She was at an age when she did not have any income or benefits. They were living rough everywhere. It became difficult to contact her. He'd cut up her SIM card or smash her phone. She didn't want to admit to herself that he was like that. Everyone had heard these stories before. She wanted to change him. He burned, beat, and starved her. She was a rebellious adolescent who didn't listen. I was told that since she was 16, it didn't matter where she went. If the police said it was fine for her to stay there, They didn't have to tell me where she was. I did not have a leg to stand on. However, when she was murdered, she was classified as a child. Where does that get lost? Why couldn't the police get her back home? She was safe with me. I believe she could have been helped if people thought she wasn't a bad kid. And I wasn't an angry mother with a misbehaving child on benefits who didn't deserve to be looked at or heard. I'm very angry with the government. It has to stop. Other girls were hurt before Jaden. If there was a register, she'd be sitting here with my grandchild right now. The register should be public and accessible to everyone, not just the police and social services. The number of times he was arrested. There would have been flags along the way, which could have saved her life. I'd also like to see a program in schools that promotes healthy relationships. Many people do not realize they are in a coercive or controlling relationship until it is too late. I simply want more protection for women like Jaden and the women who will become women in England. In my lifetime, a partner or ex-partner has killed one woman every week. I'm aware that I won't be able to eradicate it. But if I can prevent one girl from dying and one mother from feeling the way I do, Jaden's death will not be in vain. The jury deliberated for 20 hours before returning a verdict by a majority vote. Ben Blakely was found guilty of killing Jaden Parkinson on purpose by a vote of 11-1. On December 3rd, the judge told Ben Blakely, "You took Jaden Parkinson, a complicated but loving and vulnerable 17-year-old girl, into the open countryside near Upton in the dark of an early winter's evening. You strangled her to death." The judge also stated that Blakely's unreasonably jealous treatment of Jaden included physical and emotional abuse during their relationship. You dominated and controlled her daily activities. The judge stated that you took her phone away so she could not contact anyone else. And when she arrived at the hostel, you insisted that she stay in her room, even prohibiting her from using the toilet and forcing her to urinate in a plastic bottle. Jaden was obsessed with you, her violent abuser, and found it difficult to emotionally separate from you. According to the judge, Jaden finally found the courage to end the relationship in November of last year, after Blakely threatened to post intimate photos online to humiliate her. Jake Blakely received 3 years in prison for perverting the course of justice. In July 2014, his older brother, Ben Blakely, was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 20 years. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The state of North Carolina, the birthplace of country blues and Cherokee Indians, is now a conservative and prosperous state in the northern South Atlantic region. In comparison to South Carolina, the state has a relatively low crime rate. When it does make the national news, it is usually because of snowstorms, tornadoes, or severe thunderstorms. The coast, with tropical storms and flooding, or acres of dense wildlife refuge, as well as the threat of wildfires and landslides, posed far greater danger than people. However, this does not always happen. On April 10, 2019, the storm was caused by 17-year-old Tristan Borlase. The teenager, who comes from a large religious family, brutally murdered his loved ones at their home in Deep Gap, North Carolina. On Wednesday evening, a young woman called emergency services to report a large amount of blood in her home, as well as 3 missing family members, her parents and her younger brother. She also mentioned that she couldn't reach them. Police officers responded to the call and drove to a Deep Gap about a mile from the Watauga and Wilkes County lines. When patrol officers arrived at the house, they discovered blood on the walkway leading to the house, on the mat by the front door, and a blood trail inside the house that stretched up the stairs. Officers searching the area outside discovered the body of a man covered in leaves under a hammock with several stab wounds. A little later, around 10:30 p.m., the family's pickup truck was discovered hidden in the woods, with a woman's body covered in a blanket and mulch bags on top. A senseless, rash domestic tragedy. Kristen's father, Jeff Bohr, was born on April 16, 1975. He served as pastor of the Pietistic Bible Fellowship Church, a conservative Protestant denomination with Mennonite roots. The boy grew up in an environment that emphasized the importance of personal piety and the sense of being constantly under God's strict and watchful eye. His upbringing was built on a serious and careful study of the Bible in meetings, as well as moral instruction. Any form of entertainment, including laughter and colorful clothing, was frowned upon. Good works, charity, missionary work, love for the enemy, and the renunciation of all forms of violence were regarded as virtues. Jeffrey, Pastor Harry's son, absorbed all of these fundamentals. He was raised to be a kind, loving, gentle, and patient boy. Jeffrey worked as a summer employee at the Big Surf Water Park on Lake Ozark in Missouri, United States. On his first day at work, the young man met a charming, meek girl. Tanya Mae Tran was her name. They were the same age, shared similar beliefs, and grew up in a similar environment. Tanya, like Jeffrey, grew up in a family that prioritized Christian values. A patient, humble, and selfless girl saw the pious young man as the ideal future husband and father. She gave Jeffrey a picture of an elderly couple holding hands and told him, "That will be us one day." Kathy Brown, Jeffrey's mother, prayed to God to give her son a wife who loved the Lord with all her heart, and she believed her prayers had been answered. The young lovers married, and their family became a reflection of the ideas in which they were raised. Tanya's photo was carefully placed in the family album. Very quickly, Taylor, the young couple's first child, is an adorable girl. 3 more children arrived one by one. Tristan was the parents' youngest son. Taylor became a true big sister to her siblings. She cared for, helped, and supported everyone, especially the girl who was friends with her younger brother. Tristan Taylor became his best and sole friend. Despite their age difference, they traveled everywhere together. They enjoyed sports, listening to music, and playing pranks together. Pietism holds that the task of parenting is to establish God's kingdom in the child's heart. As the 4 children grew older, Jeffrey and Tanya decided to fulfill their Christian duty by adopting 4 more orphaned boys who were open, loving, and friendly. According to others, the family grew to 8 children: Taylor, twins Kaya and Alexis, Misery, Owl, Stephen Meliku, and Tristan. According to the family's religious beliefs, children were not allowed to use cell phones or social media until a certain age, and asceticism, needs, and desires were encouraged. Boys were forbidden from dating girls until the end of high school, until the age of 18. Bible study and other religious activities were required. Otherwise, children grew up like any other boys and girls, with parents making no distinction between native and adopted children. Everyone received the same level of attention, care, and affection. The loving mother maintained a peaceful environment while keeping an eye on internal order. Brothers and sisters' relationships were marked by frequent prayer and good deeds. The couple believed that virtue should be cultivated through their own actions, and they taught their children mercy by example. When the people of Haiti were hit by a hurricane, Tanya sold her expensive wedding ring and donated the proceeds to a foundation that was building housing for the victims. In exchange, she purchased herself a simple, inexpensive ring. Taylor graduated high school in 2015 and moved to Boone to attend Appalachian State University. This event deeply affected Tristan. He had lost his only friend and was alone. Taylor returned home at the first opportunity, but now she had her own free time, leaving Tristan with the same old rules and routines. He had been rebelling against the restrictions imposed on him since childhood, as well as his parents' religious beliefs. He was irritated by the lack of a cell phone and the inability to communicate with his peers via social media, especially since such communication has become an essential part of modern teenagers' lives. Quarrels with Taylor's parents only increased after he left in December 2017. There were positive changes in the family's lives. Jeffrey, his wife, and their children relocated to a new home with a large lot in a deep gap. The house in Watauga County, North Carolina, was on a dirt road leading into a wooded area and was much larger than the previous home. Furthermore, the new home was only a short distance from Robin's, Tanya's mother, and the children's grandmother's home. Because of their close proximity, they could call on her at any time for assistance, and she looked after the youngest children. It was unclear whether the move had been as pleasant for Tristan, as he had to change his school and surroundings. He attended Watauga High School and began participating in track and field. Other kids became summer camp counselors, At first glance, it appeared that there was never any trouble in the bar, lone household. But this wasn't the case. Tristan's behavior worsened over time. In 2018, the school required several consultations with a psychologist regarding anger issues and a lack of impulsive behavior control. By 2019, despite his exceptional abilities, the young man began to struggle with some school subjects, and these difficulties only grew with time. Before the move, he was a diligent student who was always involved in school life. However, after the move, he became an indifferent, withdrawn teenager who lost interest in his education. Tristan began to be late for classes and had no desire to learn at all. It got to the point where he would put on his headphones during class and sit with an absent-minded expression. Some teachers attempted to assist Tristan, and he even made contact, but everything ended with the same indifference and lack of interest. Furthermore, the young man did not always act appropriately at home. By this point, he had everything. He was constantly arguing with his parents about his own cell phone and social media access. Tristan spent a great deal of time on the internet. He identified as a musician on Instagram. Taylor was always interested in her siblings' lives and noticed that Tristan fought with his parents more frequently and argued with his mother about religious issues. She also learned about his other problems at school. The sister attempted to communicate with her brother, but the previous closeness was no longer present. After a while, the young man made friends with Evelyn Faith Jackson, a girl from the religious community. They began to meet, disregarding the prohibition on intimate relationships. They sometimes smoked forbidden plants, and Tristan complained about his mother, who discussed his behavior with him at night, leaving him tired and unable to concentrate in school. The young man was concerned that he had many flaws that prevented him from living up to his mother's expectations. She cannot be proud of him. I was told that he can be himself around his father, but not so much around his mother. On April 10, 2019, many secret details about Tristan's life were revealed. The barn where the goats were kept had surveillance cameras installed. Tristan's old cell phone, which he sometimes kept hidden from his parents, also served as an access point. On this particular day, Tanya took out her phone and read text messages in which her son was having sexual conversations with girls and discussing illegal drugs with them. Tristan was at school when he noticed his phone start blinking with incoming messages. In a family chat, Kristen's shocked parents informed him of the information found on her old phone. The same day, Kristen's English teacher, Sherry King, called his mother to complain about the teenager's grades and behavior. She later testified at trial that Tanya Borlas called her back and said she and her husband would be at school soon and would pick Tristan up early to discuss his grades. Sherry King told Tristan what her parents had said, which surprised him greatly. The couple left their youngest child with his grandmother and enrolled in middle school to deal with the situation. The entire ride home was silent. Tristan will testify at trial that the mother appeared tense and frowned constantly while looking through his phone. At home, there was an hour-and-a-half-long conversation. Tanya then texted her mother, informing her that Tristan was not upset that his phone and car keys had been taken away until his grades and behavior improved, and that she would be coming to pick up the younger child soon. The message was sent at 4 p.m., and the conversation appears to have continued thereafter. According to Tristan, he and his mother discussed the importance of doing well in school, cleanliness and relationships with girls, the dangers of illegal drugs, and the fact that she did not want him to study religions other than Christianity. He was forced to listen, and he realized how much he needed to be corrected. They even created a list of qualities he should possess in order to become a better person, such as compassion and honesty. The police later discovered that Tristan claimed his mother approached him from behind, put her arm around his neck, and applied pressure, causing him to instinctively jump up, turn around, and elbow her. He claimed that his mother had never done such a thing. That's why he reacted as he did. His mother, startled by the blow, grabbed what he thought were scissors from a shelf and approached her son. In shock at what was happening, he stabbed her, thinking he was defending himself, and ran to his father for help. Later, a forensic examination will reveal no evidence that Kristen's mother strangled him. During the trial, the prosecution will show the jury photographs of Tanya's neck taken by the medical examiner, which show a broken neck bone. The psychologist, on the other hand, will demonstrate during the trial that, in his opinion, Tristan Borlas was mentally sane at the time of the crime but had a severely impaired cognitive state, experiencing depersonalization and derealization, and believing events were unrealization, and believing events were unreal. However, the court and jury rejected the psychologist's assessment, determining Tristan to be a skilled manipulator and a socially dangerous person. Tristan claims he had no idea what was going on, why his father was fleeing, and why he stabbed him when he caught up. Despite the fact that he begged him for help, he remembered his father picking up a rock and saying, "Tristan, don't," but he was certain that his father would rather see him killed than harm him. Neighbors later reported hearing loud screams on the board-lost property around 5:30 p.m. That was Wednesday. After it was over, Tristan returned to the house and vomited, which the psychologist concluded indicated severe stress rather than cold-blooded, calculated murder. However, the jury disagreed with the psychologist's findings. After all, they were shown the forensic medical examiner's reports at trial. Jeffrey Borlase. His autopsy report revealed multiple stab wounds to his left chest and back, /wounds to his arms and hands, and abrasions to his skull and forehead. Tanya Borlase's autopsy report revealed that she had multiple stab wounds, including those to her left chest, back, and arm, as well as injuries that may have occurred when her neck was compressed. The findings suggest that the parents were defending themselves, not attacking. Furthermore, if Tristan felt threatened, he could flee from his mother. Even if the mother was the victim of a sudden lapse in judgment and a misguided sense of self-defense, the father's murder and subsequent actions appeared to be different. Tristan returned home, removed his mother's body, and hid it in the truck with a tarp. He then spent about an hour cleaning up the crime scene, including cleaning the porch outside the house with a hose. Tristan arrived at his grandmother's house at 8:30 p.m. to pick up his younger brother Robinson. This seemed incredibly strange. Tristan explained that his parents had an urgent need to go to the store and apologized for not having time to stop by and pick up his brother. Robin received a call about 20 minutes later from her other grandson, who complained that his parents were not answering the phone and had not come to pick him up from his part-time job, as they usually did. Grandma dialed Alexis and asked her to go get her brother. They agreed to meet at Jeffrey and Tanya's house to figure out what had happened. As they approached the house, Robin noticed blood on the porch, but because the couple raised animals, she wasn't too worried. She went inside the house to get a flashlight to check on the animals and discovered that there was blood everywhere. Alexis ran into the house at the time and reported finding a body under a hammock near the animal barn, and she believed she saw Tristan in a getaway car with blood on his face. Alexis summoned emergency services. The operator instructed her and all family members to lock themselves in the car and wait for police to arrive. Following several hours of waiting outside and speaking with officers, the police arrived 10 minutes later. They were all taken to the station, where they learned that Jeffrey and Tanya Borlase had been discovered dead. While investigating the crime scene, detectives discovered a computer interface in the home that linked the video surveillance system to the monitors. When the detectives saw a screen on the monitor with a grid of cameras broadcasting live video, they immediately requested a warrant to obtain the system servicing company's credentials. Meanwhile, Tristan contacted his girlfriend Evelyn and arrived at her house. She noticed he was worried about something, and he had a few scratches on his face and arms. Tristan, on the other hand, is shorter. He had only argued with his parents and received the scratches while playing with his dog. Tristan's injuries were described by Evelyn as 3 scratches on his forehead, a hand wound, a cut on his finger, and a bruised fingernail. Tristan posted a photo of his injuries on Snapchat shortly after the crime, claiming that he was injured by his father's dog. According to his girlfriend, the photo matches the injuries she noticed on him that evening. Tristan stayed all night. They went to Walmart and McDonald's the next morning, saying they were going to school, but then changed their minds. Evelyn was convinced Tristan just wanted to get away from his parents for a while, so she invited him to stay with one of her relatives. He agreed, and they proceeded to another state. On April 11, Sheriff's Office personnel obtained the username and password to Borlase's home video surveillance system. They examined the camera footage and discovered the details of the crime. The police obtained a warrant for Tristan's arrest and turned over the vehicle's details. He allegedly drove away to the National Crime Information Center, where a search for the vehicle and subsequent pursuit began. Investigator Matthew learned that Tristan had been seen in Tennessee and began the paperwork for extraditing the alleged perpetrator. He asked Robin Christen's grandmother to accompany him to the apprehension so that he could speak to the young man in her presence, despite his youth. As they drove the car with Evelyn, Tristan noticed blue lights behind them. He sped up and told his friend that his parents had registered the car as stolen in order to find him. He sped down the highway, attempting to get away, but eventually gave in to his pursuers and pulled over. The Ford was surrounded by police cars. Evelyn was completely perplexed when she saw her boyfriend handcuffed and driven away in a squad car. The officers noticed that Tristan did not seem upset or agitated. The April 11, 2019 interview conducted by investigator Matthew was videotaped and audio recorded. The young man responded to all questions, admitted to the crime, and detailed his actions. He occasionally cried. Tristan, who was a month away from turning 18, was arrested without bail. A short time later, the sheriff's office obtained a warrant to investigate Tristan Snap's chat account and 5 of his cell phones, all of which may have contained information related to the crime. A search warrant was also issued for Orchard Road home, where detectives discovered another phone, a keyboard and pen from a safe, paper cups, a hammer, a straw knife, a red stain swab, eyeglasses, a kitchen towel, a hammock, a digital video recorder, a rug, miscellaneous papers, South Dakota, business cards, and boots. According to court documents, a search warrant was also issued for the Ford F-150 truck, and a red stain swab laptop computer charger and steering wheel were seized. A search warrant was also issued for Tristan, his girlfriend, and Boone's home, as the young man was spending the night there. According to court records, a pillowcase, a zippered sweatshirt, and a notebook were seized from the property. The findings of the investigations and searches assisted investigators in reconstructing the timeline of events down to the smallest detail. This method of self-defense was deemed untenable. The couple's funeral services took place on April 17, 2019. The ceremony was officiated by pastors William Krantz and Brad Gray of Bible Fellowship Church. Children who lost their parents at such a young age found the strength to write a touching obituary. Our parents never had the chance to live for themselves because they always lived for us. Jeff and Tanya have always made their parents happy and proud. Our parents made the world a better place, and we hope to carry on that legacy by passionately loving people and following Jesus. Taylor paid her first visit to her brother in prison following the funeral and was unimpressed by his behavior. Tristan was not only unrepentant, but he attempted to blame the family for what had occurred. Her sister got the impression that he was confident that he would regain his freedom sooner or later. Taylor became disgusted, turned around, and left. Her second visit came on May 11. Kristen returned with Grandma Robin to celebrate her birthday, but the meeting was largely the same as the previous one. Her brother was praising the birthday party they had for him at the prison. Taylor found the behavior unacceptable, especially considering their parents' tragic deaths. Following this visit, the family decided to cut off all contact with Tristan. The trial began February 16, 2022. Tristan expressed regret during the trial. He agreed with everything his family had said about him and supported the decision to impose a permanent ban on contact to make the family feel safer. On March 3, Tristan Borlice was sentenced to life in prison, without the possibility of parole for first-degree murder on all counts. Judge Horn noted that Tristan Borlice's mental health was a mitigating factor, as the psychologist's report indicated that he was still suffering from anxiety and depression and had developed symptoms consistent with post-traumatic stress disorder. Judge Horn did, however, state that the psychologist found no evidence of psychotic disorders. Although the anxiety and depression may have been exacerbated by the continued use of illegal drugs, the most unusual fact in this story is that neither Tristan, his family, his lawyer, nor he himself made any statements about the motives that led to the crime. A pious family and a socially dangerous man using illegal drugs who did not fully understand the reasons for what happened or competently played the misunderstanding. On the one hand, there is a self-hating young man with low self-esteem, a history of depression, active anxiety symptoms, and a lack of qualified medical care. During the court session, it was mentioned that his mother helped him cope with panic attacks because she, too, was prone to them. One of the main provisions of pietistic pedagogy is that children burdened with original sin are immoral from birth, and therefore education and school should correct them, preparing them for correct piety-based behavior in life by establishing strict discipline and suppressing strict discipline and suppressing children's self-consciousness. Strict love is supposedly beneficial. A child who may have inherited nervous system overreactivity grew up with strict boundaries, constantly feeling like he was not a godly enough person. Some people require more love than others due to their nature. According to his older sister's memories of the new brothers, the little boy was extremely jealous of their appearance, which drew the parents' attention. Rebellion came first, followed by depressed moods and feelings of worthlessness, as well as illicit weed, panic attacks, and depersonalization. Derealization occurs. He didn't accept his parents' religion. He couldn't be what his mother wanted him to be, or what he was supposed to be in need of improvement. Was that list of needed fixes that the two of them put together with his mother instead of looking for a good therapist? Is this the final straw? Was there any way to prevent such a senseless and merciless tragedy in a truly loving family? Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. A 16-year-old girl who lived in the same house as her parents and younger sisters fell asleep in her room and was discovered dead the next morning. The police quickly realized they were dealing with a murder, but none of her relatives heard anything that night. It took 31 years to solve the case, but no one expected this outcome. Fawn Cox was born in Kansas City, Missouri, on March 24, 1973. Her appearance quickly led her to have 2 more daughters. The family lived in a modest 2-story home in a rough residential neighborhood. She helped her parents care for the younger children from an early age, attended church on a regular basis, and enjoyed swimming. When Fawn turned 16, she got a part-time job at a nearby amusement park. Her family was quite poor, and the girls tried to earn some money in their spare time after school. She spent the majority of her summer vacation in 1989 at work, mostly behind the cash register selling amusement ride tickets. Her mother and younger sister drove her home because taking public transportation from the park would have taken a long time. Fawn went to bed almost immediately after returning home because she had another day at work. The following morning, the girl slept on the 2nd floor. She had a room. Her sisters usually slept in the next room, but that night she was alone on the floor. Her younger sister, Amber, was babysitting for a familiar family. That night, Felicia, the other sister, chose to sleep on the 1st floor because it was cooler. It was a hot night, and the only air conditioner working was downstairs. Their parents were also sleeping on the 1st floor. The next morning, around 9 o'clock, the entire family awoke to the sound of Fawn's alarm clock, which she refused to turn off for some reason. Her younger sister and mother then went up to her room, where they were confronted with a horrific sight. Fawn lay on the bed with no sign of life. Her neck was visibly bruised. She also had no pulse. Her parents immediately called an ambulance, but they were unable to assist her. It was clear that Fawn had died hours before. After examining her body, medical experts determined that strangulation was the cause of death, and the girl had also been abused from the start. Even though Fawn was killed in her room in a small house with poor soundproofing, her parents and sister heard nothing. However, there was an explanation. The air conditioner on the 1st floor was old and extremely loud, drowning out all other sounds in the house. Fawn's sister noticed the only strange thing that night: their poodle was acting anxiously and barking, but they paid little attention. This behavior was attributed to the dog's pregnancy. After investigating the scene, the police made several significant discoveries. Their theory was that the attacker or group entered the house through a 2nd-story window that overlooked the backyard. An old trailer parked near the house could be easily used to climb up to the outbuilding's canopy, which was nearly level with the window. The window had been left open because there was no air conditioning on the 2nd floor, and one had to deal with the heat in Fawn's room. The experts discovered the first important clues: a few short hairs, small blood stains, and traces of semen on her bed sheet, and sent them to the lab for analysis. In addition, several items were missing from the home, including radios, a Nintendo game console, and a stereo recorder. Several other items were discovered on the ground in front of the house, indicating that the burglar had thrown them out the window to take them with him but left them there for unknown reasons. Detectives also discovered that several items had been taken from a closet in an adjacent room on the 2nd floor. They suspected the perpetrator was hiding in the closet while everyone else in the house slept. Normally, Fawn's sister slept in that room, but not this night. As a result, no one noticed the items on display. The police discovered another strange clue: an old army cap in Fawn's room. All of her relatives said they had never seen her wearing it, so detectives assumed the killer had left the cap at the scene. Despite an impressive collection of evidence, police were unable to identify the suspects quickly. The issue is that in 1989, DNA forensics was relatively underdeveloped, and there were no shared genetic databases. At that time, Detective Benjamin Caldwell, who handled the case, put forward the main version of what happened. In his opinion, there could have been several assailants, and they must have known the house well. Not only did they know how to get to the second floor through the backyard in total darkness, but they must also have known the layout of the rooms. The next step for the police was to look for witnesses. They interviewed neighbors, friends, and relatives of Fawn, but all were inconclusive. The detectives had one weighty problem before them. The neighborhood in which the house was located was very poor and criminal. Various criminal gangs separated there, and their participants were quite difficult to bring to justice. A month after Fawn's murder, the case finally got off the ground. The police had a witness who pointed them to 3 suspects. This witness knew a number of important details that the police never divulged, so his story was taken seriously. The suspects were 3 teenagers, one of whom was in the same class as Fawn. They were arrested and questioned, but the boys denied being involved in the murder. While searching one of their homes, police discovered items taken from the victim's room. This was enough to charge all 3 with murder, but the detectives were still disappointed. First, the witness abruptly recanted and ceased cooperating with police. The second, DNA analysis of blood, hair, and sperm found at the crime scene did not yield a clear match to the suspect's samples. During those years, experts were unable to determine an exact match between the samples, and all of their tests produced questionable results. In other words, the analysis failed to confirm a complete game or a guaranteed mismatch. Despite this, the police were able to obtain useful information from one of the detainees. During one of the interrogations, he confessed that he had indeed broken into Fawn's house that night and the company of other boys and stolen some things. He painted how he made his way to the second floor through the canopy of the canopy and even revealed unknown details. According to him, when he threw a tape recorder out the window, its handle fell off. The boy hid it under a nearby bush, and the police did find the item in that very spot, except that the young man quickly retracted his statement and no longer cooperated with the investigation, which would have prevented his confession from being used in court. Because of this, the police had to let the men go, and the investigation was at a standstill again. Most likely the witnesses were simply intimidated, but without their testimony in court, the case had almost no chance. All we know is that one of them spent 8 months in jail for stealing items from Fawn's house. Since then, the case has been stored in a long drawer. The police reopened the investigation in the early 2000s. The first thing they did was upload DNA samples from the crime scene to the CODIS database, which had been created several years prior and contained DNA samples from people charged with serious crimes. Unfortunately, no matches were discovered for the Fawn killer. This database emerged as a result of significant scientific advances in DNA research. It also enabled the police to obtain DNA samples from the 3 original suspects and perform more advanced tests. This time, experts concluded unequivocally that the hair, sperm, and blood belonged to none of them. This was strange, given that the suspects were found in possession of Fawn's belongings. Detectives speculated that the 3 men had robbed her house at night, but there was another man with them who had abused and murdered the girl. All of this raised additional questions. Could it be that 4 criminals entered the house unnoticed and murdered Fawn, and as they fled the scene, the police still had no answers? Since then, the case has stalled again. With each passing year, the Fawn family has become increasingly skeptical that the murder will ever be solved. They continued to believe that those 3 suspects had been in their home that night and could have identified the murderer, but they never did. The only thing that could help them figure out the truth was a DNA sample kept in the police lab. Amber, Fawn's younger sister, revealed some disturbing details about the crime. She expressed her thoughts on facts unknown to the police on a popular American forum for unsolved crimes. Over the last 20 years, the forum has built a solid reputation, and its members have assisted the police in a number of high-profile cases. Amber's identity has been verified and confirmed, so her post deserves attention. She worked as a nanny Monday through Friday and was only home during the day. On weekends, the girl slept in the very room on the second floor, where the burglars had sneaked in. The criminals would have been identified immediately. They would also have watched the house and waited until Fawn's mother and younger sister arrived to pick up the girl from work. Despite all of this, Amber's story did not bring the case any closer to being solved, but it was already 2018, and DNA research had advanced significantly. New analysis tools helped solve dozens, if not hundreds, of long-forgotten cases. Fawn's relatives saw it all and resented why the police were in no hurry to reopen the murder investigation. They kept talking to detectives about the case, and each time they got the same answer: extended DNA testing requires money, and the police have dozens of cases, so the relatives were left to wait for their turn and funding to come in, but they decided to take the initiative and launch a fundraiser. In 2019, the family wanted to cover the full cost of the DNA samples and also offered a $10,000 reward for any information that would lead to the perpetrator's capture due to the extensive media coverage of the case and numerous interviews given by the family. Many people who cared responded to requests for help. The family quickly collected the necessary amount of money, but even here they were disappointed. The police department refused to initiate this investigation at the expense of the relatives of the victim. The lead detective explained that there was bound to be a big problem in such a situation if the relatives of one victim could pay for such tests and expedite the results. Then hundreds of other families who have been searching for years for the murder of their loved ones should have the same right, but it is simply impossible to implement such a thing in practice, since only a few laboratories in the world conduct innovative DNA tests, and with such a simultaneous influx of those wishing to do so, their resources are simply not enough. The leading company in this field is Parabon Nanolabs, which we have already repeatedly mentioned in the other reels. They have made tremendous progress in the study of DNA, from finding a person's relatives from the smallest genetic samples to creating an approximate portrait of the owner of the DNA. It was this lab that was to take over the study of the samples left in Fawn's bedroom the night she was murdered. The girl's relatives suspected that the police were reluctant to pursue their case for another reason: they were a low-income family from a bad neighborhood, and murder was not a top priority for investigators. In an interview, Sister Fawn stated that if it had been the murder of a wealthy or high-ranking family, all necessary investigations would have been conducted immediately. Unfortunately, they were unable to speed up the process, and the long-awaited breakthrough did not occur until late 2020, but the family was not prepared for such an outcome. The FBI provided funding for the police to send samples from Fawn's room to a laboratory. They began a thorough examination of the DNA and looked for possible relatives of the possessors. In November 2020, they focused primarily on the semen sample discovered at the murder scene. They were eventually able to identify the individual to whom that DNA belonged. It turned out to be Fawn's cousin, Donald Cox. Of course, this news shocked the entire family. Donald was 21 years old when Fawn died, and no one had considered his involvement. Nonetheless, Donald was a troubled man who was frequently incarcerated. He was tried for misdemeanors including theft and possession of illegal substances. Unfortunately, they did not collect DNA samples from such criminals during those years. Otherwise, this case would have been resolved much sooner. Donald died of an overdose in 2006, but the police looked into his death because the circumstances seemed suspicious. A sample of his DNA was preserved as a result of the investigation, but it was not entered into the FBI database because the man in question was a victim rather than a perpetrator. When the experts informed the police of their discovery, they matched the sample to the semen found at the murder scene and obtained a 100 match, despite the gravity of the situation. The relatives have received an answer to a question that has been bothering them for 31 years, but one crucial point remains in the story. The evidence suggested that the 3 original suspects had also been in the Fawn house that night. It was now clear how the perpetrators knew the house and the family's routines. Donald was a frequent visitor and was familiar with all of these details. However, the police closed the case and no new charges were brought against the 3 men. Sister Fawn said she didn't see the point in getting them to confess. Even though the men were present in the house at night, they may not have witnessed the murder. Donald may have remained in the house alone and attacked Fawn only then. Felicia added that the 3 suspects had already paid for their actions during this time. While the case remained unsolved, the entire neighborhood was convinced of their guilt. According to Sister Fawn, as a result, they were treated extremely negatively, with all of the consequences that would follow. Their lives were effectively destroyed. Furthermore, after the case was closed, it was revealed that the police had first learned about the suspects from the family of one of their relatives. They discovered a Nintendo set-top box among his belongings and remembered that it had been stolen from Fawn's home. It was on the news, and everyone in the neighborhood was aware of the details. In any case, it is impossible to prove their guilt, and the victim's relatives now know the killer's name. He lived for 17 years without being punished for his actions, as if nothing had happened. He communicated with his family, but his drug addiction eventually drove him to death, and he no longer posed a threat to anyone. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Can the Collar family's crime be justified by a nervous disorder? Kansas passed legislation in 1995 stating that an offender who committed a premeditated crime could not blame his actions on a mental disorder that rendered him incapable of distinguishing between right and wrong. This law was enacted because, when brought to trial, almost every criminal attempted to avoid punishment by claiming that he was not in control of his actions or was unaware of the consequences due to a mental disorder. The patriarch of the Happy and Large Collar family attempted to use insanity as a defense to avoid responsibility for the atrocities he committed. However, he was discovered to be sane. Psychologists believe that his actions were motivated by jealousy, rage, and a desire for vengeance against the ex-wife who abandoned him and the daughters who supported their mother. Unfortunately, such crimes motivated by jealousy and a pathological desire for revenge are a global phenomenon. Statistics show that these motivations account for 1 out of every 8 crimes committed. Excessive suspicion, insecurity, and an obsessive need to control a partner can transform a person into a true beast who harms even his own children. The Collar family story begins with James Craig Collar's birth in Weatherford, Texas, in 1963. Wayne White and Karen Collar, his future wife, were both born in the same city in 1965. They met as students at a Texas university in the early 1980s. Craig was graduating from engineering, and Karen was a freshman in humanities. They quickly found common ground and developed a romantic relationship. They were young, in love, and looked like the ideal couple. Craig was a standout student in the late 1980s, known for his determination and engineering ability. Following graduation, they held a small wedding attended only by close friends and family. Their first child was born in 1991, and Lauren followed in 1993. They lived in a nice house in Weatherford and were quite wealthy by local standards. Craig received a lucrative job offer from a large utility company in Weatherford in 1999, while Karen was expecting her third child. His promotion coincided with the birth of their son, Cian, whom he cherished. Craig used his increased income to purchase a large house in the city's most prestigious neighborhood, as well as a dependable family car. Karen remained at home, and Craig became the primary breadwinner. Outwardly, the family appeared flawless. Emily and Lauren were talented athletes and musicians who frequently competed in vocal competitions and local events. Emily excelled in school and attended a prestigious pharmacy college, while Lauren, an excellent student, aspired to attend a conservatory and pursue a career in music. Cian was an outgoing, kind, and inquisitive boy who loved numismatics and aspired to be an archaeologist. Craig was very close to his parents and sisters, and he provided for his family. Karen made the house comfortable, raised her children, and baked delicious treats. They were involved in the community and worked to improve their neighborhood. They also raised 3 wonderful, talented children. However, behind the facade of perfection, family members kept many problems hidden. Karen told her younger sister, Linda, in 2007, that she was on the verge of having a nervous breakdown. She complained that Craig had been controlling and monitoring her for years, and that his control was growing. Craig demanded a full accounting of all expenditures, including not only major purchases, but also everyday household expenses. Karen provided him with supermarket receipts and bank transaction information, and she reported her whereabouts every day while he was at work. Craig set a strict schedule for the entire Collar family. When he returned from work, his wife and children had to be there to greet him. They went to bed, awoke, and ate at specific times, and even intimacy between the couple was planned. Craig's desire for control grew stronger over time. He became more demanding and selfish, and Karen's activities were planned down to the hour. Karen felt enslaved. She had no free time, only duties and responsibilities. She attempted to meet all of her husband's demands, hoping that he would relinquish control and they could return to their old lives. However, Craig appeared to enjoy his control and was unwilling to change. Linda was very disturbed by her sister's revelations. She, like everyone else, had pictured Craig as the ideal husband, father, and family man, but he turned out to be a domestic tyrant. Karen did not, however, want to destroy her family. Furthermore, she and her children were financially dependent on Craig. As a result, she decided to find a job that would provide her with a consistent income. Karen's new hobby, despite her advanced age and 3 children, Karen maintained excellent physical fitness. She always followed good nutrition principles, tried new diets on a regular basis, took care of herself, and went jogging every day. She enrolled in a local fitness club without her husband's knowledge and began working out for several hours per day. It was her way of releasing stress, distracting herself, and organizing her thoughts. She went to the gym while Craig was at work, and Craig didn't notice her workout. The sports club's management quickly noticed the attractive, fit, and diligent woman. Karen was offered the opportunity to try out as a fitness instructor with a probationary period and the possibility of an official labor contract. The former housewife could never have imagined such an opportunity, as she will now be able to do what she enjoys while also earning a decent living. Craig eventually found out his wife was going to the gym. Karen expected a scandal and her husband to forbid her from going, but he responded calmly. He even seemed pleased that his wife had found work and was now making her own money. His only requirements were that she be home when he arrived, prepare meals, and not disrupt their planned intimate life. Karen accepted these conditions because they gave her the freedom to act and the ability to provide for her own needs without having to justify every penny she spent to her husband. Unexpected romance and a romantic triangle. Soon, the fitness club had a new instructor named Sonny Rice. Karen and Sonny quickly bonded and became friends. Karen, who'd been a stay-at-home mom for many years, was unable to interact with people outside of her family. Sonny became a trustworthy confidant. The women spent time together at work every day, going for walks, drinking coffee, and having heart-to-heart conversations. It didn't take long before their friendship evolved into something more. Naturally, they concealed their emotions and relationships from everyone. Karen eventually decided that she needed to confess everything to her husband. She spent months preparing for this conversation, trying to find the right words, unsure how to begin or what the consequences would be. She eventually opened up to Craig. Although Craig was perplexed by his wife's revelation, he reacted calmly and did not cause a scene. However, the next day, Craig stated that he agreed to his wife's relationship with Sonny, but only if he could join them. Karen was taken aback by her husband's proposal and unsure how to respond. Nonetheless, Craig took the initiative and started courting Sonny by sending her flowers and small gifts. He appeared to see this as an opportunity to improve his intimate life and inject passion and new sensations into his marriage to Karen. The women initially agreed to his proposal, but quickly realized that Craig saw it as a game of dominance. Their unusual love triangle did not last long, and Craig was forced to accept that he was not welcome in their relationship. Craig, feeling insulted, demanded that Karen end the affair immediately, but she continued to date Sonny, sincerely in love. After nearly 2 decades of marriage, Karen appeared to be ready to move on to a new relationship. A move to a different state and secret meetings. After months of scandals, confrontations, and agonizing deliberation, Craig determined that the best way to save his family was to relocate to another state. He started looking for a new job, sending out resumes, and soon landed a position as a water director for a large company in Columbia, Missouri, a city adjacent to Kansas. Craig hoped that his wife's move to another state would put an end to her affair with Sonny and allow their family life to return to normal. The move in the summer of 2008 was difficult for the family because the children had to change schools, make new friends, and adjust to life in a new city. Although the family was already well off, Craig's new salary was nearly double that of his previous position in Weatherford. However, with increased responsibilities and working hours, Craig naively believed he had permanently removed Sonny from his wife's life, but he was mistaken. Karen and Sonny maintained regular contact, exchanging calls and texts and meeting in secret. They'd drive to meet halfway and spend a few hours in a roadside hotel before heading home. Karen already knew her marriage was doomed. She no longer loved her husband, and divorce was almost inevitable. These secret trysts lasted until December 2008. On New Year's Eve, the callers returned to their hometown to see family and friends. Sonny was also present at the party. Karen and Sonny initially kept their interactions low-key, exchanging greetings. However, as the party progressed and people became more intoxicated, they appeared to lose sight of social norms. The couple was inseparable, holding hands and exchanging long glances. Some guests even caught them kissing. Craig was not only angry, he was furious. Curran had insulted and humiliated him in front of dozens of former roommates, friends, and co-workers, exposing her affair. Craig created a scene at the party by verbally attacking his wife and Sonny. Craig became enraged and forcibly dragged Karen from the party. On the way home, he lost control. He grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her so hard that her dress ripped. He then slapped her, causing her to stumble and fall, striking her to stumble and fall, striking her head hard, resulting in divorce and painful harassment. After returning home, the conflict persisted, and a few days later, Karen informed Craig that she was leaving him. She filed for divorce and demanded custody of the children. Craig initially apologized, begging to keep the family together for the sake of the children and offering to give their marriage another chance. Karen, on the other hand, refused to give up and obtained a divorce. Craig then began calling their mutual friends and relatives, pleading with them to speak with Karen and persuade her to stay with him rather than disband the family. Despite his best efforts, she firmly informed him that she was leaving for Sonny and that she was never truly happy in their marriage in the early spring of 2009. While they were still living together, another argument erupted, and Craig used physical violence for the first time since the New Year's Eve party. Karen reported him to the police, who arrested him. However, at the station, he claimed that his wife was hysterical and that he was the only one who held her tightly to calm her down, resulting in bruises on her arms. Karen moved out with the children after this incident, without waiting for an official divorce. Craig was dealt a serious blow, but he was even more enraged when he discovered that his daughters had sided with their mother, claiming that for the first time in a long time, he saw her happy. He saw this as a betrayal and refused to communicate with Emily or Lauren, instead calling Sean and taking him with him on weekends while completely ignoring his daughters. Meanwhile, despite the ongoing divorce proceedings, Craig remained hopeful that his wife would reconsider and return to him. He was jealous, tried to control her, and followed her around. He watched her house, followed her around town in a rental car, hoping to go undetected, and even attempted to install a hidden camera in her home when no one was present. Naturally, all of this required time and effort. As a result, Craig was forced to give up work. First, he took a vacation. Then he claimed to be sick, and finally, he began skipping work without explanation. His reckless behavior led to his dismissal. Craig was forced to move into his parents' home after losing his job and source of income due to a lack of funds. With so much free time, he was able to stalk his ex-wife all day, prompting her to take her ex-husband to court to prevent him from approaching her horrible Thanksgiving. Karen took her children to spend the Thanksgiving holiday with her 89-year-old grandmother, Dorothy White, in the small town of Berlin, Kansas, on the evening of November 29. The Berlin Game Police Department received a call reporting a suspicious van and the sound of gunfire. Dorothy's neighbors reported seeing a small truck pull up to the elderly woman's house. A man got out and entered. They then reported hearing screams and gunshots, but they are unsure. The man then left the house, got back in his truck, and drove away quickly. Neighbors did not try to apprehend him, fearing he was armed. When the police arrived at the house, they were greeted by a terrified 10-year-old boy calling for help. Cian Collar was unable to explain what had occurred. However, it was clear that a terrifying scene awaited the officers inside near the front door. Despite having 2 gunshot wounds in the kitchen, the 89-year-old homeowner was found alive in a pool of blood. Karen, 44, was found dead by police. She was shot in the chest and then killed with a close-range gunshot to the head. Her ex-husband had abandoned her with no hope of survival. Emily, her oldest daughter, was found dead between a wall and a couch. She had apparently attempted to flee from her enraged father, but he caught up with her and killed her with 2 blank shots. Lauren, her younger sister, lay in a pool of blood in a bedroom on the 2nd floor. She was still alive, begging faintly for her life, and repeatedly claiming that her father had done it. The elderly woman and Lauren were immediately taken to a nearby hospital's intensive care unit. Despite the doctor's best efforts, their lives were not saved. Lauren died on the morning of December 1 from massive blood loss and organ damage, while her great-grandmother died a few hours later. Cian, the only surviving witness, was in shock. Psychologists assisted him. but he required a thorough interrogation as the sole living witness to the tragic events at his great-grandmother's home. He explained that that evening, his mother was in the kitchen preparing dinner, and he approached her to request his favorite pies. Suddenly, the back door of the house swung open, and their father entered holding a shotgun. Without speaking a word, the man pointed the barrel at his ex-wife, shot her, and then moved closer to fire again. For the initial few seconds, Sean was frozen in horror as his father turned to face him, but he did not aim. Instead, he stared silently and intently at him. Sean realized he needed to run, so he jumped out the open back door. The boy dashed toward the main entrance, hoping to alert his grandmother and sisters and call for assistance. However, as he approached the threshold, he heard several additional gunshots. He took refuge in a small outbuilding because he was afraid to enter the house. He heard several more shots and waited in fear for his father to come after him. Mr. Collar Craig was immediately added to the wanted list, with warnings that he was armed and dangerous. Meanwhile, police received several reports of a speeding truck, allowing them to quickly determine the gunman's direction of travel. At one point, the man left his vehicle in a wooded area and started walking down a deserted road. Law enforcement quickly caught up with him and apprehended him the following morning. He had left the rifle and ammunition in the back seat, while prescription medication for depression and anxiety disorders lay next to the driver's seat. Mr. Collar did not resist arrest. He didn't appear to care anymore. He appeared perplexed and even terrified, and he openly admitted that he was armed with a gun and a hunting knife, but did not intend to use them. He also admitted that he had done something terrible that he thought the police were already aware of. When he was taken to the police station, Craig immediately admitted his guilt and poured his heart out to the investigating officer. He revealed that his wife had cheated on him with Sonny and humiliated him in front of his friends at a New Year's Eve party. His efforts to save his marriage had cost him his job and what remained of his self-esteem. The man cried, saying he had no idea why he had taken such a drastic step and that everyone, including his daughters, had betrayed him. Trial and a just sentence. Craig's trial started in December 2010. The defendant, after consulting with his lawyer, Thomas Haney, recanted his initial confession, blaming his actions on mental illness and insanity. It was his only way to avoid the death penalty for the murder of 4 people. He attempted to persuade the court that his client was in a difficult psycho-emotional state after his wife abandoned him for a lover. His children supported their mother, and he lost his job, forcing him to return to his parents' home. According to the lawyer, all of these factors contributed to Mr. Collar's breakdown, and he committed the crime while insane, unaware of his actions. Prior to 1995, there was a law that allowed criminals to obtain leniency by claiming insanity. However, in Kansas, where the crime occurred and the trial was held, the law was repealed. Furthermore, the prosecution discovered no evidence of insanity or affective state in Craig's actions, just cold calculation. He had already purchased guns and ammunition before going to Dorothy White's house, knowing that his entire family was present. He shot each victim twice, leaving no chance for survival. However, he deliberately spared his son Sean, allowing him to flee. In August 2011, the man was found guilty of all charges and sentenced to death. Sean, who was 12 years old at the time, testified during the final hearing. He stated that he did not want his father to die because he was his only remaining close relative. Despite numerous appeals from Craig and his attorneys, the verdict remained unchanged. Mr. Collar remains in prison today, fighting to have his case reviewed and his death sentence overturned. Sean, after the deaths of his mother and sisters, was officially detained by his maternal grandmother. He is now an adult, has completed his education, and has decided to live and work in his home state. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Jennifer Londono, 31's family and friends became concerned when she failed to arrive at work in Englewood, New Jersey. Jenny Londono, who manages the new Luna Lounge on Armory Street, is known for her diligence. She was last seen in the early morning of June 25, 2017. She was supposed to come to work that evening after closing the bar, but she never did. Colleagues waiting for her at the bar started calling her, but her phone was turned off. This raised even more concerns because she had always kept in touch and was never late for work. Jennifer lived alone, and when her loved ones realized she wasn't home, they called the police to report her missing. They also emphasized that she always checked in with them whenever she went somewhere. However, she did not report anything this time, which could indicate that something bad happened to her. The police began their investigation by going to Jennifer's apartment. The front door was locked, and there was no visible damage. When the police were able to enter, they discovered nothing suspicious. At first glance, there was no evidence that the missing person's apartment was a crime scene. The area was clean and tidy, and nothing of value had been touched. After finding no clues in Jennifer's apartment, the police went to the bar where she worked as a manager. After speaking with the staff at the establishment, they discovered that Jennifer had no issues with either the bar patrons or the employees. Everyone complimented her on her kindness and helpfulness. Hardworking Jenny, a woman known for her sweet disposition, was eager to make something of her life, and her ambition led her to partner with Raphael Lowe's, 40. In 2016, they opened the Luna Lounge in Englewood, New Jersey, which was a popular bar. Jenny was the manager, while Lowe's provided the financial support for the company. Jenny had a natural rapport with the customers, which contributed to the bar's success. They described her as a breath of fresh air, and her happiness was contagious. During a conversation with the bar staff, it was revealed that Jennifer and Raphael were not only in a business relationship, but also in a romantic one. They weren't hiding it from anyone. Despite their close relationship, they had yet to decide to live together. Jennifer was last seen this morning, according to police. She closed the bar and entered Raphael's car, which appeared to be waiting for her after work. It turned out that he was the last person to see her, so the detectives questioned him. Raphael stated that after Jennifer closed the bar, he drove her home. He made no secret of their relationship, telling the officers that, while they had argued in the past, everything was fine now. They went to her apartment together after he drove her home from work. However, he eventually left because Jennifer needed to rest before reopening the bar that evening. After she vanished, he maintained contact with her family. They worked together to figure out where Jennifer might have gone. There was no reason to believe the man had anything to do with her disappearance, so the police focused their efforts on finding other clues. Jennifer's phone could not be tracked because it had been turned off since the day she vanished. The last signal received was picked up by a cell tower near her house. Neighbors were also interviewed, and no one witnessed or heard anything suspicious. The police contacted Jennifer's bank. The movement of money in a bank account can often be used to determine the owner's whereabouts and fate. This case was no exception. The police were taken aback when the bank provided them with the information they sought. Jennifer's bank card had been used even after she went missing. This led investigators to believe she was intentionally hiding for some reason. However, Jennifer's family was confident that she would not have gone missing on her own and would not have let her family worry about her. The police decided to learn more about when, where, and what the card had been used for. Meanwhile, on June 27th, 2 days after Jennifer went missing, a passerby noticed a strange object in the water at Brooklyn's Pier 44. The man who noticed it stared at it for a long time, unable to identify what it was, but he quickly realized, horrified, that he was looking at a body, or rather a part of a body. Police were called to the scene, and the pier was quickly cordoned off. Detailed descriptions of such moments are not permitted on YouTube, but to summarize the find, it was a body part ranging from the waist to the knees. It was impossible to tell whether it had been thrown into the water exactly where it was discovered, or if it had been drawn in by the current. The divers spent the day looking for additional parts or evidence, but none were discovered. The police had to identify the victim, but it appeared to be a difficult task. The discovery was sent for forensic analysis. A tattoo was discovered on the victim's right thigh, which could have served as a clue. The police released an image of the tattoo in the hopes that someone who knew the owner would share it with them. Investigators discovered that the inscription was written in Sanskrit. Sanskrit is an ancient literary language from India with a highly complex and archaic grammar. The police asked a language expert to help them decipher it, and he concluded that neither the owner of the tattoo nor the artist who created it knew Sanskrit. They apparently intended to write the name Liliana, but did so incorrectly. Only 4 days after the gruesome discovery, police received another alarming call. A passerby saw a foot on the riverbank near 79th Street. Responding police officers cordoned off the area, and a portion of the leg from the knee down was pulled from the water. Even so, investigators concluded that the two sets of remains had once belonged to the same body. The fingernails on the leg were painted pink. Divers searched the area of the river where the leg was discovered but were unsuccessful. No additional body parts or evidence were discovered to aid the investigation that began following the initial discovery. A forensic examination quickly confirmed that the fragments discovered were from the same body. By this point, the victim had already been identified. A few days after the police released an image of the tattoo, they discovered a woman who came to the station knowing exactly who it belonged to. Gladys Quintero, Jenny's mother, saw the picture on the news and recognized it as her daughter. The tattoo was a tribute to Jenny's late aunt, indicating that Lily or Liliane Lolos drove Jenny's mother to New York to identify the remains. They were devastated when it was revealed that the body parts belonged to Jenny. Her disappearance was the result of a homicide investigation. Jennifer's family was shocked not only by her death, but also by how brutally she was killed. It is understandable that the cause of her death could not be determined. The police searched extensively for other parts of her body but were never successful. While Jennifer's family and friends mourned her and brought flowers to the bar where she worked, detectives discovered who had used her credit card. After visiting stores where the card was used and reviewing security footage, detectives determined that the person who used the victim's card was Rafael Lolos, the man Jennifer was dating. They discovered that Lolos had left Jenny's apartment to go shopping on the day she vanished. He first purchased a box of garbage bags, then went to another store to purchase cleavers, all using Jenny's credit cards. Later that night, he drove across the George Washington Bridge into Manhattan, and his cell phone records showed him near the Hudson River. Lowe's left and never returned to Jenny's apartment. The torso would emerge 2 days later. Could it be that the Lowe's killed Jenny and dismembered her with meat cleavers? It was horrible to think that a man would do that to the woman he loved. However, the evidence was compelling. The police obtained both an arrest warrant and a search warrant for his residence. He anticipated that the detectives would soon be after him. He rented a hotel room and lived there for cash. However, this did not help him. His whereabouts were quickly determined, and he was arrested. Lowe's didn't resist arrest. He denied having anything to do with Jennifer's death, claiming she gave him the credit card herself. Lowe's also insisted that she was fine after he left Jennifer. However, detectives began to gather more evidence that the man's testimony was a complete lie. A search of his home turned up dark red stains in the bathroom. The samples were sent to a lab for analysis, which revealed that the stains were Jennifer's dried blood. Detectives discovered that Lowe and Jennifer frequently quarreled, and that their disagreements were almost always motivated by jealousy. When they searched his house, they discovered a post office box and a bag that had previously contained a tracking device. Lolos was so jealous that he secretly installed a GPS tracking device on Jennifer's car. This allowed him to follow her movements even when he wasn't present. After analyzing cell tower data, authorities discovered that when Lowe's picked Jennifer up from work, they drove to her apartment together. Jennifer's phone was quickly turned off. Raphael's phone, however, was still active. That same day, between 9 p.m. and midnight, a cell tower near the Hudson River received a signal from it. This could imply that Jennifer had died by then, and the man drove to the river to dispose of her body. Lolo's in London. She opened the bar less than a year before her disappearance, but they frequently fought over money. Even as the boundaries of their relationships with friends, partners, or lovers became increasingly blurred, Raphael referred to Jennifer as a gold digger in their correspondence, and his other messages ranged from threats to apologies to declarations of love. Jennifer's family couldn't believe that the man who had sworn his love for her and helped with her search had gone insane with jealousy to commit such a heinous act. Lolos refused to provide an explanation, pleaded not guilty, and hired a lawyer. The police were unable to locate the knives he purchased the day Jennifer vanished, but they returned to the store and purchased the exact same knives. A forensic examination revealed that what was done to Jennifer's body was done with those exact knives. Lolos was accused of murder, desecration of human remains, stalking, hindering apprehension, and credit card fraud. The trial started in November 2019 and lasted 2 months. According to prosecutors, Jennifer died in her own apartment at the hands of Lolos. Following a jealous argument, the prosecutor stated that Raphael was obsessed with Jennifer and was devastated when he suspected she was cheating on him. Lolo's attorneys who argued to the court that the state had no evidence of Jennifer's actual death. There were no signs of a struggle in her apartment, and there were no marks in the bathtub where the alleged dismemberment took place. The defense claimed it proved Lolo's innocence, while the prosecution claimed it demonstrated evidence concealment. According to the prosecutor, the absence of evidence can be evidence. It demonstrates the concealment of crime-related traces. Jennifer's bathtub was so clean, no trace of her DNA could be found. There was not a single hair, not even the tiniest hair, not a single skin cell, nothing. The prosecutor claimed that an ordinary person's bathtub could not be as clean. During the trial, Jennifer's mother told the judge, "I want you to know that this man ruined my life. She was my girl, my daughter, and the person I loved the most in the world. He finished me and my family." After reviewing the case file, the judge determined that Lolos was literally obsessed with Jennifer. When the judge asked if he wanted to say anything or give a statement, the man declined. He only spoke to his lawyer. In December 2019, the jury found Lolos guilty of all charges after 3 days of deliberation. The verdict was announced in February 2020. Raphael Lolos, 43, was sentenced to life in prison. He would have to serve 63 years in prison before becoming eligible for parole. This was the maximum sentence he could receive, and he would be eligible for parole at the age of 106. Jennifer's body was never fully recovered. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The Sumner family case has been buried alive. The worst betrayal is that of a loved one who has enjoyed unending love and trust. Despite the pain, bitterness, resentment, and disappointment, many people manage to cope and continue with their lives. But what if the betrayal is discovered on the deathbed, and the realization is the last thing a person experiences in life? That is the basis for the horrifying Sumner family story. Even experienced criminalists with extensive experience, who've seen everything in their practice, were moved to tears by this case. Despite the initial death sentence imposed on them, the subhumans who committed this heinous crime are still alive and actively attempting to appeal the court's decision. But let's start at the beginning and try to figure out how a young girl whom the spouse, Sumner, loved and cared for as if she were their own daughter, decided to treat them so brutally. Carol Alfred was born and raised in Charleston, South Carolina, and James, her high school sweetheart, is simply Reggie Sumner. They shared the same age, had known each other since childhood, attended the same school, and were in the same grade. Their friendship and childhood affection gradually turned into sympathy. The school children didn't notice how close they were getting. In 1959, when the teenagers were 15 years old, they began a romantic relationship, and friends noted how beautiful and harmonious they were as a couple, and later in life, James and Carol kept joint photos of themselves when they were young, happy and ahead, as if they were waiting for a long and happy life for the two of them. It was the first time in their lives that their emotions were intense and mutual. The young people were practically inseparable both at and outside of school, and they seriously considered marrying as soon as they turned 18. Their parents supported their children's decision, and we have nothing against their marriage, but life had a very different outcome, a long separation in 1962. The lovers graduated high school but did not have time to marry. A few months later, James was called up for military duty in the Army. He and Carol decided to postpone the celebration until he returned home, and they also agreed to send each other regular letters. Time passed, the separation dragged on, and in the mid-60s, the young man was sent to a hotspot in Vietnam, after which contact with him was severed. Carol didn't know if her lover was still alive because he stopped writing to her. Carol decided to pursue her studies while also working at the Charleston Air Force Base. She married a few years later, but her first marriage ended quickly, and the couple had no children together. The young woman married a man named Richard in 1975, and their only child, a daughter named Rhonda, was born in 1977. However, the second marriage also failed because the husband abused hot drinks and frequently raised his hand against his wife. Around the middle of the 1980s, Carol couldn't stand her husband's constant abuse, so she took her daughter and filed for divorce. But Richard did not leave his ex-wife alone. He literally pursued her, attempting to ruin her life, and in 1987, he succeeded. He purchased a handgun with ammunition. And after another large dose of alcohol, I went to deal with the ex-spouse, rang the doorbell, and Carol unknowingly opened it for him. Rhonda, 10 years old, stood behind her in the room. However, the presence of his daughter did not deter the drunken father, who pulled out a gun and shot Carol several times right in front of the child. He then got into his car, drove to a deserted area, pulled out his gun, and shot the remaining bullet into his temple, killing him on the spot. Carol was lucky to survive because neighbors heard the gunshots and the child's desperate cries and immediately called an ambulance and the police. The young woman was on the verge of dying. She lost a lot of blood and was considered critical for several days. Carol underwent a number of complex operations, including blood transfusions, and gradually recovered. But she became completely blind in her right eye and was permanently disabled near the end of the 1990s. Her health has once again deteriorated significantly. She didn't feel good. I lost a noticeable amount of weight and experienced extreme pain and weakness. After a thorough examination in the hospital, she was diagnosed with liver cancer, which was disappointing news. In 1987, when doctors were fighting for her life, Carol's body was accidentally carrying the hepatitis C virus, which she was unaware of and did not treat. As a result, the virus that infected her liver ravaged it for years, causing cancer. Carol's condition, however, was stabilized as a result of treatment and carefully chosen supportive therapy. She had to take her prescribed medications on a daily basis for the rest of her life, as well as have regular medical checkups to make necessary adjustments to her treatment. Carol lost her job at the Air Force Base after receiving serious gunshot wounds. With cancer added to her list of disappointing diagnoses, she was unable to work physically or stand for extended periods of time. So Carol accepted a position as a call center operator for a cable TV company in her hometown of Charleston. James, on the other hand, did not have the opportunity to report for quite some time after arriving in Vietnam. The war dragged on. The man was severely injured, nearly losing his leg, and spent an extended period of time in hospital. His name was mistakenly included on the lists of the deceased, so even his relatives assumed he was no longer alive. The summoner was fortunate enough to live and return home years later. Carol's connection had long since been lost. She had relocated, married, and believed her first love had died in a hot tot. James soon married, but his injuries from the war caused him to develop diabetes and a number of other chronic diseases. He was never able to be a father. A few years later, the marriage ended, and he has been living alone ever since. James took a job as a simple laborer on the local railroad and stopped expecting pleasant surprises in life. The voice seems painfully familiar. Carol was going about her business as usual in the fall of 2000, answering phones and advising customers. When the young woman answered another such call, she recognized a voice that sent shivers down her spine. She recognized her first high school love right away, but she was afraid of making a mistake because she assumed James had died. Carol answered all of the customer's questions before suddenly turning to him and saying his full name. There was silence on the other end of the line, and the man inquired timidly about how she knew his name. Carol burst into tears in response, revealing that she was the girl he had dated in high school and had once planned to marry. For the next few minutes, they both cried into the tube, unable to say anything. They then discovered that they still lived in their hometown and agreed to meet the following evening at the meeting. According to Rhonda, 38 years later, her mother returned home from work that day, excited. looking like a lovesick schoolgirl and talking nonstop about James. Carol prepared for the date the following day by trying on dresses and applying her hair and makeup. Carol realized she was no longer the youthful beauty. James Sumner remembered her as such, but she wanted to look good and reclaim her former lover's heart. It was an exciting meeting for both of them, as the couple had not seen each other in 38 years. They talked about everything in the world and couldn't stop. They talked about their lives' ups and downs, failed marriages, work, health issues, and how happy they were when they were together. Their old emotions flared up again. James and Carol were eager to make up for their lost years. They began to see each other daily. And after only a few weeks, they decided to move in together and begin living together. 5 months later, Carol married and moved into her husband's home in the Riverland Terrace neighborhood. Family life and disruptive neighbors. The couple first lived in their hometown of Charleston, South Carolina. They were in love, happy, involved in the details of daily life, and reverently cared for each other because they were both young and had health issues. James has known the Cole family for many years, and they live next to the couple. Stephen, the head of their family, had previously fought in Vietnam, was severely injured, and was confined to a wheelchair. Natalie, his wife, went missing at work and did not return home until much later, preferred to spend time with friends in a bar. Tiffany, their daughter, was left to her own devices from a young age, frequently hanging out on the street with nothing to do and no money for even small pocket change. Tiffany was still in high school and in good spirits when James and Carol first moved in. Carol immediately sympathized with the neighbor girl. She genuinely felt sorry for the schoolgirl, who had been rejected by her own mother, Carol, for 5 years in every way possible. Tiffany invited her to join her family for lunch and dinner, which were both delicious. She would occasionally buy the girl clothes and even give her money for minor expenses. Carol treated her as if she were her own daughter, showering her with affection and attention. When the Sumners decided to sell their car brand, the Chevrolet Lumina minivan, Tiffany asked if she could pay in installments. Because the girl had no money and needed the car, the couple agreed to give her the vehicle for next to nothing. The agreed upon amount was ridiculous, divided into a dozen payments spread over a year, a forced relocation, and a mysterious disappearance. In early 2005, the Sumners decided to relocate to the sunny state of Florida. It was a forced measure because both spouses' health had deteriorated significantly, and doctors recommended that they relocate south and closer to the ocean. They were both retired at the time, so they made the decision to make a significant life change. Carol and James sold their spacious Charleston home and purchased real estate in Jacksonville, Florida's largest and most populous city. They also bought a new Lincoln Town Car. The couple was overjoyed and settled into a new environment, making plans for their future lives together. Carol called her adult daughter Rhonda every day, telling her about her life and sharing her thoughts and plans. As a result, the girl was surprised and excited one day in June 2005. Her mother did not call or respond to her calls. At first, Rhonda pushed the negative thoughts away and hoped that everything was fine with her mother and husband and that they would call her soon. The following day, however, the situation remained unchanged. Rhonda called her mother on James' cell phone every half hour, but the phones were no longer operational, and the answering machine on her home phone went off, but all messages went unanswered. On the third day, Rhonda decided to drive herself to another state to see how her mother and stepfather were doing. She left early in the morning and drove for approximately 5 hours before arriving at Sumner's house. The absence of a car was the first thing Rhonda noticed, but it was far from the only oddity. When the girl approached the front door, she discovered that it was ajar. The house was quiet, with a light on in one of the rooms. Even though the sun was shining brightly outside, Rhonda called out for her mother and James, but there was no response. Then she went into the kitchen, where she discovered a table set for two with food that appeared to have been there for at least 3 days. It appeared that the owners had gathered for dinner, but had abruptly abandoned the meal and gone elsewhere. In addition, the house itself was a complete mess. With items strewn about and some doors and cupboards left open, it appeared that something had been searched for. But what was it, and who was it, and who was it, on the couple's bedside table? Some medications were essential to them. There were their mother's cancer pills, which he took 3 times a day, as well as a bottle of insulin, which James took hourly. In addition, the couple's cell phones were completely dead. Rhonda realized that without their medications and cell phones, her mother and stepfather would be unable to leave the house. let alone for an extended period of time. So she immediately called the police to report the incident. Strange imposters. The couple in their car were promptly added to the wanted list, and Carol and James' bank cards were blocked the same day. The first few days of the search produced no results, and neither the Sumners nor any witnesses on the trail could be located. However, on June 12, several events occurred simultaneously, allowing the police to track down the criminals. First, a man called one of the banks, identified himself as Mr. James Sumner, and complained that his card had been blocked and he was unable to withdraw cash. When the bank employee checked the card information, he immediately suspected something was wrong. He offered Mr. Sumner to personally contact the nearest bank branch to resolve the issue. However, almost a few minutes later, the man hung up from the same number. However, in another bank, a woman named Mrs. Carol Sumner called and reported a similar problem with the card being blocked. When asked to come to the bank in person, she flatly refused, claiming that she couldn't do so due to health issues, but was in desperate need of money right now, and asked for access to her savings, which was of course denied. The information about the calls, as well as the recordings of the calls themselves, were immediately turned over to the police the same day. They were played to Rhonda at the station, who confirmed that the voices were not her mother's or stepfather's. This was obvious from the start, as both spouses were in their 60s, and their voices sounded too young. The police assumed that the imposters were directly responsible for the Sumners' disappearance. They either kidnapped the couple and held them captive or killed them. The missing couple's car was discovered abandoned on a deserted road in a wooded area a few days after being extorted for information about bank accounts and cards. There were no signs of blood or struggle in the cabin. Experts discovered hair and sweat marks in the trunk, which turned out to be both spouses. When the police investigated the couple's bank transactions, it became clear that they had been kidnapped in the trunk of their own car, and there was little hope of finding them alive. It turned out that money had been deducted from their card several times after the Sumners stopped contacting their daughter. After reviewing the ATM surveillance footage, it was discovered that the money was withdrawn by a young man who could not be identified. In addition, a request was made to trace all calls from the number used by the imposters to call the bank. The SIM card was purchased without a contract with prepaid time shortly before the spouses disappeared. It was not possible to determine the buyer's name in this case, but it was discovered that on June 6, a call was placed from this number to a car rental company. As it turned out, a guest at one of the hotels rented a Mazda RX-8 in the name of Tiffany Cole, and it was in this car that an unknown young man later drove to Adams and withdrew money from the Sumners' cards. He deducted $1,000 from the woman's card and nearly $3,000 from her husband's card. Investigators discovered that they had previously mentioned a Mazda RX-8 parked at a hotel in Charleston, thanks to beacons installed in all rental cars to track their location. A capture team was immediately dispatched, and they literally broke into the room where the attackers were resting, celebrating their impunity. Young thugs. The room was literally littered with packages and receipts from different stores. Clothing, gadgets, video games, cosmetics, perfumes, and a large quantity of expensive alcohol were among the items purchased. A girl and two guys were inside, clearly unprepared for police arrival. Tiffany Cole, 23, her boyfriend Michael J. Jackson, 24, and 19-year-old Allen Wade were all present. Handcuffs were snapped around the young men's wrists, leaving them looking surprised, confused, and even scared. All three were taken to the police station and separated into different rooms for questioning. However, at first, they pretended not to understand the accusations or simply remained silent. A search of the room revealed Sumner's bank cards, the couple's laptop, some of Carol's jewelry, James's expensive coin collection, the keys to their Lincoln Town car, and pawn shop receipts in the name of Tiffany Cole. Following several hours of interrogation, Mrs. Sumner and Tiffany were able to pawn some of the stolen jewelry and spend the money with friends. Tiffany was the first to speak after the irrefutable evidence discovered in the hotel room was presented. The girl sobbed and claimed that she and her friends robbed the elderly couple but did nothing else, before fleeing and spending other people's money. She also admitted that they had another man with them, 19-year-old Bruce Kent Nixon, whom they paid $300 for assistance and never saw again. As it turned out, Bruce agreed to go to the crime because they promised him a specific amount, After that, he spent all of his money on illegal substances. The guy was easy to find because he lived in Charleston and had no intention of fleeing or hiding. He was arrested right at his parents' house for a careless remark and a devious plan. Bruce realized the consequences of his crime and agreed to cooperate with the police in order to avoid the death penalty. What the young criminal said caused horror and frostbite on the skin. It all started in May 2005. Tiffany went to the Sumners to make the next payment on the car she bought 6 months ago. The girl always approached them personally because they're welcoming. Carol and James invited her to stay for a night or a few days, fed her delicious food, and even gave her gifts. As she came with friends, there was always enough room in the house and at the table. Tiffany arrived this time with her new boyfriend, and the two of them were graciously invited to dinner. And because it was late, the couple spent the night at Sumner's house. During the meal, the Southerners discussed how they settled in their new surroundings, and Carol inadvertently mentioned that they had nearly $100,000 left over after selling the Charleston house, allowing them to live for themselves in their old age without depriving themselves or worrying about anything. Carol's words effectively sentenced herself and her husband to death. Tiffany and Michael looked at each other, and during the night, while at the couple's house, they began to plan how they would obtain this impressive sum of money. They said their goodbyes and returned to South Carolina, where in a few weeks, they discovered accomplices who distributed roles and responsibilities and began to realize the plan behind criminal confessions. Tiffany rented an inconspicuous car on June 6, while Bruce and Alan stole 4 shovels from somewhere. They drove together to the Jacksonville suburbs, where they chose a deserted spot in the woods and began digging a deep hole that would become the Sumners' grave. Tiffany went to a hardware store on the morning of July 8 and purchased rope and duct tape, which he distributed to her accomplices. That evening, Bruce and Alan knocked on the prospective victim's door, pretended to be in need of assistance, and requested permission to make one phone call from their home. Carol thought these young men were strange, but she let them in anyway, figuring they needed help. When they got inside, they immediately attacked the defenseless woman and her husband, who ran to her screams and threatened them with a toy gun. The couple's hands and feet were tightly bound with duct tape, blindfolded, and interrogated about money and valuables in the home. Under torture and death threats, the couple gave the intruders all of the information about their bank accounts and the PIN codes for their cards, hoping that their lives would be spared. However, once the bandits had the necessary information, more people entered the house. They assisted in dragging the couple into the house's backyard and stuffing them into the trunk of their family car, which was driven by Alan and Bruce. Tiffany and Michael drove a rented Mazda Rex 8. In the event that they encountered a police patrol on the way who intended to stop the car with the couple in the trunk, the second car should have diverted their attention to itself by accelerating rapidly. They are blatantly breaking the rules. However, there was no one in their path, and both cars arrived at the scene safely. In the trunk, James was able to free his arm and remove the bandage and duct tape from both his and his wife's faces, preventing her from suffocating. But they didn't have time for anything else. What was their surprise, bewilderment, and shock when the trunk lid opened and the couple recognized Tiffany and her boyfriend, who had recently visited them. The Sumners were led several dozen meters through the woods to a grave prepared for them, which they then pushed into. The couple pleaded for their lives, but the young criminals decided to kill them in the most brutal way possible and bury them alive. Bruce stated that they covered them with earth for about an hour. Throughout the process, the bound elderly people cried, confessed their love to one another, and said goodbye. The spouses died of suffocation, as revealed by a later examination, and pieces of soil from their mouths, respiratory tracts, and even stomachs were discovered. After completing their gruesome task, the outlaws abandoned the Lincoln in the woods and returned to town in a rented car. They went to Sumner's house and took everything valuable they could find before returning to South Carolina and spending the loot. However, 2 days later, stolen cards were blocked. After another 4, all of the criminals were arrested, tried, and convicted. Bruce Nixon was the only one who admitted his guilt from the start and agreed to cooperate with the investigation in the hopes of receiving leniency. He was the one who showed them the spouses' graves and told them in detail what happened that terrible night. Tiffany claimed that her boyfriend Michael was the perpetrator of the crime, who had gone insane after learning about the Sumners' vast fortune. After the house was sold, Her lawyer insisted that the girl was a wingman and had no direct involvement in the murder. Jackson and Alan Wade preferred to remain silent, but the evidence spoke volumes for them. Tiffany Cole's innocence was not believed by the jury because she participated in the development of the criminal plan, rented a car, and devised a diversionary maneuver in case they were suddenly pursued by police. They assisted in digging the spouses' graves, and after renting stolen items from the pawn shop, they were eager to spend the money. This was demonstrated by a large number of photos she took wearing the purchased clothes and in a limousine rented by the criminals to celebrate their success. As a result, Bruce Nixon received a life sentence with no possibility of parole. Jackson, Tiffany, and Alan Wade received the death penalty. The criminals filed numerous appeals and grievances, but they were all denied, and the sentence remained unchanged, with the exception that in 2023, 18 years after their heinous crime, the same death sentence was never executed. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Texas blue-eyed butcher, Susan Wright. Anger is a strong negative emotion in which a person usually tries to harm themselves or those around them. The English playwright John Dryden once said, "Beware the wrath of a patient man, for he will exact revenge when you have forgotten both the man and the cause of the wrath." Long-held negative emotions, pain and resentment will inevitably find an outlet, and a person who always forgives and gives another chance to make things right can become the most ruthless judge and executioner. Susan Wright's case in the early 2000s stunned everyone with its incredible cruelty. But the merciless perpetrator stood in front of the court, and it appeared that he had received just punishment. However, several years later, it was revealed that not everything in this story was so clear-cut, and a bloody conclusion came after many years of patience, resignation, and silence. At first glance, this family appeared to be ideal, but no one could have predicted what was going on behind closed doors. But first, let us try to understand the case of the blue-eyed butcher and what drove a fragile young woman, a mother of 2 children, to commit such a desperate and simply monstrous act. Who exactly is Susan Wright? Susan Lucille Wright was born on April 24, 1976, in Houston, Texas, into the simple family of Velma Sue and Jimmy Lawrence. She was the eldest of 2 children raised alongside her biological sister Cindy. Susan was a lively and sociable child with artistic abilities from a young age. During her school years, she was very interested in dancing and aspired to be a choreographer someday. The girl had a bright, attractive appearance and a slender figure, and after graduating from high school, she enjoyed being the center of attention. Despite her best efforts, she was unable to attend college. She did not give up, however, and instead decided to take a short break to save money for her education. She spent several months working as a dancer in one of the city's popular nightclubs. There, the young blonde performed topless, gaining notoriety for which she was not proud. She quit her job and never returned, instead using her savings to pay for evening classes at a nursing school. Susan had always aimed for independence. To support herself while studying, she worked as a waitress in a restaurant. She quickly realized that medicine was not her true calling, and she struggled to pay for her education. As a result, the young blonde dropped her classes and focused on her work instead. In the summer of 1997, Susan, then 21, met her future husband, Jeffrey Andrew Wright. Their first meeting was at a Galveston restaurant where she worked as a waitress, and he came in for a meal. He was immediately captivated by the blue-eyed blonde's beauty and radiant smile, leaving generous tips and becoming a regular customer since then. Jeffrey took a while to ask her out, but he eventually mustered the courage to get her number. Susan later recalled that the man began calling her daily, sometimes multiple times a day, to arrange romantic dates and small surprises, such as sending flowers with heartfelt notes to her workplace, and that in the evenings he would meet her and walk her home. The man was 8 years her senior, but the small age difference didn't bother them. He was attentive, sweet, and caring, and quickly won Susan over. However, it quickly became clear that Jeffrey had some issues with alcohol and controlled substances. He claimed to have stopped using drugs in the past and promised to completely abstain from alcohol. The innocent young woman believed him, She was truly in love for the first time, and she believed they could overcome any challenges together. Susan soon discovered she was pregnant and hurried to tell her beloved. Wright seemed pleased with the prospect of becoming a father, but made no decisive moves. He did not propose, and the couple continued to live separately. Susan, perplexed by her boyfriend's behavior, took action on her own. She insisted on having their first child in wedlock, and her partner simply accepted her conditions. By the time the couple officially legalized their relationship, Susan was already 8 months pregnant. They chose a quiet wedding without guests or witnesses, rather than a grand celebration with a white dress and a tiered cake. Around this time, they purchased their own home in quiet Harris County, Texas, and moved in just a few weeks before their child was born. They were the ideal family. In December 1998, the Wrights welcomed their first child, a son named Bradley, who was born in 2001. Susan became pregnant again, and in the spring of 2002, she had a daughter named Kaylee. The couple also got a small dog named Buck, had their own comfortable family car, and appeared to live a life that embodied the American dream. Jeffrey worked at a local construction company, and Susan agreed to become a stay-at-home mother after their children arrived. She was responsible for raising the children and creating a comfortable environment in their family home. Mrs. Wright's neighbors described her as a kind, friendly, and sociable young woman, a caring mother, and a loving wife. The family appeared to be perfect, but the reality was very different. It was later revealed that her husband was extremely demanding in every way. Susan spent her time cleaning, doing laundry, and cooking. Jeffrey only ate fresh, home-cooked meals, and she couldn't prepare meals for more than 2 days or reheat leftovers. The house had to be in perfect order and cleanliness, which was nearly impossible with 2 young children. Jeffrey had to wash his clothes almost every day because he never wore the same thing twice. If one of these rules was broken, it resulted in insults, humiliation, and even physical abuse. Financially, Jeffrey turned out to be incredibly frugal. The romantic who wanted flowers and presents was gone, and he now only gave his wife $100 per week. This was intended to cover cooking, housekeeping, and purchasing all of the children's necessities. Susan was required to account for all expenses for her husband and provide receipts. Jeffrey did not stop drinking as promised, but that was only the beginning. He began using drugs again. He categorically denied addiction, describing his drug use as light doping to deal with work stress and stay in shape. However, while under the influence of these substances, he frequently became aggressive, hitting his wife and even their young son. When Susan pleaded with him to seek professional help and undergo rehabilitation in order to overcome his destructive habits, Jeffrey reacted angrily. He saw no issue with his behavior, claiming that Susan married him knowing about his alcohol and drug use, so she should accept and live with it. Interestingly, Jeffrey's parents were also aware of their son's flaws. They empathized with their daughter-in-law, but felt powerless to help her with the final straw. According to the woman, her husband became aggressive towards her almost immediately after they started living together. This resulted in physical, emotional, and intimate abuse. Initially, he would apologize and promise it would never happen again, and she wanted to believe him. Jeffrey soon stopped apologizing and family violence became commonplace. Jeffrey went to the gym 3 times per week to practice boxing. He said the workouts allowed him to let off steam, and that he would definitely take his son with him once he was a little older. On Monday, January 13, 2003, Wright went to the gym as usual after work. He returned home on edge, exuding excitement and nervousness. While his wife was preparing dinner, he decided to teach his son about boxing and demonstrate some techniques. He got carried away, misjudged his strength, and hit the 5-year-old boy. The child burst into tears, and the father tried to console him while hoping his wife would not hear. Susan did pretend not to notice, but this was the last straw for her. After dinner, she went to put the kids to bed while her husband stayed in the bedroom and took another dose of controlled substances. What happened next varies depending on the account. The woman claimed that as soon as she entered the room, her husband attacked her, took advantage of her, and attempted to kill her with a knife, but she was able to wrestle the weapon from his grasp, and the resulting confrontation was solely for self-defense. However, her story changed several times, and the investigative version presented at trial appeared more credible, eventually becoming the official account of how she was seduced, immobilized, and brutally murdered. Susan resolved to use her dancing abilities to seduce her husband and lower his guard. She entered the room wearing a short silk robe over her bare body, putting on a seductive show for her husband. She then proposed a role-playing game involving tying up, to which he readily agreed. She secured Jeff's hands and right leg to the bed with 3 of his neckties. His left leg was secured with her robe's silk belt. Susan improvised a gag using her own underwear, adding to the guise of an intimate game. To set the mood, she lit candles and turned off the lights. Jeffrey was bound hand and foot, firmly fastened to the bed with a gag in his mouth and surrounded by dim lighting. Mrs. Wright first lit one of the candles and poured hot wax onto the man's chest. Although painful, it felt like part of their game. The same fate befell his intimate area, and the pain became unbearable. Jeffrey was initially unaware of what was going on. He attempted to free himself and scream, but was unsuccessful. Meanwhile, his wife repeatedly struck him with a small, sharp knife that she had brought from the kitchen. She began by slashing his genitals, legs, abdomen, chest, arms, neck, and face, then moving up and down the groin. Susan began slowly, voicing her grievances with each strike, recounting the insults, humiliations, and abuse she had experienced. Then she started crying and striking faster and faster. Forensic experts discovered 193 shallow knife wounds on the deceased's body. The majority of these wounds were not fatal, and the man was conscious throughout the ordeal. Her actions indicated that she was in despair and emotional turmoil, and her lawyers insisted on a state of effect. She couldn't stop even when her husband showed no signs of life, and she hadn't thought about what she'd do next or how she'd handle the body. Shallow grave in the backyard. For several hours, the woman sat on the floor next to her husband's body on the bed. She then looked around and realized the room was covered in blood, and she needed to act before dawn. Susan cautiously peered out the window, ensuring that no neighbors had turned on their lights and that the outside was quiet and deserted. Her gaze fell on a shallow pit dug by Jeffrey over the weekend to install a fountain in the backyard. A plan came together instantly. This pit would become the final resting place for her despised spouse. Susan used a common garden wheelbarrow to move the body from the bedroom to the yard. This aspect raised numerous questions for the investigators. As a petite, slender woman, she was able to load and transport a man twice her height and weight out of the house on her own. There was suspicion of an accomplice. However, none of these speculations were confirmed. The seemingly amazing strength that appeared out of nowhere gave the defense another reason to insist on a state of effect. The woman moved her husband's body into the pit and buried it at night, though a light covering would be more accurate. She then showered, removed the blood-stained curtains and bed linen, placed them in trash bags, and disposed of them in various bins. The bloodied mattress was simply flipped over to the other side because she didn't know what else to do with it. The remaining time until dawn was spent cleaning blood from the floor, walls, and carpet. The carpet presented a challenge because a large stain proved impossible to remove creatively. The lady doused it in bleach, hoping that the chemicals would remove any evidence of the violent confrontation that had occurred in that room. She attacked and fled. Susan sobbed as she called her husband's parents, who lived in Austin, Texas. She informed them that her husband, who was under the influence of alcohol and controlled substances, had assaulted her and their young son, then wreaked havoc in the house, spilling a bottle of bleach on the carpet before declaring himself fed up and leaving. Her Jeffrey's parents were stunned. They were aware that their son was far from perfect and felt deeply sorry for their daughter-in-law. But when they learned he had hit the child, they immediately invited Susan and the children to stay with them for a while. However, the young mother declined. She went on to say that she would file a police report and disclose everything that had happened in their home. Mrs. Wright went to the police station 2 days later because her husband's sudden disappearance was raising new questions and something needed to be done. She reported that she and her children were victims of domestic violence at the hands of her husband and required protection. Susan was able to obtain a restraining order to prevent her husband from approaching her and the children, despite the fact that she knew her significant other would never be able to come near them again. Susan displayed bruises and cuts on her arms as evidence, claiming that her husband inflicted them with keys while she tried to fend him off. Bradley had a small bruise on his face, and he admitted that his father had hit him. At first glance, the woman's story seemed plausible and logical. Her husband, under the influence of alcohol and controlled substances, attacked his wife and young son, then fled because he was scared of what he had done. but Jeffrey made no contact over time, which raised suspicions. He appeared to have fled without his belongings or documents, leaving even his mobile phone at home. The man had not shown up for work or to see his parents, and none of his friends or neighbors had noticed him. It was as if he had vanished completely. Such behavior is typical of criminals who decide to hide, but he hasn't killed anyone or caused serious injury to warrant such a flight. The horrifying truth is that Susan found it unbearable to remain in the house where she confronted her husband and buried his body. She began to believe he was still alive and about to rise from his grave for vengeance. On January 17th, she was practically losing her mind, as was their dog, but she kept barking and attempting to dig up the grave. After taking her children, the perpetrator went to her mother's home. Her mother was aware of what had occurred, but after seeing her daughter, she realized the full extent of the situation. Velma simply asked, "You killed your husband, didn't you?" Her daughter started crying and nodded. She confessed what had happened and revealed where she had hidden the body, repeatedly saying she had no idea what to do next, on her mother's advice. Susan called Neil Davis, a lawyer, the next day and confessed to killing her husband and attempting to conceal her crime. The experienced defense attorney learned all of the details and considered all possible scenarios. On January 19th, I called the Harris County District Attorney's office. Davis reported that Mrs. Wright had committed suicide and buried her husband's body in the backyard, as she had admitted, and was prepared to give a statement at the police station. Susan voluntarily went to the police on January 24th, 2003, and stated that she would make a complete confession. Her story was disjointed. She became confused by the details and sometimes contradicted herself. She spoke of her late husband as if he were still alive, claimed to be afraid of him, and asked for protection. As a result, she underwent a psychiatric evaluation, which revealed a nervous breakdown and depression. Overall, Wright was capable of comprehending her actions. The gruesome discovery came when the deceased husband's remains were extracted from a makeshift grave in the backyard. Investigators were astounded because they had never witnessed such brutality before. Experts discovered 193 knife wounds on the victim's body, including 8 in the groin area, approximately 30 on the legs, 23 on the shoulders, and 22 in the abdomen. 46 for the chest, 23 for the neck, and 41 for the face. Only one head wound could have caused death. All other cuts were superficial and did not pose a direct threat to life, implying that the man died in agony while conscious after his wife repeatedly struck him with a small knife. Jeffrey's wrists and ankles bore deep marks from the ties and belt that his wife used to bind him. The victim's injuries indicated that he attempted but failed to free himself. Notably, the ties and belt remained on the person. Candle wax was also found on the deceased's chest and groin. Mrs. Wright claimed it was an accident after her husband knocked over a lit candle onto himself. However, the prosecution believed that the hot wax was more likely a form of torture inflicted on the bound victim with the intent to cause suffering. The deceased's wife's underwear remained in his mouth, acting as a gag that prevented him from screaming or calling for help. Toxicological tests revealed traces of alcohol and several controlled substances in the deceased's system. Under the influence of such a cocktail, the man might have acted aggressively and irrationally. The bedroom where the confrontation occurred appeared normal at first glance, save for a large bleach stain on the carpet. Susan had clearly spent a lot of time cleaning up, but when special chemical agents and equipment were used to reveal blood traces, the scene took on a completely different light. Blood was found everywhere, including on the ceiling, and the mattress was thoroughly soaked in it. The trial begins, and the defense presents its version. The accused's trial began in late February 2004. Mrs. Wright had been in custody for a year, and her children were being cared for by her parents and sister Cindy. Her lawyer was well prepared for the trial and had worked closely with his client. Susan was almost always in tears as she described that horrific night and the events leading up to it. The woman claimed that her husband had abused and treated her cruelly for years, but when he began raising his hand to the children, she couldn't take it. The defendant claimed that on that fateful evening, her husband returned from his training in an agitated state, began demonstrating boxing techniques to their 5-year-old son, and promised that the boy would also take boxing. When Bradley refused, his father struck him in the face. Susan then put the children to bed and decided to have a serious talk with her husband, encouraging him to seek medical attention. He got angry, grabbed his keys, and was about to leave. She attempted to stop him, resulting in a struggle in which she sustained palm and wrist injuries. The defendant then claimed that her husband struck her, causing her to fall and temporarily lose her bearings. When she arrived, she noticed Jeffrey holding a knife. Following that, the woman's testimony became increasingly inconsistent, and she was unable to explain how the weapon ended up in her hands. Her lawyer attributed this to a state of affect, claiming that it was the reason his client, after seizing the knife, began to strike and did not stop until she had inflicted multiple wounds all over her husband's body. Susan claimed that after the confrontation, she tied the victim's limbs to the cart and transported him to the yard. As previously stated, the wax allegedly landed on his body by accident from a candle on her bedside table, which she lit in the evenings instead of a nightlight. However, she was unable to explain why her underwear was discovered in the deceased's mouth, as well as the prosecution's version and the verdict. The prosecution's version and arguments were much more persuasive and logical. Experts demonstrated that the deep wounds and abrasions on the wrists and ankles were inflicted while the man was still alive, implying that the binding was part of an intimate game played by the defendant too. As a result, the man's gag could be reasonably explained. Furthermore, all injuries were delivered at a specific angle, as if the perpetrator was above Jeffrey's body or sitting astride him, rather than in the midst of a struggle, which would have resulted in a different pattern of injuries. All of the cuts were made from the front, while the victim was lying on his back, securely fastened. It was unclear whether Susan planned her husband's death and intended to bury him in the pit he dug for the fountain. However, the prosecution leaned towards the theory that she had meticulously planned everything in order to receive a large sum from insurance. The case received a lot of attention, and Susan was dubbed the blue-eyed butcher or blonde meat grinder in the press. Jeffrey's relatives demanded the harshest possible punishment for her. While most neighbors sympathize with the woman, she recalls occasional bruises on her body that resembled signs of physical abuse, which she attributed to her clumsiness. The prosecutor initially sought life in prison for Mrs. Wright, but later reduced their demands to 45 years. In March 2004, the accused was found guilty and sentenced to 25 years in prison. She did not react to the judge's words and appeared completely detached. Susan's lawyers filed an appeal a year later, but it was denied due to new developments and a reduced sentence. Wright and her defense team appealed again in 2008. This time, a new witness testimony had a significant impact on the course of the case. The witness was Misty McMichael, wife of former NFL champion Steve McMichael. In the mid-90s, she had a long-term relationship with Jeffrey Wright and was even engaged to him for about a year. She shared her experiences with Wright's physical abuse, humiliations, and cruel treatment, which prompted her to end the engagement and permanently cut ties with him. Susan's prison sentence was reduced to 20 years in 2014 when she was 38 years old, based on these new circumstances in the witness testimony. She was eligible for parole for the first time, but was ultimately denied. In July 2017, she received a second denial. Finally, in the winter of 2020, after 16 years in prison, the blonde meat grinder was released. She was 44 years old when she was released. Reporters and photographers waited for her outside the prison walls, and she burst into tears and begged to be left alone. It's worth noting that Mrs. Wright's trial received extensive media coverage and was even broadcast on the National American Television Network CTTV. This story later became the basis for an episode of the popular documentary TV show 48 Hours Mystery and an episode of The Secret Lives of Stepford Wives titled Deadly Love, which aired in 2014. Blue-Eyed Butcher, a feature film starring Sarah Paxton as Susan Wright, was released in 2012. In 2014, Canadian documentary filmmaker Chloe Bland released The Wheel of Fortune, a 17-minute short film inspired by the Jeffrey Wright trial. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The betrayal of a loved one always surprises us, because that is why we consider people close when we fully trust them and do not expect to be stabbed in the back. However, criminologists understand that when it comes to a brutal murder, The perpetrator should be sought first and foremost among people in the victim's immediate surroundings. What if the plan could not be completed? The victim is unable to testify due to his serious condition, and the perpetrator is desperately trying to figure out how to cover his tracks without raising suspicion. It reminds me of the plot of a thriller. Unfortunately, this story occurred a few years ago in real life. Wang Nan, a pregnant Chinese woman, was involved in one of Thailand's most high-profile incidents. The perpetrator tried to get rid of his wife in one of the national parks by portraying the incident as a tragic accident. However, it appears that nature intervened to prevent the young woman and her child from being killed. When the truth was exposed, it literally shocked the detectives investigating the case, as well as the doctors who saved the victim's life, because they were certain that the husband was deeply concerned about his wife and child. But even more shocking was the motivation for such a heinous and cruel act. It should be noted that this situation is not unique, and around the same time in Thailand, another couple from China had a similar story, but the man was able to put an end to the plan. But let's go through everything in order. Wang Nan's story. Wang Nan was born in Nanjing, a major metropolis and former Chinese capital, in 1987. She grew up in a relatively affluent family, and her parents strived to provide their daughter with the best education possible, while also encouraging the development of her talents and potential. The girl excelled in school, and she found it particularly easy to learn the exact sciences. Wang Nan enrolled in a prestigious university after graduation, where she studied the fundamentals of business and finance while also learning several foreign languages. After receiving her diploma, the girl secured a position at a large travel agency, where she established herself as a valuable, responsible, and highly motivated employee. She quickly advanced in her career and was transferred to Thailand, where she oversaw the development of a new branch. Nan worked as a top manager for a few years before leaving the travel agency to start her own business. She opened a restaurant serving Chinese national cuisine and was so successful that her idea quickly expanded into a small but popular chain in Bangkok. Xiao Dong Wang was a successful young entrepreneur who competently led and developed the business. However, in order to advance her career, she completely sacrificed her personal life. The young woman later recalled that her most recent romantic relationship occurred while she was still a student. However, as labor activity began, she simply did not have time to go on dates due to her full-time employment. Wang wasn't too concerned about her loneliness, even though she was almost 30 years old. She was constantly in business, rushing around and working tirelessly. Even though she had lived in Thailand for a long time and was well versed in the language, she decided to improve her skills and enrolled in additional TI courses. At the training center, Wang happened to meet a young man named Hugh, who stared at her for a few minutes before approaching her in his native language. They spoke briefly, and the man asked Nan why she was studying the language, to which she replied that it was necessary for her business development. Hugh suggested that they exchange business cards so that they could meet and socialize for a while. Nan was reluctant to continue chatting, but she did so out of politeness. She gave him her business card, and he gave her his in return. Xiao Dong's business card stated that he was in the export-import business in Bangkok. Wang was unimpressed and simply threw the business card into her purse, forgetting about it. Only Yu appeared to be genuinely interested in the young woman, and he called her the next day. However, she was too busy with work to hold a conversation for more than a few minutes, so she declined the invitation to meet for coffee. A few days later, the situation repeated itself, and Nan declined to go on a date, citing her busy schedule and preparations for an upcoming business conference. She intended to expand her business relationships and meet new partners there, but Yu arrived at the event with a luxurious bouquet of flowers. After waiting for Nan to be free, he approached her and asked her out again. Wang Nan was bribed due to her persistence. Because no one had ever tried so hard to get her attention before, she agreed to meet him for dinner and an unexpected romantic encounter. It appeared that Yu did not simply fall in love with men, he had literally lost his head. He constantly showed her affection, made pleasant surprises and gifts, delivered flowers to her door every morning with little romantic notes inside, and called at least twice a day to say good morning and good night. Wang's emotions were mixed. On one hand, she was annoyed by the guy's obsession, but on the other, she was flattered that someone was attempting to win her heart, so unexpectedly. For the first time in a long time, the young woman entered into a romantic relationship. Her boyfriend not only wooed her beautifully, but he also tried to be perfect in every way. He shared her interests and points of view on a variety of topics, learned to cook Wang's favorite dishes, tried to diversify their leisure time by purchasing tickets to various events, and was always willing to assist her at work and at home upon the first request. Wang Nan could not believe how happy she was. It appeared to her that this only happened in movies, but it was actually happening to her, except Yu was in too much of a rush. They had only been dating for a few months, but he was already planning a wedding and naming their future children. Wang was slightly embarrassed by this type of conversation. But at times like this, Yu began talking about how they were both in their 30s and that it was time to start a family, a wedding without rings and veils. The man had no idea how to behave or how to respond to her suitor's behavior. She realized Yu was correct about his age, but she still questioned whether he was the right person to marry. One day, after another heart-to-heart conversation, Yu promised Nan that he would prove his love for her. That same night, after they had returned home, the man in love sent his girlfriend a long, touching letter filled with tenderness. He confessed his love to her and promised to be the best husband and father for their children. Wang awoke to find the suitor on her doorstep, holding a bouquet of flowers. Yijiaon declared that he had never been more serious about his intentions, and he was ready to marry her right now. Ran Kofad said the courthouse wouldn't open until an hour and a half later, so Yu offered to go there right away. And if the door was open, they'd register the marriage right away. Wang agreed to the venture, knowing that the government office would be closed. To her surprise, the door was opened, and the authorized officer registering unions was already sitting at his desk. Yu had arranged everything in Ad Wang Si, requesting that an exception be made for him and his bride to marry early in the morning. It was an unusual wedding. No guests, no rings, no dress or veil, and no memorable photographs. Wang Nan couldn't shake the suspicion that all of this was a lie because she didn't even introduce the chosen one to his mother, with whom they had always been close. When she regained consciousness, she found herself holding a marriage certificate. Next to her stood a happy, newlywed husband. A tragic accident happened in June 2019. When Wang was 3 months pregnant, her husband persuaded her to plan a vacation and a short trip, reasoning that they would be unable to travel for a long time after the baby was born. Nan reluctantly agreed, and they chose the Thai National Park Reserve, which is known for its picturesque forests and unique rock paintings, estimated to be tens of thousands of years old. But on the morning of June 9, tragedy struck. Wang Nan fell from a height of 111 feet, while the couple was on one of the observation decks admiring the sunrise. When rescuers arrived on the scene, a crying Yu ran up to them and begged them to save his wife and the baby she was carrying. The man claimed they were enjoying the first rays of the rising sun when his wife became ill. She took a step to the side, but she became dizzy and fell before he could pick her up. The young woman had fallen from the 10th floor. She had multiple open fractures, and the situation appeared hopeless. Nan suddenly groaned and opened her eyes. Her husband abruptly stopped crying and wailing, and a look of horror crossed his face. However, he quickly gathered himself, loudly thanked the Almighty that his beloved was still alive, and then leaned into her ear and whispered something about Chinese unstable family life before dealing with the events of that tragic day. Let us go back 6 months and see how the couple's family life was. Wang regretted her marriage almost immediately after it was registered, but at first she hoped he would be a good husband, a dependable supporter, and a man to rely on. Unfortunately, her hopes were not realized, and soon the new husband revealed his true colors. He spent almost all of his time at home playing computer games, freely spending his wife's money while contributing nothing to the family budget. When his wife asked why he didn't go to work, Xiao Dong explained that his business was at a seasonal low and that he could rest for the time being. However, this law had grown too long, so the young woman decided to inquire about her husband's job. That's when she discovered that his successful export-import business existed solely on paper and printed business cards. Wang realized the magnitude of her error at that point, as she had not even considered drafting a prenuptial agreement. So now her husband can freely spend what she earns, and if they divorce, he will claim her property. The couple had a serious conversation during which Yu cried like a child and was assured that he would overcome his temporary difficulties and find a good job. However, It quickly became clear that he was not going to look for anything and was quite content sitting on his wife's neck. He was a grown man who behaved like a child. He spent almost all of his time playing computer games, and if he did something around the house or helped his wife in the restaurant, he made sure to ask her for money for himself. Wang eventually got tired of it and told him that she would not give him another penny until he found a job stealing from his own wife and an unwanted child. You disappeared the day after that conversation, taking Nan's marriage certificate and identity card with him. However, she only discovered the missing documents in the evening when she received a call from her accountant inquiring about the transfer of a large sum of money from her account. The young woman was stunned because she had not transferred any funds. She did, however, immediately guess who had done it. The husband transferred more than $500,000 to his personal account while providing the bank with his marriage certificate, his wife's documents, and assurances that it was their joint money that they managed together. Wang did not hesitate to contact the police to report the theft, and the fugitive husband was apprehended a few hours later while attempting to cash out some of the stolen funds. Yu sobbed again at the station, this time on his knees, begging his wife for forgiveness. He admitted that he had lost a large sum of money gambling, and he was now being threatened with death in order to repay the debt. Furthermore, it was discovered that this was not his first encounter with the police. He had previously served an 8-year sentence in his aid of China for robbery. Ren was almost overcome with shame as she listened to all of this, because as it turned out, she did not know the man she married. However, the young woman believed that gambling was a disease and that she needed to help her husband overcome his addiction and return to a normal life. Wang not only agreed to pay off half of her husband's debt, but she also appointed him manager of one of her restaurants. Yu initially appeared to accept it gratefully and take the new position seriously. He even devised an effective strategy for the establishment's growth, but his enthusiasm was short-lived. Soon, he began to spend more time on computer games and entertainment. During that time, Wang discovered she was pregnant and informed her husband, but he reacted strangely, even aggressively. Yu claimed that he was not yet prepared for this and persuaded his wife to have an abortion, which she flatly refused. The husband then threatened divorce and stated that he intended to obtain a court order to divide the property. He didn't speak to his wife for several days before suddenly softening and apologizing. Yu admitted that he spoke nonsense about emotions. In fact, excited about the upcoming edition, I resumed caring, cooking, and helping around the house. A fateful journey. Wang was overjoyed 2 months later because her marriage had nearly reached perfection, as promised by her lover at the start of their relationship. He was attentive, caring, and responsible in his role as manager, actively preparing their home for the arrival of a child. One day, Xiaodong offered to insure his wife's life and health because she was pregnant, and such a move would help to protect her and the baby in the event of various unforeseen circumstances. The young woman readily agreed and even wondered why she hadn't thought of it sooner. Yu took out the insurance the next day, and a few weeks later, she mentioned taking a vacation to relax and unwind. Nan was hesitant, but her husband insisted, claiming that they did not have a honeymoon and that with a baby, they would be unable to travel in the coming years. He also stated that they had been through a difficult period and needed to reset in order to clear their minds of all negativity and heavy thoughts. In the end, his arguments were convincing, and Nan agreed. His husband chose the location, booked the hotel, planned the activities, and planned the itineraries to ensure that the trip was exciting and educational while not exhausting the pregnant woman. Nan left the matter entirely to her husband, and she was pleased to see how enthusiastically he was planning their vacation. On June 7, the couple visited the park for the first time and spent the majority of the day there. They walked a lot and saw a lot of beautiful sights and lookout points. On that summer Friday evening, the park was packed with visitors from all over. Wang noticed her husband becoming angry and nervous in the evening when she asked if everything was fine. He responded that due to the crowds of tourists, they were unable to enjoy the sunset in silence. Wang Nan even conceded, deciding that it would be extremely romantic. As the sun went down, the park became less crowded, and Yu climbed the fence of the observation deck and began calling his wife to the edge, telling her what an incredible view there was. However, the pregnant woman refused to go there, citing that it was already dark and could be dangerous. The husband became enraged but returned to her after a few minutes, explaining that they would have to go to the park to see the sunrise. Since the couple arrived at the hotel after midnight, They decided to rest and sleep in on Saturday before returning to the reserve early Sunday morning. On June 9, early Sunday morning, as planned, the couple went to the national park to see the first rays of the rising sun. They awoke at around 3 a.m. They left while it was still dark outside. There were very few visitors at that time. Wang briefly considered that they were all alone there. The couple met at dawn and on one of the observation decks. He then went down to the cliff and persuaded his wife to approach him to admire the rock paintings. Nan hesitated, but her husband assured her that it was safe and that he would help her down before climbing up. The young woman trusted her husband and approached the situation with caution. The view from up there was truly breathtaking. Yu hugged his wife and asked if she had any regrets in this life. Nan was surprised by the question, but she confidently responded that she had no regrets. Yu ran his hand through her hair, kissed her on the cheek, and then leaned over to her ear and said, "Die." At that moment, he loosened his embrace and pushed his wife down the cliff, a miraculous rescue. Yu looked around again to make sure no one had seen them, then looked down intently but couldn't see exactly where his wife had fallen. He listened. It was quiet. No one was screaming or calling for help, which meant there were no witnesses downstairs either. He then leisurely headed towards the park exit to bide his time and report the incident, when one would surely be dead. However, down below, a few hikers who had turned off the trail noticed the body lying on the rocks and immediately called the rescuers, reporting the incident. Yu Xiaogong had already left the reserve when several cars with flashers and sirens whizzed past him. He immediately realized what the matter was and went back, proceeding to the place where his wife had fallen. There he put on quite a show, with tears, screams, and pleas for help. At that moment, he was sure that his wife was already dead, so no one would know the truth. But as it turned out, during the fall, Nan caught on the branches of trees, which reduced the speed and landed first on the bushes and then rolled on the rocks. All this cushioned the impact and saved the lives of Wang and her child, but it did not save her from serious injuries while Yu was crying and lamenting that he did not want to live without his beloved wife and child. She suddenly opened her eyes and tried to say something, but could not. At that moment, everyone noticed the genuine horror on her husband's face, but he quickly pulled himself together, leaned over to his wife and hissed in her ear in Chinese that she should keep silent if she wanted to live and attempt to finish the job. The victim was diagnosed with head trauma, multiple closed and open fractures, lacerations, soft tissue contusions, ruptured internal organs, and massive blood loss. In addition, her spine was severely damaged, and doctors feared that even if she survived, she would never be able to walk again. Wang spent several days in a coma, hooked up to life support machines. During this time, her husband literally never left her side, spending days and nights in her room. Doctors applauded such devotion and love, but in fact, every time he was alone with his wife, he thought about how to finish her without arousing suspicion. He scrutinized the apparatuses, but he still couldn't figure out how to disable them discreetly. The terrible truth and the loss of a child. When one came to her senses, her husband was scared out of his wits. He did not leave her alone, not for a moment, fearing that at any moment she would talk and tell the police the truth about what had happened. Once alone, he threatened her again, saying that he had nothing left to lose. During the first interrogation, the victim confirmed her husband's words, saying that her fall was the result of dizziness. But a few hours later, when her husband left for a moment, Nan asked the nurse to call the police again and not let her husband into the room. That's when she told the gruesome story of her fall, claiming that her husband had tried to kill her. Yu burst into the room, shouting that his wife was insane from the blow to her head and that he would never harm her or the baby. But the man's words sounded extremely unconvincing, and he was taken into custody the same day at the hospital. He was charged with several charges at once, including attempted murder as well as intimidation in case the victim spoke. When her husband was arrested and sent to jail to await trial, Wang breathed a sigh of relief. She still had a long period of rehabilitation ahead of her, but now she felt safe. At first, she had hoped that the pregnancy could be saved because the baby had survived the fall from the heights. However, because of the strong painkillers, several surgeries under general anesthesia were necessary, as was the need to inject antibiotics. The doctors insisted on abortion because the priority was the life of the mother, and the fetus, in all likelihood, would still die from so many drugs. It was a huge shock for Nan, but she followed the doctor's recommendations. Trial and sentencing. Xiaodong categorically denied his guilt and kept insisting on the accident version. In prison, he behaved calmly, hired good lawyers, and was confident that he would escape punishment or that it would not be too severe. Investigators and the prosecutor in charge of the case had no doubt that the defendant had committed the crime out of self-interest and the hope of receiving a large insurance payout, as well as inheriting his wife's fortune, which at the time amounted to almost $2.5 million. However, at one of the interrogations, you literally shocked everyone by talking about another motive for his inhumane act. It turns out that he resented his wife when she agreed to repay only half of his debt because of a passion for gambling. In the man's opinion, if his wife really loved him, she would have closed all his debts because she had the money. Xiaodong then decided that Wang did not love him, and he had the right to punish her for it. After these words, the defendant fell silent, and realizing that he had said too much, he said that he had been misunderstood, but his unexpected confession, as well as Nan's testimony, were enough to send him to prison for a long time. In March 2021, the defendant was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison, but Xiaodong and his lawyers filed several appeals, and 6 months later, the Thai court showed wonders of leniency, reducing the life sentence to just 10 years in prison. Wan and her loved ones were shocked by the decision, saying that such a lenient sentence would set a bad precedent that could encourage others to commit similarly horrific acts. Also in Thailand around the same time, a similar case occurred on Phuket Island, where a Chinese national drowned his wife, claiming it was a swimming accident on the beach. He also did it for the sake of insurance. Since the fact of the murder was proved, the man was sentenced to death. Xiaodong, on the other hand, was sentenced to only 10 years for the failed murder attempt and, in fact, the murder of the fetus. How did Wang Nan's fate turn out to date? The final verdict in one man's case has not yet been issued. He is serving her 10-year sentence, and the injured woman is trying to challenge the court's decision. In parallel, Yu is also filing appeals in an attempt to prove her innocence and be released, for Xiaodong stood up for his numerous relatives who claimed that he was a rich businessman and that it was wrong to marry him for selfish motives. However, there is no way to prove it, as the man has nothing but huge debts. As for Nan, contrary to the doctor's predictions, after a series of complicated surgeries and long rehabilitation, the young woman was able to get back on her feet. She relearned to walk, and most of the money she earned was spent on her recovery. In 2023, Nan took up work again and was able to revitalize her once successful business. She has also created and led an organization dedicated to helping women who are victims of domestic violence. She also runs her own blog, trying to warn women against the mistakes she made herself. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we look back at what happened in Scotland in 2010. Zoe Nelson, 17, left home upset after an argument with her younger sister and mother. She did not return home that day. A few more days passed, and her case became widely discussed throughout Scotland. Zoe Nelson was born on August 13, 1992, in Wishaw, Scotland, in the year 2010. She lived with her mother, stepfather, and two younger sisters in New Mains, a village and former mining township on the eastern outskirts of Wishaw, 18 miles southeast of Glasgow. Zoe attended Motherwell College, where she was known as a popular student with many friends. Zoe and her 16-year-old sister Laura were both in relationships with the same guy, which caused a number of conflicts between them. On May 22, 2010, Robert Bane, 20, was living with his grandparents about a mile from the Nelson family's home. Zoe met Robert outside her house, and when Laura Ann saw this, she became upset and ran out of the house to confront her. Marianne Nelson, the girl's 40-year-old mother, witnessed the rival sisters fighting and recalls what happened that day. According to Marianne Nelson, Laura Ann ran out, flicked Zoe's hair, and attempted to slap her face, resulting in a fight at the end of the driveway. I divided it up. I said, "Go away, cow," and never return. She said she wouldn't return. Zoe kept her word and didn't return home until around 11 p.m. That same day, some locals noticed someone starting a fire in the wooded area known as Monkey Hill. The stench of smoke wafted into nearby homes, but no one paid much attention. Shirley Nelson, Zoe's aunt, would later recall that night and describe it in the following words. "When I finished my second shift at work, I was sitting in my garden in New Mains, having consumed alcohol the night before. We sat in the back of the house with my sister until approximately 11 p.m. When it became cooler, we smelled smoke," she explained. "We didn't think much of it because it was warm and all." The following day, she overheard other family members attempting to contact Zoe. She also tried her cell phone, but nobody answered. On the afternoon of May 23rd, Stuart Bell, 45, a government employee from Wishaw, rode his motorcycle into a wooded area near his home. When he saw something strange, he decided to stop. He described what he saw as something resembling a charred tailor's dummy. However, his opinion changed as he approached and took a closer look. When Stuart realized he wasn't looking at a man Quinn, but rather a human body that had been damaged in a fire, he went home and called the cops, who arrived 15 to 20 minutes later. "I shouted up the stairs to my wife that I had discovered a body in the woods and immediately called the police." He stated that when police arrived on the scene, the area was cordoned off. Nothing this gruesome had ever happened here before. The news of the body's discovery quickly spread throughout the community. When Zoe's family found out, her mother, Marianne Nelson, went to the police and reported her daughter's disappearance, whom she hadn't seen since they had argued, and told her not to return home. The Nelson family was soon informed of the bad news. Zoe became the victim of a crime. According to a police statement, the teenager's mother, Marianne, described Zoe as a popular girl and a typical 17-year-old with many friends who was well known in the community. She would have turned 18 in a few months, and we miss her terribly. Her stepfather, Daniel, and her two sisters, Laura and Ashley, are devastated by what has occurred. The family is urging anyone with information to come forward and help the police. Wu Logan, principal of Motherwell College, where Zoe studied a vehicle body repair course, said everyone at the school is shocked to hear the terrible news. Zoe was an extremely popular student. Our thoughts are with her family and friends. A thorough examination of the scene took several days, and at least 50 police officers worked on the case. Detective Derek Robertson of the police's main investigation team described Zoe's death as a young life cut short and stated that his officers would not rest until the perpetrator was apprehended. He stated, "It is critical that anyone who saw Zoe between 5 p.m. and 11 p.m. on Saturday night come forward and assist us. It was the hottest day of the year, and we know that the area would have been busy with people taking shortcuts, sunbathing, and walking their dogs. There are a lot of dirt trails in the area, one of which crosses by the spot where Zoe's body was found." He added, "We are anxious to hear from anyone who is passing through the area looking at it from one of the houses that back onto it if they see anything suspicious." Zoe was described as 5 feet 6 and tall, with a heavy build and collar-length brown hair. She was last seen wearing gray tracksuit bottoms, a white long-sleeve t-shirt, and black Nike trainers. Detectives have been checking CCTV, phone, and computer records, carrying out door-to-door inquiries, and speaking to Zoe's friends and family as they tried to piece together her last movements. On May 26th, police released surveillance footage from the local store where Zoe was seen hours before her death. These small pieces of information were essential to the investigation. They allowed police to piece together Zoe's movements and eventually determine what happened to her, which led to the arrest of the person responsible for her death. Police said the public response to requests for information was slower than they had hoped. They had now set up a special email address so that people could contact them. The officers hoped that those who would not speak to them face-to-face would use this and other methods to report important information. Upon examination of the crime scene, a cap from a bottle of Sierra Silver tequila in the shape of a red plastic sombrero was found near the body, and a corresponding empty bottle was found on the other side of a small walkway nearby. Forensic experts estimated that Zoe's body may have been exposed to fire for 7 hours, so there was limited opportunity to determine the exact cause of death. When found, the body had a plastic bag partially melted over most of the face. So pathologists said the most likely cause of death was some form of asphyxiation. The palm of the right hand remained relatively undamaged, and 2 DNA samples were obtained from it. One DNA sample belonged to Zoe Nelson herself, and the other 2 are currently unknown. The cause of death was officially recorded as undetermined. By May 28th, the police had received several witness statements. One witness said that at about 5:15 p.m. on May 22nd, he saw Zoe, the man who was very drunk and violent toward her, hitting her in the head. Another witness said he saw Zoe Nelson walking past his home in New Mains in the company of a man with a tattooed face. A third witness saw Zoe and a man of similar appearance in New Mains and said, "He just looked angry. He hit a lamppost as he walked by and said he was going to take someone's life tonight." There were other witnesses, and when asked to describe the man Zoe was with, they all described the same young man, 20-year-old Robert Bane. Despite his age, Robert Bane already had a criminal history. He had previously spent 18 months in prison for robbery and had been released just 7 weeks before Zoe Nelson's death. He had been arrested 4 times for possession of illegal substances, but because he was a juvenile, there were no serious consequences for him. Investigators began to consider Bane as a prime suspect, and while they pondered their next steps, Robert Bane went to the police himself shortly before 6 p.m. On May 28th, Robert Bane walked into the police station in Wishaw and said he wanted to make a statement. He looked heavily intoxicated and was slurring his words. Bane said he had been in Motherwell a few days earlier, and a man named Stuart Campbell had gotten on the bus on the way back. According to Bane, he approached Stuart Campbell and asked him, "Were you with Zoe on Saturday night?" To which he replied. Campbell replied, "Yes, I took her life." This was the first time the police had heard the name Stuart Campbell since the investigation began, while they heard Bane's own name all the time, so they arrested him the same day. However, there was also a very good reason for the arrest, which the general public would only learn about during the trial, when he was formally arrested. Bane stated that he last saw Zoe on the morning of May 22nd after a chance encounter when he went to the local newsstand to buy cigarettes. On the morning of May 29th, the police released a statement saying a 20-year-old man was arrested and is currently in police custody in connection with the death of Zoe Nelson. Tests on a swab taken from Zoe Nelson's hand showed the presence of Nelson's DNA and traces of another person, which were found to match parts of Bane's DNA profile. Matching DNA from Nelson and Bane was found on both the tequila bottle and on its cap near the body. The forensic experts suggested that the presence of DNA inside the cap was due to the fact that both drank from the bottle and then put the cap back on. The scientific findings would support the conclusion that DNA from Robert Bane had been deposited between the fingers and on the right palm of Zoe Nelson, said the expert Marie Campbell. The odds against the DNA and the red plastic sombrero lid coming from anyone but Bane were 10 million to 1. Robert Bane was charged in connection with the death of Zoe Nelson on the basis of multiple eyewitness accounts and DNA evidence. He pleaded not guilty, acted defiantly, and even confronted one of the investigators. He also denied an earlier assault on Zoe, reported by a witness, when Bane struck her in the head with his fist. On June 16, 2010, hundreds of people came to Zoe Nelson's funeral. The service was held at Coltness Memorial Church in her hometown of New Mains before Zoe was buried at Cambusnethan Cemetery. Wishaw Zoe's mother, Mary Ann Nelson, and sisters Ashley and Laura Ann were among more than 200 mourners, as was her grandmother, Ann T.T. Nelson. Reverend Graham Rayburn, who led the service, said the number of people in the church showed what an impact Zoe had during her short life. As I look around today, it is very clear that Zoe Nelson touched the lives of so many people. He said she was a typical teenager, just like so many of you gathered here. She was always happy and cheerful, always laughing and joking, always with a smile on her face. Zoe had a big heart. She always had time for young children, and she would go out of her way to help support her friends if she was able. Reverend Rayburn said that Zoe, who would have turned 18 next month, was a bit of a tomboy, describing her as a petrolhead who loved fast cars and was also a keen Ranger supporter. He told how Zoe never had a chance to meet her new nephew, born a few weeks after her death. She had also wanted to wait until she was 18 to make contact with her biological father, which she never had the chance to do. On March 1st, 2011, the trial of Robert Bane began, and he continued to insist that he was innocent. A teenage friend of Zoe Nelson told the court that a week before she died, Zoe had said her scratches and bruises were sustained in a fight with Robert Bane. Zoe told her friends that Bane was very bossy and unstable and could get angry over any trifle. He wouldn't let her socialize with some of her friends. Although Zoe Nelson and Robert Bane's relationship could not be called serious since he had been out of prison for less than 2 months, but he had a great influence on Zoe and also maintained a relationship with her 16-year-old sister, Laura Ann. Laura Ann Nelson was just as involved in a relationship with Robert Bane as her sister Zoe. Even before Zoe's body was discovered by a bystander, Laura Ann knew her sister was dead. She had kept this secret for 5 days. The police had not previously made this information public. But at the trial, it was revealed that Bane had led Laura Ann to the place where her sister's body lay. Laura Ann, who testified in court from behind a screen so she could not see Bane, said that on the morning of May 23rd, the day after she and Zoe had an argument, she went to Bane's address to return some items of clothing to him. When she arrived, she said Robert looked nervous and had been drinking vodka. Shortly afterwards, they left the house, and Bane told her that he wanted to show her something. She said he led her to the place where Zoe's body lay. Laura Ann said during her court questioning that she realized it was her sister because she recognized the Ranger's tattoo on her arm. According to her, Robert had told her that he had hit Zoe, and when she tried to hit him back, he lost his temper, took her life, and then used gasoline to try to destroy any trace of the crime. Laura Ann also admitted to walking with Bane the day after the body was found, and she subsequently visited his home and spent some time in his bedroom listening to music. She also spent about an hour on the phone with him. Laura Ann's friend, who also testified at the trial, described her as happy and normal at a time when she knew her sister was dead. When asked why she didn't tell the police everything during her first interrogation, she said, "I didn't tell them because I was afraid my mother wouldn't believe me and think I was responsible for Zoe's death." The jury also heard Laura Ann Nelson say that Robert Bane threatened that she would get the same thing as Zoe if she told anyone about what he had done. On March 25, 2011, a jury of 7 men and 7 women handed down a unanimous guilty verdict. Bane had to be physically restrained as the jury delivered their unanimous verdict at the High Court in Edinburgh. The handcuffed bodybuilder jumped up in the dark and began struggling violently with security officers and the police head-butting one of them. He also shouted insults and threats at Zoe Nelson's family, forcing the court to be cleared while officers restored order. After a 20-minute adjournment, Judge Lady Dorian agreed to recommend the trial in Bane's absence. Robert Bane was acquitted of stealing alcohol from an Asda store in Newman on May 22nd, and disorderly conduct when he yelled, cursed, and waved a knife in various streets in Wishaw. That same day, Bane was also acquitted of stealing Zoe's cell phone, which was found in the woods, and of threatening a police officer during an interview at the Motherwell police station on May 28th. On April 27, 2011, Robert Bane was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 20 years for taking the life of Zoe Nelson. He received another 6 years for the obstruction of justice charge. Both of his sentences must be served concurrently. In jailing him, Judge Lady Dorian told Bane this was an appalling crime, the circumstances of which are properly to be described as shocking. As the Nelson family left court, Zoe's aunt, Shirley Nelson, 35, said they were disappointed by Bane's 20-year minimum sentence. "A life should mean a life. We should go back to the old days and bring back hanging," she said. "All we can say now that all this is over is as a family. We would like to thank everyone for the help and support that have been given to us all. Now, as a family, we have to come to terms with the fact that we will never see Zoe again, as her life was cut short at the evil hands of Robert Bane." Speaking on behalf of the family after the verdict, Zoe's uncle, Stephen Hines, said Bane deserved it. He added that his reaction in court just shows how threatening he is. "He's an animal, and he knows he's guilty." End of story. After the court hearing, Officer Derek Robertson, who investigated the case, said that Bane showed no remorse for his heinous actions. Today, when the verdict was raised, you saw what he can do, so the streets will be a lot safer, and hopefully the Nelson family can move on knowing that he is behind bars. He said on Christmas Eve 2020, 29-year-old Laura Ann Nelson was found dead in her apartment after not being heard from for days. She was left with 2 children, ages 3 and 4. Her death was not considered criminal because Laura Ann had health problems, namely type 1 diabetes. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. An 18-year-old Alaskan woman went missing from the coffee shop where she worked. Strange messages began to arrive from her phone, but the police and FBI were unable to find a single lead. They were able to uncover the truth after conducting a thorough investigation, but none of them could have predicted that they were dealing with one of history's most heinous crimes. Samantha Koenig was born on August 30th, 1993, in Anchorage, Alaska, the state's largest population center known for its quiet, measured lifestyle, harsh climate, and vast expanses of snow-capped mountains. The girl adored animals and intended to pursue a career in the field after school. Her other option was to pursue a medical career. Samantha even considered joining the Navy as a nurse. In her free time, she worked part-time at a Subway restaurant and a Harley-Davidson dealership. When she was 18, she took on a part-time job at a small chain coffee shop downtown. Samantha was thrilled about the opportunity. First and foremost, the job was simple enough. Second, she had to work alone on her shift, so the entire process depended solely on her. Her boyfriend, on the other hand, was not as enthusiastic and was concerned about Samantha having to work through the night alone. He tried to talk her out of it, but eventually agreed to support her decision on the condition that he pick her up after each shift. She assured him that the coffee shop was equipped with cameras and even had a panic button to call the police, despite the fact that it was in the middle of nowhere. It was a relatively deserted area. The city, like most of Anchorage, has a low population density, which means that even in the downtown area, there are empty streets. Samantha also had to work a lot during the hours of darkness because daylight hours in Alaska are limited during the winter. Samantha fell in love with the job and quickly mastered it. She'd been working there for a month by early February, and on the first of the month she was getting ready to finish her shift at 8 p.m., as usual. A customer arrived 5 minutes before the coffee shop closed and ordered a large Americano. Samantha prepared the drink and handed it through the window to the customer. He grabbed the glass and immediately pointed his gun at the young woman. An unidentified man in a ski mask threatened to rob her and demanded that the lights in the coffee shop be turned off. Samantha complied, and the intruder broke in through the window. A surveillance camera captured the entire incident, but those silent witnesses could not help her. She didn't press the panic button because she was afraid of the armed robber. Once inside the coffee shop, the perpetrator tied Samantha up and inquired as to where her car was parked. The young woman responded that she did not have one, and that her boyfriend would be there any minute to pick her up. The man then led her outside and toward his car. Samantha managed to escape and run while he looked around, but the perpetrator quickly caught up with her and grabbed her. Unfortunately, no one was on the street at the time, so she couldn't get help. The man stated that if she attempted to flee again, he would kill her. He then led the young woman across the street to his pickup truck and seated her in the passenger seat. The perpetrator had obviously planned ahead of time, as the license plates had been removed from the car. As he drove her to an unknown location, the man stated that all he wanted was a ransom from her family, and Samantha could then return home. He continued to hide his face behind a ski mask the entire time. The young woman begged him to let her go, explaining that her family did not have much money, but the kidnapper refused. At one point, he asked Samantha where her phone was. The young woman responded that she had left it at the coffee shop, which enraged the perpetrator. He needed the phone for his ransom plan, so he returned to the coffee shop, took the smartphone, and sent 2 messages to Samantha's boss and boyfriend. In them, the kidnapper stated on the young woman's behalf that she was tired and planned to leave town with friends for a few days. Samantha spent the entire time in his pickup truck. After texting, the kidnapper removed the phone's battery and resumed driving. He drove the young woman to an undisclosed location that resembled a barn and instructed her to sit quietly. The man threatened to kill her if she tried to scream. He also mentioned that he had a police scanner and that if she managed to call for assistance, he would know right away. The perpetrator demanded Samantha's credit card, but the situation was not so simple. The young woman stated that she shared a bank account with her boyfriend, and the card was in his possession. The man decided to steal it after learning the boyfriend's address and PIN number. He left the tied-up Samantha alone and went to retrieve the card. The young woman informed him that it was always in the guy's car. Once there, the perpetrator recognized the correct car and began breaking it open. The guy saw it from the window and rushed outside, but he was too late. The kidnapper took out the card and fled. On the way back, he stopped at an ATM to check the PIN number before returning to Samantha's house. Meanwhile, the young woman's family and boyfriend were panicked. The guy didn't believe she wrote the message, and everyone knew something had gone wrong with Samantha. However, at the time, none of them connected the credit card theft to the young woman's disappearance. The guy didn't think the events were connected in any way. Samantha's family contacted the police by nightfall, and the search began. Of course, the first thing they did was look through the coffee shop's camera footage, which revealed her abduction. The FBI soon became involved, but they were unable to find any serious leads. The perpetrator had clearly planned carefully for the kidnapping. Not a single detail that could help identify him was captured on camera. Meanwhile, the young woman's relatives, with the assistance of concerned citizens, raised the $41,000 they had promised for information on Samantha's whereabouts. The parents were constantly interviewed by local TV stations, pleading for any information about their daughter's whereabouts. Flyers featuring Samantha's photo and information about the reward circulated throughout Anchorage, but the police never received a single valuable witness. As the days passed, detectives, desperate for answers, began checking on everyone Samantha knew, including her boyfriend and relatives. However, they quickly realized that none of them had anything to do with the kidnapping. Nearly a month has passed. On February 24th, Samantha's boyfriend received a new message from her phone number that read, "Connor Parkside under Albert's picture. Isn't she cute?" Investigators quickly realized it was about the local Connor's dog park and, along with the young woman's relatives, went there. After a while, they realized what the kidnapper meant. There was a booth in the park with various flyers, one of which featured a photo of a dead dog named Albert. The owners had placed this flyer on the stand to say goodbye to their pet, but the detectives discovered a plastic bag beneath it. When they opened it, they discovered a Polaroid photo of Samantha in the background, along with a February 13th newspaper and a typewritten letter in which the kidnapper demanded that $30,000 be deposited into Samantha's bank account. He threatened to kill the young woman if these terms were not met. The police and FBI quickly devised a plan to apprehend this thoughtful criminal. They instructed the young woman's father to top up the card in installments, forcing the kidnapper to visit ATMs on multiple occasions. He did exactly that. The man first deposited $5,000, and a few hours later, that money was withdrawn from an Anchorage ATM. The kidnapper was caught on camera, but detectives were unsuccessful. The man wore a hat, a hood, glasses, and what appeared to be a fake beard and mustache. It was impossible to identify him from the photo. The police quickly arrived at the ATM, but the perpetrator had already fled. A week later, the thief withdrew more money from Wilcox, Arizona, on the other side of the country. He traveled 6,000 miles to evade investigators, but they continued to track his movements. The next cash withdrawal took place in Lordsburg, New Mexico, only an hour away from Arizona. He then made 2 more withdrawals in different cities across Texas. Meanwhile, police carefully examined ATM photographs. They quickly realized the criminal had made a huge mistake. Wilcox had left his car in the camera's line of sight, so the detectives now knew the model of his vehicle. Of course, it was impossible to see the license plates in such a photo, but they now had something to work with. Investigators were concerned that the kidnapper might cross the border into Mexico, so all patrols were instructed to stop white Ford Focuses. A few days later, on March 13th, a Texas Highway Patrol officer observed a vehicle of that make in a hotel parking lot. A man sat behind the wheel. The officer decided to wait for him to pull out before following him. Soon, the man drove out of the parking lot and onto the highway. As soon as the driver exceeded the 3-mile speed limit, The patrolman ordered him to pull over at the curb. This was done to make the suspect less vigilant. If a dangerous criminal is behind the wheel, he may be armed and prepared to fight until the end. So the patrolman pretended that the reason for the stop was a minor offense. The driver of the white Ford was identified as Israel Keys, 34, of Anchorage. The police officer was immediately alerted and decided to search his vehicle, calling for backup in the process. Samantha's cell phone and her boyfriend's bank card were discovered in the car. They also discovered a gun, a false mustache, a beard, and dark glasses. Police had no doubt that he was responsible for Samantha's kidnapping, but they were still surprised because Keys had never come to their attention. The man had a completely clean criminal record. He lived with his girlfriend and 10-year-old daughter while running his small construction business successfully. He was respected and trusted by his acquaintances. Even some members of the Anchorage prosecutor's office utilized his repair and construction services. However, one question preoccupied everyone: where was Samantha Koenig? Keys remained extremely calm during questioning. He joked and laughed a lot. The FBI agents continued the conversation in his manner, and after a while he admitted to what he had done. He explained that he had been planning to rob this coffee shop for several days. He wasn't sure if he'd kidnapped the employee. Furthermore, he had devised 2 rules that he himself violated: never look for victims near his own house and never transport them in his vehicle. All of this made him hesitant as he stood in front of Samantha in a dark coffee shop, but he decided to see it through to the end. On the night of the kidnapping, he drove her to the shed in his backyard, where his daughter and girlfriend were present. The perpetrator turned on the radio in case his victim screamed, then left to retrieve the bank card. When he returned, Israel entered the house quietly, hoping not to wake his family, poured himself a glass of wine, and went into the barn. He abused Samantha and eventually killed her. But what about the photograph they discovered in the park? Samantha appeared to be alive in the February 13th issue of the newspaper, which was published 2 weeks after her kidnapping. But she had been dead all along. The photo was not manipulated. Keys raised her eyelids and applied makeup to her face. According to a detective who attended the interrogation, Israel described the murder with as much ease as if he were listing the foods he had for breakfast. The perpetrator agreed to tell everything under the condition that the confession portion of the interrogation not be published. He did not want his daughter to hear everything. In doing so, he murdered Samantha just a few dozen yards from her bedroom. The detectives thought Key's story was about to end, but that was only the beginning. The morning after the murder, Israel and his family took a sea cruise from New Orleans. Tickets had been purchased in advance, and the perpetrator was fully aware that he was committing this murder just hours before departure. As a result, he had to leave the body somewhere so that no one would find it. Keys did the simple thing of leaving it in the same barn. The body quickly froze due to the cold outside temperature. When Keys returned home 2 weeks later, he took a picture with a newspaper and typed a ransom note. He then dismembered the body and traveled to a small lake 40 minutes outside of Anchorage. He cut holes in the ice with a chainsaw and placed bags of body parts and additional weights inside. Following all of that, the maniac went winter fishing. It took police divers 10 hours to retrieve the bags from the bottom. Detectives also discovered that Keys used the same white Ford Focus rental car for his trips between ATMs across the states. He experienced a malfunction and went to one of the dealerships to have the car repaired. Surprisingly, that woman played an important role in catching the perpetrator. The car was captured on an ATM camera prior to the breakdown, and the police were all looking for that specific model. The dealership gave him the same white Focus because they didn't have any other suitable vehicles at the time. If the situation had been different, he would not have been stopped. Finally, during questioning, Keys confirmed what the investigators had suspected: Samantha was not his first victim. The perpetrator had agreed to tell them about all of his crimes in exchange for 2 conditions. First, he demanded a death sentence that would be carried out within a year of its pronouncement. Second, he requested that everything he said be kept private from the press. These conditions surprised the detectives, but they saw no reason to object, and the maniac began telling them horror stories. Israel began committing crimes from an early age. He'd break into people's homes, steal, start fires in the woods, and torture animals. His parents were strong believers, but they practiced a controversial and unpopular branch of Christianity. They moved around the country on a regular basis because his parents' religious preferences were constantly changing. At the age of 20, Keyes joined the Army and served for 3 years. He had molested a random young woman he had seen in an Oregon park a few months prior. When questioned, Israel stated that he wanted to leave the Army as soon as possible so that he could begin killing. After quitting at the age of 23, he began his killing spree. He established weapons caches in the woods so that he could return at any time and begin looking for victims. Police discovered 2 such caches in Anchorage and New York. Inside, there was money, knives, a gun, and body disposal supplies. Over the next few years, he went hunting in various states, but the exact number of his victims is unknown. The FBI has only identified 5 of them, but detectives believe Keyes committed at least 11 murders, and these are just the cases in which numerous factors point to his involvement. The total number of murders could be up to 30. Furthermore, Israel had been robbing banks, stores, and private residences, so he always had enough money to purchase weapons and travel. He had significant cash reserves in his hiding places, which were discovered after interrogation. Despite this, the man had only ever come to the police's attention once. Throughout the interrogations, he denied any involvement, but detectives did not believe him. On March 3, 1996, a 12-year-old girl named Julie Harris went missing. Israel Keyes, then 16, lived in the same neighborhood. Police suspected him after a witness discovered Julie near Keyes shortly before she vanished. It wasn't until a year later that the girl's remains were discovered in the river, and her murderer was never found. During interrogations following Samantha's murder, Keyes denied any involvement, but investigators were still hesitant to believe him. They did not, however, possess any direct evidence. In a conversation with FBI agents, Israel admitted to studying serial killers since he was a child. His idol was Ted Bundy, and the maniac aspired to be like him. He had no remorse for his victims and proudly described how he managed to live 2 completely different lives. On the one hand, he was a decent family man and businessman. On the other, he was a barbaric murderer. The only indication of emotion was Keyes' request that the detectives keep the details of his crimes from his daughter. He also stated that he had never killed any children or anyone he knew, citing his own daughter as an example. The FBI agents did not believe this, but they were unable to demonstrate otherwise. They were all forced to admit that Israel was a highly intelligent maniac who had committed only one error in his entire string of crimes. The investigators hoped that he would confess to all of his atrocities, but this did not happen. 9 months after being arrested, Keyes committed suicide in his cell. Despite hundreds of hours of interrogation by FBI agents, he withheld much information. 11 drawings of skulls were discovered under the bed in his cell. It's possible that each one represented a victim. The images of these drawings were not published until 2020. Thus, Israel Keyes can be classified as one of the most violent and elaborate maniacs. He maintained an impeccable reputation despite committing dozens of different crimes and always getting away with it. If he hadn't left his car in the camera's view, he might not have been caught. Investigators were certain that if he had, he would have continued to kill. Keyes stated that he saw killing as his life's purpose and intended to continue hunting people until he was caught. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. A young woman was discovered dead in her own apartment. The police launched an investigation, which eventually became the longest in the district. For years, the case was full of shocking twists and turns, but it wasn't until 46 years later that the unexpected truth was revealed. Lindy Sue Beaker was born January 31, 1956, in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Her parents divorced when she was young, so she lived with her mother. Her father started a new family, but he still saw his daughter regularly. He soon had a son, with whom Lindy maintained constant communication. After school, she enrolled at Millersville University, a state college located just 10 minutes away. Lindy met Philip Beaker when she was 19, and the couple married shortly after. Philip attended college courses while working for a car rental company. Lindy worked part-time at a local flower shop. After the wedding, they rented an apartment in the Manor Township residential complex, which is only a few minutes from the college. The newlyweds started their lives together and were content with each other. However, almost immediately after moving in, Lindy's joy was dashed by a series of unfortunate events. She began to notice that someone was constantly watching her in this residential complex, but she never identified who it could be. The young woman frequently complained to friends and relatives, but they blamed her problems on post-move stress. Lindy was alone at home one evening when she noticed a man staring at her through the glass door inserts. The apartment was on the first floor, and her husband was working at the time. The man vanished, leaving Lindy terrified. Since then, the young woman had been afraid to be alone at home, but due to Philip's evening schedule, she was frequently left alone until dark. Lindy was always stressed, and any incident could cause her to panic. Soon after, she was spending time with her brother and his family at their home when they heard the sound of breaking glass on the second floor. A wall mirror had fallen to the floor and shattered. The young woman began to shake with fear. She asked her relatives to check the entire house to make sure no one else had broken in. All of this stress was caused by the fact that an unknown man had been watching her for several months, but all of her acquaintances believed that the young woman was exaggerating and that nothing serious was happening to her. Lindy finished her shift at a flower shop on December 5, 1975, and then stopped by her husband's workplace before going shopping at a nearby store. Around the same time, Lindy's aunt and uncle went to their son's basketball game and decided to bring her along because they knew she was afraid to be alone at home and wanted to distract her for a while. They arrived at her apartment around 8:45 p.m. Lindy's aunt approached the door and discovered it open, which startled her. She went inside and noticed a knocked-over lamp in the living room, but the worst was waiting for her in the kitchen. Lindy's body lay there, face down, with no signs of life, and a meat cleaver with a towel wrapped around the handle was discovered in her neck. Lindy's aunt immediately contacted the police, and detectives began investigating the crime scene. The first thing they noticed was that Lindy was fully dressed, casting doubt on the motive being rape. Furthermore, no valuables were missing from the apartment, excluding robbery as a possibility. There were no signs of forced entry on the front door or windows, implying that Lindy either knew her attacker and let them in voluntarily, or that the attacker entered the apartment while the door was unlocked. Lindy had purchased a large number of groceries and physically could not have carried all of the bags from the parking lot to her apartment in one trip, implying that her killer may have entered the apartment shortly after she had taken the first load inside and returned to her car for the second. While the police were investigating the crime scene, Lindy's husband and parents were informed of the incident. The grieving family members were desperate to see Lindy and were restrained by detectives. Forensic investigators discovered bloodstains on the floor and walls, but because DNA testing was not available at the time, they were unable to compare these samples to Lindy's DNA. However, they concluded that Lindy fought her attacker. A male shoe print was discovered in one of the rooms, and medical experts concluded that Lindy had received 19 blows from a sharp object. The perpetrator used two weapons: Lindy's meat cleaver and an unidentified second weapon, most likely a knife. Later, it was confirmed that Lindy had been sexually assaulted, but DNA evidence could not be recovered from the crime scene at the time. DNA testing was not advanced enough to help solve the case. The police had hoped to find witnesses, but none of their neighbors were home when the murder occurred. Other residents noticed nothing suspicious, however. Several people reported seeing a car parked in the residential complex parking lot between 7 and 8:40 p.m., which coincided with Lindy's murder. Additionally, none of the residents knew who owned the car. Unfortunately, detectives were unable to locate it and switched to a different line of investigation. As is common in such cases, the victim's husband became a suspect. Despite Philip's presence at work and a solid alibi, investigators did not rule out his involvement. Over the next few months, detectives interviewed approximately 300 people who could have been involved in the murder, but none of them produced results. They eventually began to suspect a local serial rapist who had carried out several attacks on women around the time Lindy was killed. However, they were unable to find any evidence linking him to the case, and the perpetrator died while attempting to escape from prison. Furthermore, investigators discovered that he was at work at the time of the murder, so they stopped considering him a suspect. 4 months after the murder, a new twist emerged in the investigation. A 43-year-old woman named Mary was killed 25 kilometers from Lindy's apartment. She was stabbed multiple times, and the detectives immediately noticed that the murders were nearly identical. However, the perpetrator was apprehended quickly, and investigators discovered no connection between him and Lindy. The man confessed to killing Mary but denied involvement in the other crimes. After that, the police had no leads, and the case remained cold for a year. Lindy's relatives paid a visit to her grave in the local cemetery on December 26, 1976. When they arrived, they discovered that the gravestone was covered in red paint and heavily scratched. They immediately reported it to police, but they were unable to locate the vandals. Investigators concluded that the perpetrator of the desecration was Lindy's murderer, as no other graves were damaged. The nature of the damage further supported this theory, as the criminal clearly harbored animosity toward the deceased. In addition to the obvious association with the red paint, the perpetrator must have spent a significant amount of time damaging the stone with a knife or sharp object in order to completely cover it with deep scratches. Only a few weeks later, something even stranger occurred. Chief Donald W. Scheller, whose department was looking into Lindy's murder, received an anonymous 2-page letter. The first section was written from the perspective of the killer, who mocked the police for not apprehending him yet. The author accepted responsibility for the vandalism of Lindy's grave and demanded that the letter be published in the local newspapers the following day. In exchange, the anonymous writer agreed to consider surrendering to the police. He then went on to describe several characteristics that could help investigators identify him, including being 178 centimeters tall, weighing 93 kilograms, living in Lancaster's western suburbs, having a good job, being single, and having been arrested for possession of illegal substances a few years prior. On the day of the murder, he was also high on drugs. The letter ended with a plea for help from the unknown author, who asked to be apprehended before killing anyone else. The second page contained a separate letter allegedly written by the killer's friend, Jenny Scrum. She stated that her acquaintance truly intended to surrender once his letter was published in the newspapers, and that the man was mentally ill. She allegedly added this message while he was sleeping, before putting both sheets in an envelope. Police suspected the author of Lindy's murder, but they dismissed the second part about his friend Jenny. Despite being written in a different handwriting, investigators suspected that the perpetrator had asked someone he knew to write it or used another method to forge the handwriting. They also overlooked the message's resemblance to one sent by a serial killer known as the Zodiac Killer, who operated in California in the 1960s and 1970s, communicating with police and newspapers anonymously via text message. Investigators even considered whether he was responsible for Lindy's murder. However, this theory was extremely stretched. For starters, the killer was operating on the opposite side of the country. Second, according to the police, by the time Lindy was killed, the Zodiac Killer had already stopped killing people. Chief Donald W. Scheller declined to publish the letter in the newspaper, as the author requested. At the time, the police had 2 suspects and didn't want to jeopardize the investigation. Detectives did not believe that the suspect would surrender and saw no point in scaring residents with a letter from a madman. Eventually, they began to doubt that the author was Lindy's murderer. The letter contained no information that had not previously appeared in the newspapers. The police profiler even speculated that the author of both sheets might be a mentally ill woman with no connection to the case. He came to this conclusion after analyzing the writing style. Despite this, investigators found a woman named Jenny Scrum and determined that she had nothing to do with the letters. From that point forward, the police had no serious leads, but they continued to investigate the case. At various stages, they had new suspects: Lindy's mother's partner, a frequent visitor to the flower shop where she worked, and even one of the case's investigators. After a brief investigation, detectives determined that none of them were involved in the murder. In 1980, the police had another opportunity to solve the case. Gerald Stano, a serial killer who admitted to killing 41 people, has been arrested in Florida. At the time of Lindy's death, his father lived just 10 minutes away from her complex, so detectives considered Stano as a suspect, but they couldn't find any evidence that he had visited his father and quickly dismissed him. In 1997, experts were able to extract a male DNA profile, which revealed traces of sperm on the victim's underwear. This sample did not correspond to any of the suspects that investigators had. For the past 23 years, the police have had no significant leads, and the case has gone cold. It was reviewed in 2000 but yielded no results. In the same year, detectives decided to publish a letter allegedly written by the killer in newspapers in the hopes of gaining new leads, but it did not work. Lindy's parents never learned the truth about her murder. Lindy's father died in 2000, and her mother in 2007. The next major breakthrough occurred in 2019, after the case was reopened. Investigators decided to consult with Parabon Nanolabs, a private laboratory that specializes in genetic research and has previously assisted in the resolution of similar cases. Using an innovative method known as DNA phenotyping, experts were able to create an approximate portrait of Lindy's killer between the ages of 25 and 60. This method works by analyzing the criminal's DNA sample and determining possible physical characteristics such as skin color, eye color, hair color, and so on. Except for a few exceptions, such portraits frequently resemble real DNA holders. The killer's portraits were widely circulated in the media. Investigators hoped someone would recognize this man, but they received no serious leads. A year later, they returned to Parabon Nanolabs, this time to use genetic genealogy. This is also a relatively new method that allows experts to identify potential relatives for any person based on their DNA. Investigators gave them a genetic sample from Lindy's killer and waited. The primary disadvantage of this method is the extreme complexity of the research. Experts must examine thousands of people, eliminating unsuitable candidates until they discover a relative of the DNA holder. After months of hard work, they were able to locate someone who was distantly related to the killer. He turned out to be a resident of Italy, and investigators could now look into his family history. They were looking for a man who was in the United States in 1975 and lived near Lancaster. To accomplish this, they needed to locate and question a large number of relatives. In Lancaster alone, 2,500 people were distantly related to the killer. In 2022, the detectives finally found a suitable candidate, 68-year-old David Sinopoli, who had never come to the police's attention in relation to the case. He lived in the same complex as the victim in 1975, so he was quickly identified as the primary suspect. To confirm or deny his involvement, detectives had to obtain a DNA sample in secret. To accomplish this, they began following David, waiting for the appropriate moment. On February 11th, they had such an opportunity. Before boarding his flight from Philadelphia, the man threw a paper coffee cup into a bin. The investigators took it and turned it over to the lab. Experts extracted his DNA sample and compared it to the semen DNA discovered in Lindy's underwear. The analysis revealed a complete match. David was the murderer. He was arrested on July 17, 2022, and is now awaiting trial. Lindy was 21 when he was murdered. He moved to the residential complex a year before the victim, and her husband did. David was married twice in 1972 and 1987. According to available information, he had no children. He had spent the majority of his life working at a local printing house, and his co-workers were shocked to learn that their good friend was a ruthless killer. David is now in custody, and more information will be released once the trial begins. Even now, there is almost no doubt that he is the murderer. Experts also compared his DNA to the blood found in the victim's apartment, and the results revealed a complete match. Lindy's ex-husband and brother thanked the investigators for uncovering the truth, and the guilty party will now face punishment. Thus, nearly 47 years later, innovative technologies were used to solve this complex and convoluted case. Genetic genealogy is a one-of-a-kind tool that enables police to track down perpetrators using the tiniest DNA samples stored for over 50 years. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. In 2016, a story broke that shocked everyone with its cruelty. A young woman was stalked by her ex-boyfriend, who grew more dangerous with each day. At one point, she had to call the cops. But what happened next shocked the whole of Britain. Today, we'll tell you what happened to Alice Ruggles. Alice Ruggles was born on December 24, 1991, precisely one day before Christmas. Sue Hills and Clive Ruggles already had 2 children when she was born, and another boy joined the family later on. They lived in the tiny English village of Tor Langton, in Leicestershire County. The village was very close-knit, and the older children always looked after Alice and her younger brother. Alice joined the local school's drama club and quickly fell in love with acting. She performed in numerous theatrical productions, and all of her teachers recognized her natural talent. After graduating from high school at the age of 18, Alice enrolled at Northumbria University to study design. After receiving her diploma in 2014, she relocated to Gateshead and began working for Sky, a major British media company. Alice rented an apartment with her roommates because it was difficult for her to afford separate housing initially. Alice, 23, met Harry Dillon in October 2015. He found her Facebook account through a mutual friend's page. They began talking and quickly grew fond of each other. Harry was from India and came to the UK as part of a student program. He moved from a local Indian university to Queen Margaret University in Edinburgh. After finishing his studies, he chose to stay in England and join the army. After some time, he was sent to Afghanistan, where he began communicating with Alice via Facebook. They first exchanged messages, then began calling each other several times a week, and eventually formed a relationship. They eagerly awaited Harry's return to Great Britain so they could finally meet. When it happened, they went on a few dates, and Harry impressed Alice. They had a great time, and their mutual attraction grew even stronger. However, after a few weeks, they were forced to separate again. Harry had to return to Afghanistan for 2 more months, after which they intended to continue their relationship. The couple continued to communicate online until Harry returned to England in April. He lived on a military base in Edinburgh, nearly 200 kilometers from Alice's home. But Harry tried to pay her a visit whenever he could. Months after Harry returned to England, Alice invited him to a family celebration, and it appeared that their relationship was strengthening. However, over time, acquaintances began to notice significant changes in her behavior. Previously, she was always cheerful, sociable, and optimistic, but something was changing in her every day. Alice became withdrawn and depressed, and she stopped spending time with friends. She even stopped communicating with them on social media, and no one knew what was going on with her. Alice became increasingly irritable, and she even got into a fight with her apartment neighbors. She packed her belongings and moved into her colleague's apartment. Alice's family and friends began to suspect that her new boyfriend, Harry, was responsible for these significant changes. She was initially reluctant to discuss her relationship issues, but they became impossible to conceal over time. Harry was not the kind and caring man he had appeared to be in the first few months of their relationship. The longer they were together, the more he attempted to control every aspect of Alice's life. Harry was against her hanging out with friends or speaking with other men, even if they were old acquaintances or colleagues. He began to monitor her social media conversations and repeatedly accused her of wanting to cheat on him. Harry would throw a tantrum whenever she spoke to friends or planned to go out with them. What was even more intriguing was that Harry began openly cheating on Alice, meeting women on Tinder for one-night stands with no commitment. After that, he frequently mentioned these women to Alice in an attempt to make her jealous. It even got to the point where one of these women messaged Alice on social media in August. At that point, the young woman decided to end her relationship with Harry, but he refused to let go. He bombarded Alice with messages and phone calls, using any means necessary to get her back. He initially expressed his love for her, cried on the phone, and promised to change for the better. Then he began openly manipulating the young woman, promising to end his life and blaming her for everything. It even escalated to direct threats. It turned out that Harry had secretly photographed Alice while she was changing clothes, and he threatened to post the photos on the internet if she did not return to him. In the end, Alice chose to ignore him, and Harry changed tactics. He began calling her friends and relatives, requesting that they reason with the young woman. Recognizing that this was also ineffective, he began sending her letters containing poems about his love for her. However, he soon returned to threats and blackmail, but Alice continued to ignore his letters. Later, it was discovered that Harry had hacked her Facebook account and was monitoring her correspondence. He discovered that Alice had been communicating with a man named Mike since September, who was an army officer and was in another country at the time. Harry was infuriated. He began writing to Mike, claiming that Alice was still in love with him and sleeping with him, as well as saying various negative things about her. But Mike was already aware of Harry and paid no attention to his words. He continued his relationship with Alice, and it appeared that the young woman had gotten out of her situation with Harry. She regained her sociability, cheer, and happiness. Unfortunately, this did not last very long. On September 30th, Harry left her a voice message begging her to answer the phone. Alice ignored him, so he decided to go to her house. The man drove 2.5 hours from his military base to her apartment, but then acted strangely. First, he rang the doorbell and ran away. Alice was at home, but she did not open the door because she couldn't see anyone through the peephole. The situation occurred several times. A few hours later, Harry climbed over the fence and approached the window in her bedroom. Alice lived on the first floor of a 2-story home with a fenced yard. Harry knocked on the window and hid, leaving a box of candy and a bouquet on the sill. But what happened terrified Alice. She knew right away that Harry was responsible for everything. Furthermore, as she approached the window, she noticed a man hiding outside her field of vision. But that was not all. While hiding in her yard, Harry recorded several creepy voice messages, the contents of which caused Alice to panic. One of them began with the words, "You said guys like me end up killing people." He then repeatedly stated that he did not want to kill her. Alice got the impression from his tone of voice that he was primarily trying to persuade himself of what he said. Finally, he wished her good night and departed. All of this was enough for Alice to call the police. After what had happened, she began to seriously fear for her life and didn't know how else to defend herself against Harry. The operator gave her 2 options for resolving the issue: obtain a restraining order against Harry or request that the police issue an official police information notice, known in Great Britain as a PIN. It authorized the police to arrest the man if he approached or contacted Alice. The young woman chose the latter option. The next day, the police arrived, took her statement, and assured her that Harry would face the consequences if he bothered her again. After some time, the police contacted the military unit and informed the commanding officer of the actions taken against Harry. Interestingly, the police did not contact him personally, even by phone, let alone pay him a personal visit, despite the fact that they were required to do so by law. When he discovered that Alice had contacted the police, he became enraged and sent her another letter, along with a box of items that reminded him of her. In the letter, he stated that his phone, tablet, and laptop had been taken away as a result of her complaint. He also promised not to bother her again, but Alice was certain he would not simply calm down. When she first contacted the police, they instructed her to call them right away if Harry contacted her again. So she did. She informed the operator about the letter and the box of items, but he was unsure how to proceed in this case. Furthermore, he questioned Alice about the action she expected from them. Finally, he promised her that another officer would call her back. Of course, the police's response shocked Alice, and she had no idea what to do next. Several hours later, an officer called her back and heard her entire story. He then inquired whether she wanted the police to arrest Harry. Alice made a fatal mistake. She felt sorry for him and responded negatively. However, even if he had been arrested, Harry would not have faced any consequences. He would have been held in the station for some time before being released. Alice realized that the police couldn't help her in the situation, so she had to rely solely on herself. Alice was still depressed and scared on October 12th, 5 days after going to the police. She had hoped to distract herself from these troubling thoughts over the weekend. Mike was supposed to visit her, and they planned to spend the next several days together. Alice arrived home from work that evening and discovered that her neighbor was not there. She began getting ready for bed while talking with Mike about their upcoming meeting, but she had no idea Harry was standing in the courtyard of her building, watching her. Taking advantage of Alice's slightly open window, he climbed into her bedroom and went to the kitchen, where he grabbed a knife and went to the bathroom where Alice was. The events that followed unfolded quickly. Harry struck Alice 24 times with the knife, killing her almost instantly. After that, he left the apartment, got in his car, and drove back to his military unit. In less than an hour, Alice's neighbor returned home to discover that the front door had been locked from the inside. She knocked several times, hoping Alice would respond, but she didn't. The neighbor then went into the backyard to knock on Alice's bedroom window. However, what she saw shocked her. Alice lay in a pool of blood on the bathroom floor, visible through the open window. She immediately called the cops in a panic and told them what had happened, saying, "We knew this was going to happen." Her ex is a real psychopath. Less than 2 minutes later, the neighborhood heard police sirens and paramedics arrive, confirming Alice's death. They realized immediately that this was a murder. The police immediately began searching for Harry Dillon after the neighbor identified him as a potential killer. After running the numbers on his car, they discovered that he had driven from Edinburgh to Newcastle that day. His car was captured on several surveillance cameras. Only a few hours later, police arrived at the military base and arrested Harry. They took him to the station and started interrogating him. The man admitted that he had visited Alice but denied any involvement in the murder. He claims he approached her to talk, and she allegedly came out onto the street and hit him in the face during the conversation. Following that, Harry allegedly got into his car and drove back to the base. But detectives quickly realized that his story had nothing to do with reality. The surveillance cameras revealed that Harry had arrived at Alice's house before she returned from work. He parked his car and waited. But that is not all. Investigators examined his phone and discovered that while Harry was sitting in the car, he was messaging with a random girl on Tinder and planning to meet her that night. Detectives also discovered bloodstains on Harry's steering wheel, which were later identified as Alice's. Furthermore, the man stole her phone and carried it with him, so the geolocation of the device perfectly matched the killer's movements that day. All of this was enough to file murder charges and take the case to court. However, the first hearing occurred nearly a year later, in April 2017. Harry's lawyers realized that with such a large body of evidence against him, they needed to come up with a new story. As a result, the man claimed that he had come to Alice's house to collect his belongings. But after an argument, Alice allegedly took a knife and attacked him, inflicting 24 wounds on herself. After that, he watched her die and heard her final words. She allegedly said she despised her family. Of course, no one took this delusional story seriously. Furthermore, during the court proceedings, another heinous fact surfaced. Prior to the murder, Harry had made several visits to Alice's house, sneaking into the backyard and taking photographs. The prosecution claims that he carefully planned the murder in advance. 11 days later, the court found him guilty and sentenced him to life in prison with the possibility of parole in 22 years. During the verdict reading, the judge observed that Harry showed no remorse or compassion. Instead, he concentrated solely on creating the most plausible story. During the trial, another horrific detail about Harry's past was revealed. 3 years prior to these events, his ex-girlfriend obtained a restraining order against him because he stalked her in the same way that he would stalk Alice. However, the police were completely unaware of the situation. Following the murder, society and the media sharply criticized the police, accusing them of failing to protect Alice from a dangerous psychopath and allowing the case to go unsolved. Later, 2 officers faced discipline. The army also came under fire. The public was outraged that such an unstable and dangerous individual was permitted to join, and no action was taken against Harry when the pin was issued against him. Alice's family eventually established a foundation named after her. Its goal was to ensure that stalking victims receive immediate and appropriate police assistance. Alice's case demonstrated that law enforcement agencies cannot provide such protection, so legislative changes are required. In 2019, a law was passed that makes it easier to issue restraining orders against stalkers. However, Alice's family continues to work on the foundation, hoping that it will help to improve the country's situation. All of her relatives and acquaintances now believe that the tragedy could have been avoided if the police had been more serious about their duties. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. This monstrous story will not leave anyone unimpressed. A 14-year-old girl went for a walk and vanished without trace. She was searched for over a month, and this was the most extensive investigation in 9 years. Hundreds of police officers and surveillance personnel helped solve the mystery, but the truth was far more confusing and shocking. In this video, we'll explain what happened to Alice Gross. Alice Gross was born on Valentine's Day, February 14, 2000 in London. She grew up in a large, loving family. She also has an older sister. The girl showed an interest in creativity from a young age. She enjoyed drawing and playing the piano and violin. Later, Alice started writing her own beautiful songs and performing them to her own music. In addition, the girl enjoyed clothing design and, at the age of 11, even made herself a dress to wear at a school graduation. When the girl was 13, doctors diagnosed her with anorexia and depression. Despite this, Alice continued to pursue her creativity and had a great chance of future success. On August 28, 2014, Alice informed her mother that she was going on an outing. She had plenty of free time during her school vacations. The girl enjoyed walking along a small water canal and river near her home. Her family lived in Hanwell, a London suburb, and her usual route was about 4 to 5 kilometers. The girl left at around 3 p.m., promising her parents that she would return around 6 p.m. Alice later texted her father that she would be home soon, but she did not arrive at the scheduled time. When it was already 7 p.m., her parents became concerned. They tried to call her, but her phone was turned off. Alice's anorexia and depression exacerbated their anxiety. Her parents were concerned that something would happen to her as a result of her physical condition. She was constantly weak and had the potential to faint. Her parents contacted some of her friends in the hopes that Alice would be with them, but no one had seen her that day. Her mother and father decided to contact the police. They immediately began their search, starting with an investigation of Alice's usual route. Her relatives and family friends joined the search. Unfortunately, they were unable to locate the girl, but detectives did discover several witnesses. Because of their testimony about where Alice had passed, the police were able to more accurately determine her route, allowing them to narrow the search area and identify several street cameras that could have captured her. After reviewing the footage, detectives found Alice almost immediately after leaving the house. She was caught on the first camera heading down the Grand Union Canal. A short time later, she was discovered in the Brentford neighborhood, which was further down the canal. The last time the camera captured her, she was on her way back home. The girl was walking near the Trumpers Way Bridge. The police also reported the missing teenager to the media, and the case was widely publicized in London within hours of her disappearance. As a result, detectives received numerous calls from witnesses who saw Alice. Unfortunately, none of this moved the police closer to finding the girl. According to camera footage and witness accounts, she vanished on her way home, having taken the majority of her usual route. However, her fate remained unknown. 3 days passed as police investigated camera footage from nearby neighborhoods and surveyed local parks and other secluded areas. At the same time, patrol officers went door to door in homes along Alice's route, questioning residents. On September 1st, the girl's relatives sent her a video message begging her to return home. They also asked anyone with information on her whereabouts to contact the police. At the time, the investigators were considering several theories. The first and most concerning was the kidnapping version. Despite the fact that the majority of Alice's route was through city streets, there were numerous remote and hidden areas where the girl could have been attacked. Furthermore, London police frequently encountered situations in which people were kidnapped in the city center, let alone the suburbs. The second theory concerned running away from home. Alice's parents feared that the pressure had driven her to make such a decision. They did not rule out the possibility that the girl committed suicide due to her illness. However, the police considered this version unlikely. At 14, Alice was unlikely to be able to flee and hide, especially without assistance. And if she had committed suicide, she would almost certainly have been discovered by this point. The case drew increasing public attention, and on September 3rd, it was turned over to Scotland Yard's special unit. Although they usually only worked on homicides, the detectives realized they had a good chance of bringing the girl home. Scotland Yard launched a large-scale search, which was quickly joined by hundreds of volunteers. Concerned Londoners scoured the area from early morning to late at night after seeing her parents' and sister's heartbreaking appeal in the news. The following day, detectives announced the discovery of the first tangible clue. They found Alice's backpack, which contained the shoes she had worn that day. It was fairly close to her home. This discovery helped the police narrow their search, focusing on a small area near the canal. Investigators realized it was unlikely that the girl had removed her shoes, thrown them into her backpack, and fled. She did not have a change of shoes with her, so the situation became increasingly complicated. Scotland Yard has decided to release all available surveillance footage of Alice. The backpack containing the shoes indicated that the girl could be in serious danger. The main version remained an abduction, but investigators did not rule out the possibility that the girl had committed suicide. As a result, they attempted to locate her using every resource available. The release of the recordings may generate more public interest, and someone may recall seeing Alice that day. In addition, several hundred more people from various agencies joined the search, and there were already 600 people working on the case. As a result, the investigation involved the most police officers since 2005. Some of them were directly surveying the area, while others were looking through footage from hundreds of cameras that could have captured Alice. Scotland Yard also offered a PS 20,000 reward for any information that could help them find the girl. Although police were unable to locate her phone, they contacted the cell phone company for information on its last known location. It turned out that Alice had sent a message to her father from almost the same location where they later discovered her backpack. Everything indicated that the investigators should concentrate on that particular location. It was decided to conduct a thorough inspection of several square kilometers. Each meter of land and water was manually inspected. Police teams literally searched the river and canal bottoms for evidence. 2 days after the backpack was discovered, it was revealed that police had arrested a 25-year-old man on suspicion of murdering Alice. The next day, they arrested another man, but refused to comment on the situation until all the facts were clear. Both suspects were eventually released, and Scotland Yard stated that they were unable to establish their involvement in Alice's disappearance. More than a week passed with no progress in the case. Only on September 16th did the police issue another statement. They said they were looking for a 41-year-old man named Arnis Zalkalns in relation to Alice's disappearance. He relocated to England from Latvia 7 years ago. He lived in the neighborhood and worked as a construction worker. Scotland Yard became interested in him for two seemingly unrelated reasons. First, Arnis' coworker reported his disappearance to the police on September 3rd. The man did not show up to work, did not answer his phone, and was not at home. It appeared that he had simply vanished. Second, detectives discovered that Zalkalns' route from home to work was nearly identical to the one taken by the girl on the day she disappeared. All of this was insufficient to draw any conclusions about the man's role in the girl's disappearance, but detectives soon discovered something extremely disturbing. One of the camera recordings showed a middle-aged man riding his bicycle across the bridge where Alice had just passed a few minutes before. This man was later identified as Zalkalns. A short time later, he approached the next camera, where the detectives noticed an unusual moment. The journey between these cameras should have taken only a few minutes, but the man on the bicycle rode down this road for nearly an hour. A reasonable question arose: what was he doing with all that time in such a short period? The police investigated the area and determined that he could not have taken the longer route to the next cell because there was none. Even more disturbing was the fact that all of this was taking place in the same location where Alice's path was allegedly cut off. The police also determined that the man's clothes were wet when he pulled onto the road. Continuing to examine the cameras, detectives noticed Zalkalns riding his bicycle back to the same location 2 hours later. After riding back out 50 minutes later, he was not caught on the bridge's camera. This indicated that the man had spent the entire time inside a small blind spot. Besides, he was already dressed differently. About an hour later, he was caught on camera buying beer at a nearby store. The next morning, the same thing happened again. Zalkalns returned to the same location between the cameras around 7 o'clock and again in the evening. All of this was enough to obtain a search warrant for his home. The man lived there with his girlfriend and their 2 daughters. His roommate had no idea where Zalkalns had gone. When she learned that he was suspected of killing the girl, she stated that Arnis would never do such a thing. She referred to him as a caring and loving father. Along with this, Scotland Yard investigated the man's biography and discovered a truly creepy moment. Zalkalns was discovered to have a lengthy criminal history. In 1998, while in Latvia, he murdered his wife in cold blood and dug a grave for her in the woods, for which he received only 7 years of prison. After serving his sentence, he moved to England, and local law enforcement agencies were unaware of his criminal record in his home country. Police officers searched Sultan's home and discovered a recently excavated plot of land on his property. They did not say whether they found any evidence, but they did discover a significant find in their basement: a broken back panel from a white iPhone 4S. Alice owned the exact same phone. After examining the contents of his computer, the police discovered that the man had searched the internet for information about Alice Gross's disappearance a few days later. Arnis Zalkalns was added to the wanted list as a result of all of this. Scotland Yard was concerned that the man had fled to Latvia or another European country, so they searched throughout the EU, but law enforcement officials were unable to locate the suspect. Meanwhile, a month has passed since Alice went missing, and on September 30th, police released a depressing statement. A body was discovered in a river near where the girl went missing. At the time, the identity was unknown, but police did reveal one eerie detail: someone had gone to great lengths to arrange for the body to remain underwater and not resurface. Only the next day, law enforcement confirmed that the deceased was Alice Gross, but no one questioned it anymore. The scene was exactly where she had disappeared. The cause of death was asphyxiation. Alice's body was found wrapped in construction bags and tied to a large tree stump. In addition, the perpetrator built a whole structure out of a bicycle wheel and bricks, preventing the body from surfacing. She also wore no clothes other than one sock. Detectives went to the location where Sal Khan worked and discovered that the same bags used to hide Alice's body were also used at his construction site. Please continue the search for Sultans after the body has been discovered. They worked closely with Interpol and local European intelligence agencies, but they were unable to locate him. This continued until October 4th, when investigators made an unexpected discovery. They found the man's suspended body in a park 1 kilometer from where Alice was murdered. 2 days later, experts confirmed that the deceased was Ernest Sultan. Nobody expected such a turn of events. The main version of Scotland Yard was called the escape of the suspect to Europe. Indeed, it turned out that he had been right under their noses all along. Medical experts concluded that the man committed suicide on the day of his disappearance, September 3rd, and could not be found for a month. Nothing surprising here. So the Khans had chosen a remote and difficult-to-reach location where he would be extremely difficult to detect with Zhu Khan's DNA. Investigators had uncovered additional evidence near Alice's body. Police discovered a cigarette buttock, which was taken to a lab. Experts extracted DNA from the filter, which was identical to the Zelkon sample. In addition, the lab stated that the perpetrator's DNA was most likely found on the victim's body. They couldn't say for certain because of how long the body had been in the water. His DNA was also detected on the girl's backpack and shoes. By that point, the cops had discovered another heinous fact. 2 years after moving to England, the Sultans molested a 14-year-old girl just a kilometer from where Alice's body was discovered. A man tried to commit an indecent act, but the victim survived, and the man was arrested. This is where the fun begins. The girl did not file formal charges, and the perpetrator was simply released. It's unclear how this happened, but the fact remains an adult man was molested. A girl fell into the hands of the police and escaped punishment. Additionally, information about this case emerged after the perpetrator's body was discovered in the park. Despite this, the police continued to investigate, and it took some time to piece together a picture of what had occurred based on their version. On an unfortunate day on August 28th, Khans was riding his bicycle along the same path that Alice was walking. He attacked her after noticing her in a remote location away from prying eyes in order to commit depraved acts. What happened next is unknown, but the outcome was tragic. So the Khans killed Alice and then hid her body in several locations, returning to the same spot repeatedly. We'll never know why he chose suicide after what he did. The question of whether this is a manifestation of conscience is open to debate. Alice's parents, who had survived such a horrific tragedy, were outraged by the government's actions. They were perplexed as to how the British authorities allowed a convicted murderer to leave the country and remain here to live. They had fought for years to increase the government's control over migrants and keep criminals out. Unfortunately, they have yet to make any significant changes. A month after Sultan's body was discovered, another interesting event occurred. The medical examiner in charge of the investigation left a folder containing case documents on the train. The 30 pages contained critical information about the murder, including medical information and previously unknown details. The media and Alice's parents slammed the police, but there was nothing they could do about it. However, no one attempted to judge the deceased perpetrator. The investigator stated that if he were still alive, they would have had enough evidence to take the case to court, but there was no guarantee of a conviction. The problem was that all of the evidence against him was circumstantial, and he stood a slim chance of getting away with it. Instead, a hearing was held in court, and the jury admitted what was already obvious: Alice had been murdered. Her death was not accidental. The procedure was formal and served no purpose. Alice's funeral was held on October 23rd. Thousands of people attended the memorial that day, and at the end of the ceremony, a beautiful song written by a girl who sank herself was shown on the big screen. Take good care of yourself and your loved ones. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. A young woman who won a beauty contest was found dead in her own apartment. The police began searching for the culprit, not suspecting the consequences it would bring. Today, we will tell you what happened to Sheila Josephine Harris and why this case outraged the public. Sheila Josephine Harris was born on February 26, 1963, in Douglas County, Nevada. From an early age, she wanted to become an actress or a model, so she actively participated in various beauty contests in her school years. When she was young, her parents divorced and her mother remarried. Later, they had 2 more daughters, and Sheila actively helped her mother take care of her younger sisters in her senior year of high school. Sheila won a local beauty contest in her district and planned to compete for Miss Nevada and Miss Carson City. In case of victory, she intended to apply to participate in the national beauty contest. Despite such ambitious plans, the young woman decided to obtain a higher education in the field of business and trade. After graduating from high school at the age of 18, Sheila moved to Carson City and enrolled in community college. She rented an apartment and took a part-time job at a supermarket to cover her living expenses. The young woman took her studies and worked very seriously because she wanted to have a good education and provide for herself independently. She'd also dated a guy named Stephen Furlong. They tried to see each other as often as possible, but due to her studies and work, they only managed to spend time together a few times a week. On January 4th, 1982. Sheila went to his house to check on Stephen's condition since he had recently broken his arm, and the young woman periodically visited him. She spent the evening with him and his parents, after which she went home. The next day, Sheila was supposed to start her morning shift at the supermarket, so she wanted to go to bed early. Despite his injury, Stephen decided to see her off, and they parted at the entrance to the residential complex. The next day, Sheila did not show up for work. The store manager noticed her absence and was greatly surprised since the young woman had never been late, not even once. He called her home phone, but there was no answer, so we contacted Sheila's mother and asked, has anything happened to her? At first, her mother thought that Sheila might have just overslept, but when the building manager said he had called her home phone, the woman became nervous. She decided to go to Sheila's apartment and asked her friend to accompany her because she was very worried and afraid to go alone. The mother arrived at the apartment complex with a spare set of keys, and her friend entered the apartment first. There she was met with a horrifying sight that made her scream. Sheila lay in bed without signs of life. There was blood around her and bruises were visible all over her neck. Her friend tried to stop the young woman's mother from seeing this heart-wrenching sight, but she still entered the apartment and saw her dead daughter. Police, who arrived at the scene, began to investigate the crime scene. They immediately realized that the young woman had been strangled and had been dealt several strong blows with a heavy object. A dent was found in the wall near the bed, presumably left by Sheila herself trying to fend off the attacker. In addition, wood chips were found under clothing, and body medical examiners concluded that the young woman had been tied up and subjected to violence. The perpetrator had dealt her several blows, presumably with a board or other heavy piece of wood, and then strangled her with an electric cable, which caused her death. Investigators could not find either the board or the cable in the apartment, but they noticed that the wire had been ripped off the desk lamp, which could have been the murder weapon. Experts were able to extract biological material from the perpetrator, but they could now conduct a DNA test in 1982. At first, the detectives thought that this crime could have been committed without preparation and that the perpetrator could have been mentally unstable. Their thoughts were led to this by the cruelty with which he dealt with his victim. However, it quickly became clear that this attack was meticulously planned. First, no signs of forced entry were found on the door, which means Sheila must have let the perpetrator in herself. Second, none of the neighbors in the apartment building heard anything. The killer must have carefully planned every step to carry out such a cruel crime without making a sound. Additionally, the killer took a wire and a wooden board, depriving the police of 2 important pieces of evidence. All of this led investigators to believe that the perpetrator was not a first-time offender, possibly a serial killer or someone who had been planning the attack long before it happened. With almost no evidence, investigators began searching for witnesses. They interviewed all of the building's residents, but none of them noticed anything suspicious that night. The area where Sheila lived was on the outskirts of the city and was not considered safe. She chose the apartment because the rent was low and she could not afford to live in a more prestigious neighborhood on her salary from the supermarket. This only complicated the police's work since many people live in this area. Somehow involved in criminal activity for a month after the murder, investigators carefully studied local residents and tried to identify who might be involved. As a result, they questioned about 70 men, but they were unable to establish their involvement from the first days the police had the most obvious suspect. Sheila's boyfriend Stephen's statistics show that it is often people close to the victim who commit such crimes, and Stephen might have been the last person to see Sheila before the murder. He said he accompanied her to the entrance, but detectives were not quick to believe him. The young man did not have an alibi for the rest of that day and could not prove that he did not enter Sheila's apartment during the investigation. Another problem arose. Local media learned the detectives were considering Stephen as a suspect. Journalists quickly discovered that the young man's family had close ties to the police. His brother was the sheriff of Carson City, and his father held the same position before retiring. As a result, newspapers began to speculate on the topic of whether the police were covering up the young woman's killer. As a result, city residents were particularly convinced that Stephen was behind the crime and his brother and father were using their position and connections to cover it up. This led to people protesting, sending angry letters to Stephen and his family, and even threatening violence. The residents of Carson City demanded that the teenager be immediately arrested, and some even called for the death penalty. The situation was further complicated by the fact that just a few days after Stephen's murder, he was arrested for being drunk in public. Investigators tried to determine if the boy had a motive for committing such a crime. After speaking with Sheila's friends, they concluded that the couple had never had any serious problems and that the young woman had never complained of aggression from Stephen. Suffered serious injuries that required the killer to exert significant effort, and Stephen had a broken arm at the time, making it almost impossible for him to do this. As a result, the detectives began to lean towards the belief in the boy's innocence, but it was too late. Under pressure from public threats and constant accusations, Stephen took his own life before he could be definitively cleared of suspicion. After this, the police had only one candidate for the role of the murderer: a gardener and handyman named David Winfield Mitchell, who was assigned to the residential complex where Sheila lived. There was no direct evidence against him, but several indirect factors made investigators suspicious. Firstly, the man could enter any apartment in the complex to do some repair work. Secondly, shortly after the murder, he resigned and left in an unknown direction. The police tried to find him, but he seemed to have disappeared. When suspicions began to mount against Mitchell, detectives re-interviewed residents of the complex and other employees. They tried to find out if anyone had noticed any strange or suspicious behavior from the gardener, and indeed several witnesses told the police that Mitchell couldn't take his eyes off pretty young women when they passed by. He silently watched them until they were out of sight. Several tenants found this strange, and investigators increasingly believed that he was the one who killed Sheila. A man was declared wanted, but over the next several years, investigators failed to obtain any leads on his whereabouts. Meanwhile, forensic scientists had one more card up their sleeve. They found a hair in the victim's apartment that could have belonged to Mitchell. He was originally from the small island state of Trinidad and Tobago, and experts were able to determine that the hair found matched his ethnicity. DNA analysis was still unavailable in those days, so they couldn't determine a 100% match with Mitchell's DNA in 1986. 4 years after the murder, the police finally received a lead on the man's whereabouts. He was living outside the state and was soon arrested. During questioning, Mitchell denied his guilt, and the detective said only one card, a hair that presumably belonged to him. The suspect himself claimed that he had cleaned the apartment a month before Sheila moved in, which should explain where his hair came from. Investigators continued to believe that he was the one who killed the young woman, but they had no serious evidence. They understood that this case had zero chances in court, so they decided to release Mitchell. No judge would have found him guilty based solely on one hair, which could indeed have been left there during cleaning. Since then, there have been no developments in this case. Investigators were convinced that it was Mitchell who was the killer, so they didn't really try to find other suspects, but they couldn't prove the man's guilt, so the investigation was practically frozen. It was only in 1999, 13 years later, that the case was reopened. Sheila's mother heard about how new DNA analysis technologies could help solve such crimes and contacted the detective in charge of the case. The woman convinced him to send the killer's biological material to the laboratory and request a comparison with Mitchell's blood, which had been given after the questioning in 1986. After a long wait, the investigators finally received the long-awaited results. The semen sample from the victim's body matched David Mitchell's DNA completely, and experts also confirmed that it was his voice that was found in the victim's apartment. Thus, the police obtained 100 confirmations of his guilt, but they faced another problem. Mitchell had left the USA for his home country, where he got a job as a security guard in a government institution. Now investigators had to obtain his extradition, which was quite problematic. They had to go through all the bureaucratic red tape and prove to the government of Trinidad and Tobago that it was Mitchell who committed the murder. This process took several years, and federal authorities and the state government engaged in dialogue with the other state for the next 7 years until 2006, when a decision was finally made to extradite him. The suspect was brought to Carson City, and soon one of the most high-profile trials in the state's history began. First, DNA analysis was not as actively used in those days as it is now, and this technology still raises some doubts in society. Second, journalists paid a lot of attention to the fact that the victim's friend Stephen had taken his own life because of accusations against him, and now the court had to decide whether David was the real killer or whether the entire town had wrongly believed Stephen was guilty. Mitchell's lawyer used these doubts in his strategy and insisted that Stephen was the real killer and DNA analysis could be mistaken. The prosecution side refuted these arguments, citing compelling evidence that DNA testing in modern conditions has extremely low chances of error. Moreover, they had another indirect argument on the day of the murder. Stephen had a cast on his hand. First, the young man was unlikely to have been able to inflict all these injuries on the victim using one hand. Second, particles of the cast would undoubtedly have been found at the crime scene, but there were none. But these were not the only arguments of the prosecution side. During the trial, they uncovered information that had not been publicly available before. It turned out that Mitchell had already been convicted of 5 episodes of violence against women in the late 1960s. When the suspect lived in New York, he was sentenced to 10 years in prison for attacking 3 young women in their homes. Mitchell broke into their home, tied women with an electric cable, and subjected them to violence. After his release from prison, he moved to California, where in 1979 he broke into the house of 2 sisters there. He attempted to assault them, but the young women managed to fend him off. They contacted the police, and 9 months later Mitchell was arrested. Here the most interesting part began. Despite his previous sentence, the man received only 3 years in prison, of which he served 1.5, and was released on parole. He was supposed to be deported to his homeland, but the man disappeared from. The police moved to Carson City and got a job as a gardener in that same complex. All these facts outraged not only Sheila's family but also the public. If the system had not allowed him to get out so early, the young woman would most likely be alive. The same goes for the management of the residential complex, which without knowing it hired a serial rapist who fled from the police. The work of investigators also raised questions. After Sheila's murder, they had no idea about Mitchell's criminal history. According to the prosecution's version, on the evening of Sheila's murder, David knocked on her door and said that he needed to do some repair work. He should have had a board with him, which he used to stun the victim. Then Mitchell committed all these atrocities with her and left the scene, taking the board and the electric cable with him. As a result, it took the jury only 30 minutes to unanimously find David guilty of the young woman's murder. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, but his lawyer tried to get more lenient conditions. He pointed out that for 25 years after the murder, Mitchell had reformed, lived an honest life, and had not harmed anyone. Fortunately, the court rejected these demands and left the original sentence in force at the time we began his prison term. David was 63 years old. He spent most of his life on the loose, and now he only has to spend the rest of his days behind bars. Sheila's mother thanked the court for not giving this monster the opportunity to walk free. She stated that if he had not been released early in the early 1980s, her daughter would be alive now. In all the story, there remained one question that haunted investigators: how many more victims could Mitchell have had? All his known crimes are undoubtedly serial in nature, so the criminal could have attacked other women. He spent 25 years at large out of police sight, and there is a high probability that his actions could have harmed other people, but whether the police will be able to uncover the truth is a big question. Share your opinion in the comments, and don't forget to like this video if you enjoyed it. Thank you for watching. The student returned home from a walk with friends. A few minutes later, she called her boyfriend, worried, and told him that someone had come to her apartment. She promised to call him back and hung up, but the call never came, so he went to her house. What followed was a lengthy and complicated investigation. with the conclusion reached only 26 years later. Angela Smot, the youngest of 5 children, was born on September 19, 1964 in Alameda, California. Her father died when she was 1 year old, leaving her mother to raise them alone. After graduating from high school in 1982, Angela enrolled at Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas. She chose the Department of Computer Science and Electrical Engineering, which was not a popular choice for young women at the time. Angela lived in a dormitory with her roommate Sheila and became best friends during her first few years of study. She later decided to rent an apartment near the university and chose a residential complex 5 minutes from the campus. She also had a part-time job to cover the rental expenses. On Friday evening, October 12, 1984, Angela went to a bar with her friends and invited her boyfriend. Angela, who rarely drank alcohol, agreed to drive her friends home. First, they dropped Russell off near his apartment. Anita had intended to stay overnight at Angela's, but she had a football match early the next morning, so she requested to be taken to the dormitory. Angela then decided to pay a brief visit to her boyfriend's house. She went in for a few minutes and then left. Her apartment was only a few blocks away from Ben's house. After saying goodbye to Angela, he went to bed, but a call on his home phone woke him up 10 minutes later. Angela was on the other end, and her voice sounded worried. She initially simply asked him to speak with her, which struck him as strange. He could hear some noise in the background and asked her what was going on. She soon told him that a man had knocked on her door and asked to use her phone and bathroom. Angela did not say whether she let him in voluntarily or if he entered the apartment without her permission. She asked Ben if there were any nearby convenience stores with pay phones. The guy looked up a suitable store in the directory and gave her its address. She repeated the information to the man and promised to call him back soon. Ben attempted to call Angela but received no response. He then drove to her apartment and knocked on her door, but there was no response. He used a portable phone provided by the construction company to dial her home number and walked back to her apartment, but no one answered. He knocked on the door again and decided to contact the police. It took nearly 30 minutes before 2 police officers arrived at the house. They explained the situation and asked them to open the door to Angela's apartment, but the officers did not take any immediate action. They decided to contact the manager of the residential complex and request a key before entering the apartment. The first thing the police officer noticed was a shoe on the floor in the center of the living room. Then they went to the bedroom, where they discovered a horrifying scene. Angela was lying in bed, surrounded by blood, with no clothes on. Police officers immediately noticed multiple stab wounds on her body. Later, experts recorded 18 injuries. Investigators began examining the crime scene and discovered several blood stains in the bathroom, assuming they belonged to the attacker. Additionally, several fingerprints were discovered in the apartment, but they yielded no results. Detectives also discovered that the perpetrator had taken a kitchen knife, which was likely the murder weapon. There were no signs of a break-in, implying that the victim had let the attacker in, which corroborated Ben's account of the strange phone call. Medical experts determined that the victim had been assaulted and were able to obtain biological material from the attacker. Unfortunately, DNA analysis was not performed in 1984, so the experts could only determine the attacker's blood type. Investigators began searching for a suspect, exploring all possible lives of investigations. First, they investigated all employees of the residential complex who might have had access to the apartment. They then investigated men who had previously been convicted of violent crimes and lived in the area, but this also yielded no results. They then focused on Angela's acquaintances, beginning with an interrogation of her boyfriend. He told them about the phone call and the unknown man who visited Angela. However, the detectives did not immediately believe him and considered the possibility that Ben had killed her and fabricated the story. Nonetheless, the boyfriend agreed to give his fingerprints and blood sample. His blood group was determined by experts, and it did not match that of the killer. After speaking with the victim's friends, investigators identified another suspect, her ex-boyfriend, whom she dated in her hometown. According to her friends, he occasionally acted aggressively and once threatened her with a knife. His blood group did not match the killer's, so he was no longer considered a suspect. Russell, who had spent time with Angela a few hours before her death, was the next suspect, and the police were concerned when they couldn't find him the next day. They dug deeper and discovered that on the morning of October 13th, Russell attended an acquaintance's wedding before flying to another city to visit relatives. When he returned home the next day, he was taken to the police station and questioned. The young man claimed he had nothing to do with the murder, but investigators questioned his credibility. Russell lived alone and could not confirm whether he was in his apartment that night. Detectives also discovered that Russell had a crush on Angela. He was several years older than her and worked as an architect. They met through mutual friends shortly before her death, and Russell attempted to ask her out on a date, but she declined because she had a boyfriend, and they remained friends. Detectives were also suspicious because Russell fled town almost immediately after the murder. With all of this, he quickly became the primary suspect. However, there were inconsistencies in the new account of his involvement. According to Ben's account, an unfamiliar man visited Angela's apartment and was most likely the murderer. Given the sequence of events, no one else could have killed her and fled the apartment. However, detectives did not base their investigations solely on Ben's story, as they were unable to verify it. Russell was called in for questioning several times over the next few weeks, and as investigators became more convinced of his possible involvement, some detectives even privately stated with near certainty that he was the killer. Sheila, Angela's best friend, was devastated by the news of her death. She was so afraid of being alone that she moved in with her parents, and for the first month after the murder, she even slept in the same room with them. At the same time, she was constantly monitoring the investigation's progress, calling detectives and meeting with them. Sheila told them about Angela's friends and acquaintances, hoping to help get to the truth. During one of these meetings, a detective told her that Russell was most likely the killer, but they didn't have enough evidence to hold him accountable. He then asked Sheila to meet with him and ask him a series of friendly questions, such as what were you doing a few days before and after the murder. Investigators wanted to verify if his story matched what he told them. A hidden microphone was attached to Sheila. Before the meeting, the young man told Sheila the same story, but the detectives didn't plan on giving up. They called him in for questioning again at the station and offered to conduct a polygraph test. Russell agreed and successfully passed it. But the investigators continued to consider him the murderer. They were so convinced of their rightness that during the interrogation they showed the boy photos of Angela's body, hoping that this gruesome sight would break him, but all of this yielded no results, and Russell continued to insist on his innocence. After 6 months of constant questioning, he hired a lawyer and refused to communicate with the police personally. After that, Texas placed him under round-the-clock surveillance, but eventually had to switch their attention to searching for other suspects. Russell left for London to receive additional education in architecture, and the investigators lost the ability to monitor him during all that time. The Angela caves were widely covered in the media, and her relatives offered a $10,000 reward for any information that could help find the killer. During the investigation, police received an unconfirmed lead that a student at the same university as Angela had a crush on her and wrote her angry letters a few weeks before the murder. By then, she had married and had 2 children. Despite the fact that her life continued, she could not forget her best friend's tragic death and the fact that the guilty party had yet to be punished. She spoke with the detectives, but they stated that there had been no progress in the case. Sheila inquired whether they had attempted to extract DNA samples from the killer's biological material. After all, it was 1994, and the police were actively using DNA analysis technology. However, investigators reported that the evidence in this case had been lost and could not be recovered. Sheila was dissatisfied with the answers and continued to call the detectives. Over the course of several years, she made over 700 calls but received generic responses. She even tried to independently pay for DNA analysis of all remaining evidence in a private laboratory but was not allowed to do so. Her initiative was not taken seriously because she had no connection to the police and was an ordinary citizen. Sheila then considered obtaining a private detective license. In her opinion, she continued to make regular phone calls until July 2006. When Angela's case was transferred to a new unit specializing in unsolved murders, Sheila met with the chief detective and began working on the case collaboratively. To her surprise, she discovered that the DNA sample from the victim's body had not vanished but had instead been stored in the laboratory for years. She had apparently been intentionally lied to because her calls had worn down the investigators. Sheila persuaded the new detective to send the DNA sample for analysis, and it eventually happened. However, due to queues and bureaucracy, they had to wait nearly 2 years for their results. On February 14, 2008, the detective received the killer's DNA profile and entered it into the FBI database. He immediately recognized a 100% match, and after 24 years, they had the killer's name. When the detective called Sheila to tell her about it, she expected to hear that Russell was the murderer after all, but to her surprise, the detective gave her a completely unfamiliar name. Angela's DNA matched that of a certain Donald Andrew Bass, who was over 60 at the time and had been imprisoned for a series of rapes in 1977. Donald kidnapped a young woman and subjected her to violence, for which he received 25 years in prison. He was released early, which is not uncommon. He was released from prison after 7 years in early 1984. He killed Angela at the age of 36 and went unpunished for decades. In 1985, he was arrested after assaulting another woman. Donald's parole status at the time of the crime became an aggravating factor, and he received a life sentence. As a result, he spent a year in prison following Angela's murder. After gathering all necessary information, detectives arrived at the correctional facility to conduct an interrogation. Donald denied any involvement in Angela's murder and stated that he had never harmed a woman. Of course, the investigators were hesitant to believe him because his sperm was discovered on the victim's body, but the man was unwilling to confess, and the case was set for trial. Due to serious health issues, the trial start date was postponed. Donald had a heart attack a few days before the hearing, so the trial began on June 2, 2010. Donald maintained that he had not killed anyone, but the DNA test results spoke for themselves. Donald's lawyer attempted to highlight his health issues and good behavior in prison in order to secure a lighter sentence for him. The prosecution then requested the death penalty, according to the investigators. Donald noticed Angela in one of the bars or on the street, and he began following her. When she returned home, he knocked on her apartment door and requested to use the phone and the toilet. When the young woman called her boyfriend and hung up, Donald attacked and assaulted her. Detectives believed the criminal was still in Angela's apartment when her boyfriend arrived and began knocking on the door, and Donald may have been afraid his victim would scream, so he stabbed her multiple times. After waiting for her boyfriend to leave, he left the apartment. The trial received extensive media coverage, which resulted in some unexpected consequences. Several women immediately went to the police, alleging that Donald Bess had subjected them to violence at various times. One of them was Donald's ex-wife, who testified in court about constant beatings from him. He physically abused her even while she was pregnant with his child, and he continued to do so after their daughter was born. Fearing for her child's life, the wife fled and hid. As a result, the jury convicted him of Angela's murder and sentenced him to death. He attempted to appeal the court's decision several times but was unsuccessful. Donald spent another 12 years in prison, and his execution date was never set. In October 2022, he died of natural causes. Another heart attack was fatal. Thus, this complicated case came to a close. Investigators acknowledged that Sheila played an important role in moving the investigation forward by refusing to give up in her pursuit of the truth. After her story went public, relatives of other victims whose cases had been unsolved for years began to contact her. As a result, Sheila decided to help these people by forming a non-profit organization. The police department officially apologized to Russell for months of persecution. He admitted that it had a significant impact on his life, and he was genuinely afraid of being convicted of a crime he had not committed. Despite this, he continued to work with the police to solve the case. Following these events, he rose to prominence as an architect in Dallas. The possibility that Donald had many more victims, despite spending half of his life in prison, remains a source of concern for investigators. They may eventually be able to link him to other crimes. Please leave your thoughts on this story in the comments, and thank you for watching. This horror story from 2006 may shock anyone. A young girl from a small, quiet town was discovered dead in an abandoned house. From the beginning, it was clear that there were many oddities in this case, but no one expected such shocking denim. In this video, we'll explain what happened to Cassie Stoddard and why this crime is still considered one of the most disturbing in history. Casey Joe's daughter was born on December 21, 1989, in the American town of Pocatello, Idaho. The locals were mostly religious and close-knit. They were all accustomed to a quiet and measured existence, as was often the case. None of them could have predicted that something so terrible would happen in town. Cassie was a happy, kind, and responsible girl who never got into trouble. She was an exceptional student. She always listened to her parents and tried to help her family whenever possible. Casey, then 16, agreed to look after her in-laws' home in September 2006. Her Uncle Frank and his family had planned to leave town for the weekend. Someone had to feed and walk the dogs while they were away, so he agreed without hesitation. Even though their house was in the middle of nowhere, Cassie's parents were willing to let her go alone for a few days. She had watched the house many times before during her uncle's absence, and with 2 Dobermans, it wasn't so scary to be in. An empty house. Cassie had gone there on Friday, September 22nd, and was supposed to stay there until Sunday evening. She called her mother and asked permission to call her boyfriend to watch a movie with him, but her mother said no. Then the girl said she would watch the movie alone and go to bed the next day. Cassie did not contact her parents, but they did not care. The girl was responsible and independent, and what could have happened to her in their quiet little town? Her parents immediately called an ambulance, but the girl had already died for several days. When the police arrived on the scene, they quickly realized they were dealing with a murder. Everything indicated that Cassie had been repeatedly stabbed with a sharp object. After inspecting the crime scene, they discovered several potential leads. One of the basement windows had broken, and the electrical panel door was open. Frank assured investigators that he always kept the fuse box closed and Cassie was unlikely to go in there since she wasn't an electrician at all. In addition, the back door was unlocked. It was through this door that the perpetrator could have entered the house. The version of a robbery was quickly dismissed as there was nothing of value missing from the house. The perpetrator took neither money nor any belongings. Almost immediately, detectives encountered one suspicious moment. Both Dobermans were locked in a room on the 2nd floor. A reasonable question arose: who had locked them in there, and why? According to Frank, his dogs would not obey a stranger and might have attacked him. This indicated that it was unlikely that the perpetrator would have taken the 2 adult Dobermans to the room and locked them in there. Much more logical was the theory that Cassie had lacked the dogs herself, except why would she do that? The only possible explanation was that a friend had come over to her house on a Friday night, and she had had to lock the Dobermans in her room to keep them from attacking her guests. The situation became more and more complicated. Based on the above, the killer could be someone Cassie knew well and had let into the house. The police, however, did not have to puzzle over this mystery, for the next significant clue emerged almost immediately. News of the murder quickly spread throughout the city, whose residents had never seen such a crime. Within hours of the discovery of the body, virtually everyone knew about it. While the detectives were working on the crime scene, a woman drove up to the house and said she had valuable information. It turned out to be Cassie's boyfriend, Matt Beckham's mom. According to the woman, her son did go to Cassie's house that night to see a movie. The girl hid this fact from her mother because she had forbidden her to have guests. The police questioned Matt and his mother. According to them, his mother called him at about 10 p.m. and demanded that he go home, but Matt refused. He said that something strange was going on in the house. The lights had gone out several times, and a window had broken in an unexplained way. Cassie was frightened by what was happening, so the boy decided to stay with her. But his mother didn't believe the story. At this point, she thought Matt was simply making it all up to stay with Cassie. Then she decided to pick him up herself and drove to the house. Once there, the woman listened to Cassie's account of the oddities in the house, and what was happening no longer seemed fictitious to her. Then she suggested that the girl go away with them, but Cassie refused. For one thing, the electrical trouble and other strange things had already stopped. Second, she felt safe in the company of 2 Dobermans. Deciding that there was really no cause for serious excitement, Matt and his mother left for home at about 11:30. The boy had no idea who could have killed the girl. After they left, the detectives were not in a hurry to believe the young man and his mother. At this point, the odds were stacked against Matt. He was the last person to see the victim alive, and his mother's testimony could have been fabricated to protect her son. The other hand, there was no evidence against him either. While Matt was under interrogation, medical examiners examined Cassie's body and drew some disturbing conclusions. The girl had been stabbed about 30 times with a sharp object, with a high probability that 2 different weapons had been used. This suggested that there might have been 2 assailants. In addition, Cassie had not been assaulted, which made the motive of the killers entirely unclear. All of this led the detectives to believe that Matt might have been the killer. They conceded that there might have been an argument between the couple, during which the guy had taken up knives. That would have ruled out 2 versions at once: robbery and assault with intent to commit violence. Then investigators decided to press the guy and offered him a polygraph interview, and it paid off. Matt suddenly stated that he had actually withheld one detail from the police. According to him, that night he called 2 mutual friends from the school where he went with Cassie. The guys' names were Brian Draper and Tori Adamczak. They were friends with Matt and Cassie, and that night they agreed to come over to their house to watch a movie, except they didn't stay long because they found the movie boring. Shortly after they arrived, they said they would rather go to the local movie theater and left the house. As Matt was driving home with his mother, he called Tori and said he was on his way home. The guy had planned to meet his friends that evening, but they were already sitting in the movie theater. Matt explained to the detectives that he hadn't let his friends in for that very reason. They hadn't been in the house long and couldn't have had any useful information. Nevertheless, this confession closed the dog issue for the police. Cassie had locked them upstairs precisely because of Brian and Tori's arrival. Apparently, the Dobermans were familiar with Matt and were not aggressive towards him, but they reacted negatively to strangers. The police interviewed the guys, and they corroborated Matt's story completely. When they left Cassie's house, they went to the movie theater for a late-night showing, so they had an alibi. Detectives looked into their backgrounds and concluded that the guys most likely had nothing to do with what happened. Both did not have any problems with the law and were in good standing. However, the police still decided to check their alibis and went to the movie theater. To their surprise, the cashier stated that Brian and Tori had not been there that night. The girl who worked at the cashier's desk had gone to school with them and knew them both personally, so she was sure that the boys had not been to the movie theater. This was suspicious, but the detectives were in no hurry to charge the 2 friends with murder. They did not rule out the possibility that Brian and Tori lied to cover up a minor infraction. Perhaps instead of going to the movie theater, they went out for a drink or two to spend their time in less legal ways, but the cops couldn't ignore the false alibi. They started thinking of ways to get the guys to tell the truth. They even considered tapping their phones at one point, but it soon became unnecessary. Detectives and city dwellers were in for a very unexpected surprise. Tori Adamczak arrived at the police station with his parents the day after Cassie's body was discovered, and they forced him to tell the detectives a shocking story. Tori claimed that Brian had killed the girl and that he had unwittingly witnessed the crime. According to his story that night, the boys simply decided to scare Cassie and make a practical joke of their own. Before leaving her uncle's house that night, they discreetly opened the back door next to Tori and Brian lied that they were going to the movie theater, but instead parked their car across the street, put on plastic masks and our clothing, and walked back. After entering the girl was left alone in the house. The boy began turning the electricity back on and off. They wanted Cassie to go down to the basement, but she seemed afraid. Tori and Brian then went upstairs from the basement, where they ran into the girl. According to Tori's account, his friend suddenly pulled out a knife and began stabbing Cassie, turning a harmless prank into a brutal murder. Tori was shocked by what had happened, and he was afraid Brian would kill him as well. They left the crime scene and went to Tori's house, where they stayed the entire night. The boy couldn't sleep because he was afraid Brian would attack his family during the story. Tori cried, but the detectives assumed it was just a routine play. They knew from the medical examiner's report that 2 people had been struck, so Adam's story made no sense. On the contrary, the detectives were well aware that if Brian had attacked Cassie, Tori had also been involved, but they were not in a hurry to accuse the guy of cheating, so they decided to play along with him. They needed physical evidence, so they assured Adam that he had nothing to worry about. It was also explained to the boy that they could only imprison Brian if Tori showed them where they had hidden in the clothes and masks following the murder. Tori informed them that immediately following what they had done, they drove out of town and buried everything near Black Rock Canyon. The detectives drove him to the location, and he gave them the precise location of the hiding place, which was near where the evidence was buried. The police also discovered ashes from a campfire. Tori explained that he and Brian had planned to burn the items, but that didn't work out. The thing is, they tried to start the fire with hydrogen peroxide and were surprised when it did not ignite. The police dug into the cache and discovered an unexpected surprise. They had hoped to find only clothes with traces of blood, but they discovered far more useful evidence beneath the ground. The masks, gloves, and other clothing were stained with blood. There were also 2 knives, which the detectives initially mistook for murder weapons. There was also a partially burned piece of paper on which Adam's axe handwriting described how he and Brian murdered Cassie. All of this could have been enough to arrest both suspects, but there was one piece of evidence that stood out above the rest. Investigators found a videotape whose contents shocked them. Tori and Brian had recorded what they called an appeal to potential serial killers. In it, the boys revealed that they intended to murder 2 of their friends, Cassie and Matt. They laid out their plan and wished the other killers luck. The tape also included a tape from the day of the murder. Tori and Brian conducted an interview with Cassie and Matt in the school hallway before announcing on camera that they intended to kill them, but the creepiest part came next. The following footage was taken after the murders. The guys were laughing, shouting, and cheering as they drove away with the evidence. Tori and Brian couldn't contain their excitement and were astounded by how simple it was for them to take someone's life, especially with such evidence. Adam's act made it impossible to pretend that he was an innocent victim. The cops knew he was directly involved in the murder, and the man in tears admitted to stabbing Cassie multiple times. Both perpetrators were eventually apprehended, but the cops were about to make another significant discovery. They noticed on the tape that Brian was constantly writing something down in a notebook. The detective searched his room and discovered it well hidden from view. The notebook contained a list of items to purchase prior to the murder, but what followed was extremely creepy. On a list of 20 names, it turned out that the perpetrators were going to kill 20 people over the next 2 years, with a month at a time. Among them were friends and teachers and even relatives of Tori and Brian. The police talked to all the people on the list, and it came as a real shock to them. They all thought they were on good terms with the people who were actually going to kill them. Once under arrest, the guys began to shift the blame onto each other in the hope of avoiding punishment. Despite the fact that both perpetrators were 16 years old, they were tried as adults. The trials began in 2007 and were conducted separately. Then, it was revealed that Tori and Brian had been inspired to kill by the cult movie Scream, and even tried to imitate the masked maniac. This explained their choice of weapons and attempts to frighten the victim with a blackout. In addition, they idolized serial and mass murderers, such as Ted Bundy or the Columbine rifleman. In other words, their only motive was to kill. And they wanted to turn it all into a show. The boys expected that after all the murders they had committed, they would become legends and make history. In spite of all that, medical experts declared them sane, so they should not have been indulged by the court. On April 17, 2007, Brian Draper was found guilty of murder and conspiracy to commit murder. On June 8, Tori Adams' act was found guilty of the same charges. Both were sentenced to life without parole and 30 years on top of each for conspiracy. Adams' act's family resented such a harsh sentence. They felt that the court should have imposed a more lenient sentence because their son had led the detectives to the evidence. However, the judge was well aware that no credit was due to Tori himself. The boy was just scared and tried to blame it on his buddy, which does not entitle him to any leniency. In the years that followed, Tori and Brian appealed repeatedly, attempting to have their sentences reduced, but each time they began preparing for the murders long before Cassie was attacked, trying to plan every move. It was partly fortunate for the police that the 2 maniacs were not brilliantly intelligent. They didn't even consider the fact that their fake alibis could be checked in a matter of minutes, making them prime suspects immediately. They continued to serve their sentences in the same prison, but they now despise each other for their mutual attempts to blame one another. Cassie's family has never been able to return to a normal life following all of this horror. Frank's 13-year-old daughter, who first discovered Cassie's body, later attempted suicide. Frank and his family were also forced to leave the house because no one else could be present. Even though the police department sent in experts to clean up the crime scene, the house's residents never returned except to retrieve their belongings. Frank had been trying to sell it for years but couldn't find a buyer. Everyone knew the house's history and did not want to live there. Cassie's mother's only consolation was that the killers had been apprehended and imprisoned, even though it would not bring her daughter back. Share your thoughts on the story in the comments. Thank you for watching. A young woman was discovered deceased on the floor of her own apartment. The police launched an investigation and quickly discovered several very concerning facts. It turned out that the residents of this complex had long noticed something unusual and lived in fear. Throughout the investigation, detectives discovered more and more horrifying details until they arrived at an unexpected truth. But this was only the beginning. Stephanie Bennett was born on August 30th, 1979, in the small town of Rocky Mount, Virginia. Stephanie's parents divorced when she was a child, so she lived with her mother. However, their father lived nearby, so the young woman saw him almost every day. Stephanie's father eventually remarried, and she gained a stepsister named Diana. Stephanie attended Roanoke College, which is 350 kilometers from her home. In her final year, she met Walter and they began dating right away. After college, the couple relocated to different cities but remained together. Stephanie moved to Raleigh, North Carolina, with her stepsister Diana and a mutual friend, Emily. They rented an apartment in the Bridgeport residential complex, which is located in a quiet, peaceful neighborhood on the city's outskirts. The young woman found a job at IBM, and her boyfriend relocated to Greenville, South Carolina, to pursue an engineering degree. Stephanie stayed in Raleigh for about a year. By that time, she and her sister and friend were planning to move to different cities. The young woman, who was only 23 at the time, was planning to move to Greenville to be with her boyfriend. And the couple had already begun looking for a place to rent. In May, Stephanie went to Greenville, where she and Walter looked at several apartments and chose a suitable option for rent. When she returned to Raleigh, her friends and sister were no longer in the apartment Emily had moved to. He then called her sister Diana, who in turn contacted Stephanie's colleagues. Stephanie didn't show up for work that day, which was very unusual. Stephanie was always responsible and would have told her boss if she was sick. If she was sick at home, she would have answered the phone. Diana asked her friend to go to their apartment and see if everything was fine. When they knocked on the door, there was no answer, so Diana requested that the apartment manager open it with a spare key. As soon as the man walked into the apartment, he saw a horrifying sight. Stephanie lay lifeless on the floor of the room, naked and bruised on her neck. The manager immediately called the police. Detectives found Stephanie's documents and confirmed that the deceased was indeed her through a photo on the laundry basket cover which was under the window in Emily's bedroom. Investigators noticed leaves and concluded that the killer may have entered the apartment through the window. They also discovered that the home phone was in the closet in Emily's room and the cable was cut. Apparently the perpetrator was hiding there too. The perpetrator took the object he used to kill a victim with, as the police were unable to find it in the apartment. Meanwhile, investigators interviewed all the residents of the complex, hoping someone might have seen the killer. During these conversations, the police learned that something strange had been happening in the residential complex. For several months, people regularly noticed someone peeping at them through the windows of their apartments. They complained to the manager, but the management of the complex could not find the person. Interestingly, at least once this person was seen at Stephanie's window. In addition, several months ago, an unknown man near the lake near the complex assaulted a young woman who went for a run. After this incident, Stephanie was afraid to stay alone in this apartment and wanted to move to Greenville as soon as possible. Detectives studied the area around the complex and discovered something strange in the bushes. They found dozens of pieces of women's underwear, which as later turned out belonged to Stephanie. The police thought the killer took them out of the apartment, but then for some reason threw them in the bushes. However, shortly after this version was refuted, it was discovered that a teenager from the neighboring apartment regularly sneaked into Stephanie's room and stole her underwear, which he then threw into the bushes. When investigators questioned all of the residents, he admitted this, but denied being involved in the murder. His DNA sample was taken, but it did not match the one obtained from the killer's sperm. As a result, he was no longer suspected of the offense. The police believe the most obvious candidate for the role of the killer was the same man who repeatedly peeped into the complex's female residence. After interviewing everyone who had ever seen this person, the detectives compiled an approximate portrait. It was published in newspapers but produced no results. Investigators conducted a routine check on the victim's boyfriend. He voluntarily gave his DNA, which did not match the killer's sample. Furthermore, Walter was hundreds of kilometers away from her home at the time of the murder and could not physically be present. After that, the police approached all of the complex's male residents and asked them to voluntarily provide their DNA. This also yielded no results. The experts found no matches among the 283 samples collected at this point, and they had no serious leads. Detectives set up surveillance of the residential complex, hoping to catch the man who was spying on the residents. They were surprised by how quickly they achieved success. On June 3rd, police noticed a man approaching several ground floor windows and peering into the apartments before stopping at one. This individual began to satisfy himself, and the police arrested him immediately. This pervert turned out to be Christopher Lee Campen, who had previously been caught spying and was convicted of stalking a woman 3 years before. The detectives believed they had finally apprehended the murderer, but were disappointed. Christopher's DNA did not correspond to the sample found on the victim's body. He was charged with being fine, but he was no longer considered a suspect in the murder investigation. Since then, the police have continued to investigate the case, but they have found no substantial leads. A year later, the lead detective learned about a lab in Florida that could determine a person's ethnicity using DNA. However, he had doubts about this technology, but he didn't want to miss such an opportunity as a test. He sent the DNA of 4 of his colleagues of different ethnicities to the lab. The experts succeeded in their task 100%, and the detective sent them the DNA of Stephanie's killer. The lab determined that the DNA belonged to a white person, but this information did not help the police much. In August 2003, the victim's father offered a reward of $100,000. However, in April 2004, they yielded no results. Detectives decided to interview all residents of the complex again after hearing testimony from multiple witnesses. They suspected that the man arrested for voyeurism was not the only one who walked around the complex and looked into other people's windows. With the first man's identity and photographs in hand, the investigators wanted to speak with the residents who had seen the voyeur again. Unfortunately, no one had ever seen his face. This man frequently appeared at night and was almost always dressed in a hoodie. However, some witnesses said they saw him without the hood but could only see that he had long hair. The Texas interviewed several dozen people until they finally reached a man who saw this person right in front of Stephanie's window before her murder. His testimony was already with the police, but this time he remembered something else. The witness claimed that he saw this person a few days after the incident during daylight hours while walking his dog near the wooded. It was related to the murder, so during the initial questioning the police did not receive this information. One thing is for sure, detectives only obtained this information 2 years after Stephanie's death. Now they knew they should be looking for a man with a Labrador, judging by the fact that this person was walking his dog in the area. He must have lived nearby, and here the detectives noted one interesting fact behind the forested area where the witness saw the man there. The man was very thin with long hair and always wore baby clothes. Many people thought he was trying to attract as little attention as possible in his case. However, it worked. Just the opposite. The police decided to find out more about this person and talk to an elderly resident who, according to the staff, kept an eye on everything happening in the complex. And here they were in for a very unexpected turn when they told her they were investigating the murder of Stephanie Bennett. The woman replied, "Haven't you arrested anyone yet? Everyone knows it was that guy with the big dog." The detectives were, to say the least, shocked. It took them 2 years to get to this person, and the residents of his complex initially suspected this man, but none of them deemed it necessary to share their suspicions with the police. It turned out that Drew had moved out of that complex and settled on the other side of town. The investigators decided to talk to him and came to his apartment, but no one responded to their knock on the door. They came there several more times at different times of the day and never received an answer. Either the man was never home, or he purposefully refused to open the door for them while they attempted to locate him. The police questioned his former neighbors at his old home, and they were able to locate several witnesses who revealed troubling information. A woman on the floor above noticed Drew with a young boy. They were walking down the street a few days after Stephanie's murder, discussing something. According to the witness, Drew told the boy to stop contacting the police and not tell them anything. Investigators quickly concluded that the young man in question was the same teenager who had stolen underwear from the victim's apartment. Several women had reported being afraid of Drew after spotting him during runs or walks in remote areas. The man would either closely observe or follow them. Detectives who had been unable to speak with Jews located his workplace and went there. He was a chemist at a fertilizer production laboratory, and the investigators managed to catch him at his workplace. He immediately stated that he had not heard of Stephanie Bennett's murder, which was strange considering that he lived just a kilometer away from her complex at the time. The man clearly had no desire to talk to the police and told them he was very busy at the moment. Drew told the investigators that they could come to his home at an appointed time, and he would answer all their questions. The detectives met him at his apartment, and the man finally opened the door to them. During the conversation, he stated that he had never walked his dog near Stephanie's complex. However, given that the police had many witnesses who had repeatedly seen him in that area, the investigators immediately understood that he was lying. The man also claimed that he did not wear glasses, even though his driver's license indicated that he was required to wear them while driving, and several witnesses had reported that the man who was peeping into the windows of other apartments wore glasses. As expected, Drew refused to voluntarily provide a DNA sample. The detectives then decided to conduct surveillance on him, hoping to obtain a sample in a different way. However, this proved to be a very difficult task since the man did not leave behind any items that could be sent to the laboratory. For example, during lunch breaks he would leave work, sit in his car, and just stare. At one point the man did not eat anything, so the investigators could not obtain any objects with his DNA. Once they noticed Drew throwing an empty water bottle into a garbage bin, detectives took it and sent it to the laboratory, but experts were unable to extract the DNA sample from it. According to one version, Drew took someone else's model and purposely threw it on the street, knowing that he was being watched. After that, the police decided to obtain his garbage, but here too, they were unsuccessful. For several days they never saw Drew take it out. Interestingly, the man's neighbors also could not remember ever seeing him with the trash bag. Next, investigators asked Drew's boss for help. The woman agreed to help them obtain any item from his workplace that might contain Drew's DNA. She watched him for several days but couldn't get any of his belongings. Drew rarely ate at work, never threw anything away, and she couldn't find a single hair on his desk, which seemed odd given that the man had fairly long-haired. Investigators were already convinced that Drew was purposefully concealing all traces to prevent them from obtaining his DNA. One day, the boss noticed him tying his hair back with a rubber band and then bending down to pick up all the hairs that fell in the process. After that, the woman decided to invite him for a lunch break at a cafe to supposedly discuss some work matters. But even there, the man was extremely cautious. He mostly ate with his hands, put all the used napkins in his pocket, and even took the straw and cup with his drink for dessert. They ordered banana pudding, and Drew finally used a pour. However, the results were too imprecise, as more biological material was required for a thorough comparison. Finally, the detectives received a warning to search Drew's workspace. They hoped to find some items that contained his DNA. The investigators were concerned that if the man found out about the surge, he would flee, so they decided to conduct it in the evening. They discovered gloves, which the suspect was required to wear when working with chemicals, among his belongings. The detectives suspected his DNA was inside, so they took them and replaced them with another pair. They were still concerned Drew would try to flee, so they kept him under surveillance for several days until the laboratory confirmed that the gloves did, in fact, contain his DNA. On October 18, 2005, police quietly surrounded the laboratory, where a man worked, and waited for him to exit. Investigators were concerned that if they attempted to arrest him inside the building, he would kidnap or assault one of his colleagues. Their concerns were justified when the man emerged from the building and was apprehended right away. He was discovered to be carrying a loaded pistol and appeared to be aware that the police were just steps away from apprehending him. Throughout a 6-hour interrogation, Drew remained silent, refused food and water, and barely moved. Detectives eventually had to place him in a wheelchair to move him around the area. After obtaining a search warrant for his apartment, investigators discovered a laundry basket taken from Stephanie's home. His belongings also included 9 pistols, 2 rifles, 40 knives, a sword, and a machete. The detectives also discovered a set of lockpicks and handcuffs. They also discovered a notebook with the names of dozens of women and quickly located them to ensure their safety. One of the women was a resident of his complex who had complained about Drew earlier in the investigation. She claimed that he had been watching her on the street and that his gaze made her uncomfortable. Drew's concerns were confirmed when police discovered her underwear and tampons in her home, as well as a copy of her high school graduation tape. Drew had broken into her apartment, removed the tape, made a copy, and returned the original. He kept these items for quite some time, even after moving into his apartment. They also left a check in his apartment. They also submitted a check in the name of a woman who was killed in 1999. Investigators discovered that Drew lived in her city at the time, and that the woman was shot with a relatively rare caliber gun, which was found in the man's collection during the search. Drew became a suspect in this case, but he first had to face trial for Stephanie's murder. A month after his arrest, the prosecution announced that they would seek the death penalty. The trial was scheduled to begin the following year, and Drew spent that time in solitary confinement, but it never took place. On January 1, 2006, a man was found dead in the same cell. Despite all precautions, he managed to take his own life. Investigators were certain Drew had killed Stephanie Bennett, but after a search of his home, the inevitable question arose: how many other victims could this person have had? At the very least, he was almost certainly responsible for the woman's murder in 1999. However, detectives were almost certain that Drew had been involved in additional crimes. The police discovered several intriguing facts about his biography after thoroughly researching it. Drew was raised in a family of 3 brothers. Their father constantly humiliated and beat the children until the mother fled with them to another state. As a result, Drew became a very withdrawn teenager, and this only intensified in the future. Despite this, he received a good education and got a decent job as a chemist. His colleagues said he was very smart, but his social skills were practically non-existent. He had no friends. He didn't talk to anyone at work and always tried to keep as far away from the team as possible. However, the judge concluded that the prison staff had taken all necessary precautions but were unable to stop the man. Stephanie Bennett's father attempted to sue the management of the residential complex for ignoring residents' reports of a peeping Tom and not paying enough attention to the safety of residents on the premises. In his opinion, there was not enough lighting around the building at night, and anyone could walk there unnoticed. He also learned that the window in his daughter's apartment had been broken, but the complex management did not rush to fix this problem even though it was. Please leave your thoughts on this story in the comments, and thank you for watching.